He was actually dragged off to safety by fellow officers.
You are burning
hard to play doctor on TV, but did not appear to be in too bad a shape, and maybe a couple of protesters who've been injured. But by and large, Dan, I think
started CNN in Atlanta.
You know, we're fortunate that this has gotten worse. But again, as you mentioned, 7:24 right now. Still light out. Another hour from now, we'll be heading into darkness, and I'm sure you remember, just like I do, a few years ago, some of the scenes that we saw on the freeways and in the cities,
this is not the legacy of
where the protests got completely out of hand at times, and so hopefully, and there's the shot of the officer that I was referencing from earlier, where he appeared to be really shook up, and then by the time they dragged him to safety, he was sort of up on his feet and appeared to be in better shape than at least we initially thought.
Go home.
Yeah, you know, these events, and we've covered them.
That is Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms from earlier tonight at a press conference with as much passion as a mother that I have ever heard from Mayor Bottoms before. And I said earlier tonight, I almost wish that message in that press conference, because T.I. and Killer Mike and Chief Shields and Dr. Bernice King came with just as much vigor and passion as well, that their messages could have been played on some sort of display or loudspeaker downtown in some form or fashion, because the people who are on the streets, they won't hear that message for some time to come, because they're outside on the streets, if ever, Jeff. And it was so powerful, so passionate, just saying how we've now gotten away from what was the root cause of the protests to begin with.
The speeches should be heard
at this intersection. Yes. 4th Street and San Bernardino Street, the protesters are giving the police some room. Geez, there's that one guy who I talked to before who is just pushing it a little bit too much. He's now getting closer into the police faces, and that's exactly what leads things to pop off.
If you're just joining us, if you've not heard it, truly poignant.
Guessing about 100 protesters scattered around this intersection. I was considering breaking off from here and going to another section.
And we're hearing right now that windows have been broken out at the scene of the Football Hall of Fame. We're taking you there now to your live look at that. APD says they do believe that looting did take place at the Football Hall of Fame. And Jeff, you have covered sports in this town for so many years. What do you feel right now about what you're seeing, and knowing that things that hold such meaning and value inside that building may have been defaced or taken as a result of looting tonight?
But again, there are some who want to talk,
the College Football Hall of Fame is a great thing in Atlanta.
We've heard the signal from the police. They are moving.
In our love of college sports. In fact,
are moving now.
As we take a look at the College Football Hall of Fame very quickly, college football helped usher in the end of segregation in the United States. So African Americans and whites playing together on football. It changed
special attention to some of them.
It showed that we can work together. Symbolism of the college football
go up to that.
Part of that. And seeing that destruction tonight.
I'm hearing again. You hear those
all right, protests move into its 7th hour right now. We are joined on the telephone now by Cortez Stafford from Atlanta Fire. Mr. Stafford, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Jeff Hollinger here. Give us an update as to where the department stands right now as we are looking at these vehicles currently on fire at Centennial Olympic Park near Embassy Suites.
From the FN-303.
So we've had a couple vehicle fires this evening. They have been law enforcement vehicles to include Atlanta Police Department, also a Georgia Tech vehicle. We've also had a report of a fire at the freeway restaurant there at the corner.
Protesters came up to get on the freeway. People are blocked in there, but no sign of LAPD right now.
They were able to get in there and stop it from getting bigger. When we arrived on scene, they were able to just kind of knock it out. But we did have multiple vehicles burning at Park Avenue, I believe, in Marietta. And when our units arrived on scene, we could not get access to those vehicles due to the crowd throwing objects, breaking windows in our fire vehicles. Everybody's going to exit overrunning the area. APD finally did come in and tear gas the area and disperse the crowd, but we still could not get out there and properly distinguish those vehicles.
Sergeant Stafford, how concerned are you as we go into the rest of the night? I distinctly remember last night from Minneapolis,
and he's there again.
precinct caught fire. They were saying there was direct gas line going out there.
Sort of headed down the
fires. They have no idea. They don't have the intel that you guys have about what is surrounding.
Not many, unfortunately.
I can't tell you those vehicle fires were extremely close to the large 223 hotel. That was our basic concern. Once we saw those vehicles were not a threat to set the hotel on fire, we had to let them burn.
We listened to Mayor Garcetti at 5:15 this afternoon. He was very emotional in talking about what is prompting all of this, the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis earlier this week. None of us can get that picture out of our mind's eye. The officer with his knee on his neck, who eventually died there. But as the mayor said, he was very emotional talking about this today.
Sergeant, what about the safety of Atlanta Fire and Rescue?
Everyone seems upset about this, and there is a want and a need and a passion to voice an opinion, but he asked that everyone do it peacefully.
They don't care really who you are. Like I said,
absolutely,
we were attacked with
what we're seeing now.
People throwing objects, people jumping on our fire vehicles. Once we try to make a move to go to a fire scene or intersection, we definitely need law enforcement to put on freeway. We coordinate that with our joint operations center to make sure that we move in that direction.
But I'm assuming that's backed up well beyond the level interchange. Here's what the CHP is doing. They made a traffic well away from the protest group on the freeway, and they're trying to redirect people off the
around that barrier there.
How is your staffing now, your manpower with something that was
that's a little bit congested as well, but then there's this next group of cars.
Staffing right now is not an issue for us. Getting to the fire scene and getting these vehicle fires out. We have plenty of people to get there. We'll send more than enough reinforcements if we have to as backup to our guys, but it's more along the lines of getting access to these vehicle fires and getting access to make sure we go in and stop any vehicle fires that may come up.
Do you have any sense of where this is going as far as fires go? Are you going to let these fires simply play out at this point again? If they do not harbor any kind of threat toward
freeway, so that's a sign no more sitting there.
Do you just let them burn out?
I know if we can get through these fires, we go and
surely you see the cars
like I said, we work with APD to help us get security out there to make sure they're watching our back when we're trying to. We can't protect ourselves from rocks and put the fire out at the same time. So that's why we have to work
exactly. So the patience of these people that were on the freeway, all of a sudden, there's a sign in front of them like, well, we can't go any further.
You know,
maybe they have things
we get in a road where we have a fire, we'll go check it out,
and all of a sudden you might see a car break through because they're frustrated with the fact that they can't get through.
Thank you so much. That is Sergeant Cortez Stafford with the Atlanta Fire and Rescue. As we still
hoping to see maybe some LAPD or CHP that would move up at the lead of the group, but based on what happened on Wednesday, maybe they're playing it safe and not wanting to have another attack like we saw just a few minutes ago with that CHP unit in downtown Atlanta.
Then you have to talk about gas lines.
So, Gil, let me ask you this. Where is the next place for them to get off the freeway? If they pass this area at about 8th Street, where's the next entrance ramp?
As we head
yes, it's going to be this off ramp here at 7th Street. Well, and I don't know if there's actually an off ramp at 7th. It looks like it's a bus turn off right here. And I don't even know if they can get to that. If they do stay in that lane, I suppose they can get to the bus turnoff. And there should be some stair access to the freeway down underneath there. So it's likely that they could have an access to get out there. Otherwise, they have to come further north to get off the freeway because part of this freeway is elevated.
Let people express themselves. We are not going to be the cause of any agitation
would be the next available ramp for them to get off of.
But then it reached a point where they were forced to deploy that tear gas.
Typical move for the LAPD and the CHP. Now, CHP is blocked now. Very area. What would the LAPD
and now
be doing at this point to try to motivate them to move forward and get off the freeway?
Still out there.
Well, there has been a lot of talk about how
there is one unit here that's pulled up, and the crowd is surrounded them. The officers are surrounding the car itself. That was probably one way of trying to, entice them to move off the freeway. And so far, it looks like the crowd's being reasonable and peaceful with these officers that are kind of surrounded there on around their vehicle. But and that is a California Highway Patrol unit that's there blocking. But look at that, a little bit of a skirmish there as the officers try to get people to move away, and the group just kind of hanging out there. Some of them moved on.
You were home when they called you back? I was home. They called you back. I was almost home. Where is home for you? South. Down by the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Oh, wow. Shit. I'm like, Griffin? Huh? Griffin? Yeah. Someone was like, are you serious? He was like, can you come? I'm like, okay. No, I live in Florida. And see, that was the reason why I was waiting. I waited. I was like, okay. Because my other guy, he's working for Floyd. And he stayed? And he...
Anyone in need of first aid?
Oh, wow. The White House went into lockdown. Secret Service person got hurt because of protests in Washington. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Why is he going to do it as live when the car was on fire? You know, Senator? Do it as live when the car was on fire. Yeah, it's on right now. Yeah. Oh, I think it's 11 o'clock they do stop. Is it Brian Williams, right? Yeah. Yeah, he do X stop. So many people over there. Yeah, because they're assembling back now because the police are moved over that way, so now they're coming back over here again. Please don't go towards our cars. Oh yeah, they want to film everything. They want to be live and taking pictures. Oh, Young people, they're stupid. And the people now, every fourth American has no job. What the fuck is going to be? Said, what did they do? The first thing they said earlier, peaceful protest.
What are you doing, man? He's got turkey, man. That's not he's got turkey. What are you doing? Ah.
Going on right there on 7th Street, right above the 110 freeway, as the group came off the freeway, and all of a sudden here they are on 7th Street surrounding these motor officers.
Can give us an idea of exactly what street this is, and if you could pull out even a little bit wider and let us know, have they cleared the freeway yet?
Yeah, good question. Let me come out wide, and I'll keep an ear on that group of officers. It looks like the skirmish line is still there. The last of the protesters coming off the freeway, the southbound lane starting to open up. It looks like they only have 1 or 2 lanes there on the right-hand side open. The northbound remains closed, and it looks like the last of the protesters here are making their way up those steps. There's a couple of holdouts here on the freeway, and the skirmish line starting to move ever so slowly towards those steps.
That there was the possibility of looting that happened inside the college.
Again, what you're looking at is breaking news. These protesters in downtown LA protesting the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis earlier this week. We can tell you as well, the officer, when you see the picture of the officer with his knee on his neck, he was arrested this afternoon. We've seen the booking photo of him as well. He was charged with third-degree murder. He and 3 other officers were fired earlier this week when video and the story surrounding this arrest got out in Minneapolis. Now, again, these are LAPD officers we're seeing here.
Yes, they are the motor officers there with the helmets on that have
that is so intense.
come off their
earlier tonight, along with Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, she was very strategic before she came out with the press conference about who she wanted there and the messaging that she wanted to get across. And therefore, she brought in Atlanta natives, rapper T.I. and also Killer Mike, both of these men, businessmen in our communities as well, in the place where they were born and raised.
And here is a little bit of a skirmish with officers on the sidewalk. They're right above the 110 freeway as the group tries to make their way eastbound on 7th Street towards the west side of the 110 freeway, and slowly the officers are just backing off and moving out so that those protesters can move further to the east. So there's the look. The group came off the freeway, now they're on 7th Street, heading eastbound right now, away from downtown and to the west side of the 110.
Maynard Jackson, Ambassador Young have paved the way for us.
Yeah, there's a lot of fuel in that trash can.
And when everything else goes away, when you don't get treated right in New York, when you don't get treated right in LA, when you can't get treated right in Detroit, when you don't get treated right in St. Louis, when you don't get treated right in Alabama, Atlanta has been here for this city
where protesters shut down the Bay Bridge. We can
what
show
we're
you
seeing
this
now,
video.
what we're seeing now is the southbound 110 freeway starting to slowly relieve that traffic congestion right now. The concern for the officers on the freeway is that these people this group of protesters could make their way back to the freeway very easily. The skirmish line on the freeway still exists a bit. It's broken down because the majority of the protesters, if not all of them, have moved up onto the 7th Street Bridge there. And it looks like the bulk of the demonstrators are moving towards the west, away from downtown LA.
That even after becoming police, had to press
on the 110 freeway, or do they usually get on the freeway once? I mean, I say usually. We've watched them the past 3 days. Are they one hit on the freeway and then they're done?
You know, in the past, the other protests that have made their way onto the freeway, we've seen the group be forced off the freeway, and then they move down to several blocks, and all of a sudden they're back on the freeway at the next access point. So we've seen that in other protests and demonstrations shutting down, in specific the 101 freeway that I'm talking about back a few years ago. But here we go. The group was starting to head west. Now they're going back towards the east, or at least this portion of the group. And that could be an opportunity for them to go back down those stairs. But the LAPD still has a mobile force right there that's started to break down. But we'll see if they decide to come back down those steps.
So I'm duty bound to be here to simply
Gil, I'm going to stay with your picture, and I'm going to do something for NBC on the television.
It is your duty.
Not online right now. I'm going to do a quick promo, explain what we're watching here, so that people, if they're moving through the downtown area, will be aware of this. I'll get right back to you in just a couple of minutes.
Plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize. It is time to beat up prosecutors you don't like at the moment. It is time to hold mayoral officers accountable, chiefs and deputy chiefs.
Hi everyone, I'm Colleen Williams. We are on top of breaking news. This is what you're watching right now in downtown LA. This is a protest that has been going on for a couple of hours now. At one point, the crowd blocked the northbound side of the 110 freeway, actually both sides of the 110 freeway near Staples Center. Police have removed the crowd there on the 7th Street Bridge right now. Stay with us on NBCLA.com. We'll have the very latest tonight at 11.
Right on the front line.
Like a zebra, right? And the clutch of a lion jaw.
All right, Gil, I am back with you. Sorry, I got a little tongue-tied there. I had a couple of people talking to me, and I was just trying to figure out what I was going to say on the little bearings here. So this is the 7th Street Bridge.
That's right, Colleen. They're making their way eastbound. It looks like the group has decided to go back east. The concern right now is that they may try to go back on the freeway. So far, we're not seeing that happen. You see a skirmish line just to the south of 7th Street. Those officers with their mobile field force have set up there just to the south in case they try to come down the side of the freeway right in that area, but they're not. They're moving back towards downtown LA buildings and towards Figueroa right now. This is 7th Street. They're heading towards Figueroa. We're going to try to move the helicopter to line up with 7th Street to get a look at the demonstration as it moves out towards the east. And what that means is the LAPD is going to have to mobilize to get into position to assist motorists that are stuck in traffic like these, like you see here, over off of Figueroa and 7th Street. But here's the group kind of congregating right there, and they're met with another group of officers there, a skirmish line that has been set up, and now they come up against those officers. So they're kind of right on the west, or the eastern edge of the 7th Street Bridge over the 110 freeway. Right now, the 110 freeway does remain closed as we try to make our maneuver and fly just to line up with the 7th Street.
And we know a few people have been arrested.
I'm hearing now, as I'm listening to the scanner traffic, they may start doing arrests. In fact, here's some pushing going on, and David, we need to move to the left.
Yeah, you know, Gil, I wondered about that because there's really nowhere for them to go. So they're almost like they're boxing them in. We talked to the LAPD just a couple of minutes ago. They said, so far, no arrests. but it was almost an indication that arrest might be imminent. We can tell you that one officer was transported. He got into an altercation with someone earlier this evening. We do not know his condition. But Gil, you say you saw him sort of walk away from the skirmish?
Yeah, if you're talking about the one officer at 5th and Olive who broke free to go after that one suspect that threw an item that looked like a bottle maybe that was full of liquid. He grabbed that suspect and tried to take him to the ground, and the suspect tried to fight him off, and just then they got onto the sidewalk onto Pershing Square, and the suspect started to wrestle with the officer, and the officer was wrestling with the suspect. So the group of protesters around started to kick and beat the officer with their signs as they swarmed that officer, and it seemed like an eternity for that officer to try to break free from that group. At one point, I didn't think he was going to be able to, and one civilian, it looked like, came over and assisted that officer to break free from the group. By the time that happened, the suspect was let loose and he took off, but the officer was completely exhausted. In fact, he made his way over to a car and almost collapsed against that car.
Gil, look at the middle of the screen there.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's starting to be pushing and shoving going on here, and we might start seeing, you see a bottle being thrown right there. We might see some arrests come out of this. It's unclear. I hear the LAPD discussing possible arrests if it gets out of hand. We'll see if that happens, but at this point, so far, no arrests. And the group pushing up against the skirmish line eastbound on 7th Street from the 110 freeway. They had an opportunity to move to the east side, I'm sorry, the west side of the 110 freeway on the street, but the group decided to go back towards the east, and that's why they were met with this skirmish line of LAPD.
Place where Atlanta has.
All right, Gil, I understand you have to go refuel at this point, but we have Ileana Marino and News Chopper 4 Alpha just showed up on scene
All of us, the diversity of politics
in here to join us. We are very fortunate that we have two choppers, so you have continuous coverage with this. Ileana?
At least in that main lobby area.
Colleen, we are taking over for Gil, as you said. We're very fortunate here at NBCLA to be the only news station with 2 helicopters. I'm in News Chopper Alpha this afternoon, and we're showing you the same images that Gil was just showing you moments ago here on 7th Street with the cross of Francisco. Some pushing and shoving going on here between the protesters and that line of officers who have formed a skirmish line here right next to the 110 freeway. And you can see the large crowd gathered here. Move the shot just a little bit to the east, though, so that you can see that there are additional police officers here and additional squad cars as well. Some of the protesters are actually moving now towards the east. Go ahead, Colleen.
So I'm curious, where would they go? I mean, if you look at the front line there, just at the beginning of the intersection, they're sort of boxed in. Is there any place for the protesters to go?
And then even the windows
they
inside
should be able to continue going east if they so choose, but that's going to put them right in the mix with all of these squad cars from the LAPD. So the officers are going to keep them right there. So unless they're going to push past that team of officers, as you said, they really have nowhere to go. They could try to get back on the freeway, so that would mean they would have to back
right near
around some of these tall buildings here in the downtown LA area. But as you said, Colleen, they're kind of sandwiched by a team of officers. Here's the team that's on the west side of the crowd. They're just right over the 110 freeway, right at 7th Street. And I'm going to move the shot now over to the east to where the group of protesters is right at Francisco Street with a cross of 7th. Moving on from there, there's that other team of officers. Those are the ones that are holding the front line on the east side. So really, nowhere to go right here on 7th Street and Francisco.
I guess they were just taking a break, casually just kind of strolling around.
Yeah,
but
looking
you
at the
see
size of the crowd,
all of this destruction
what's your estimate
in
here?
the air. You're smelling
this
a lot of that burnt
group
car
that we're looking at here looks to be about 100 people. But of course, when Gil was over the protest that was at your Pershing Square, we saw the numbers there numbering about 200 or 300 people. So the group has partly broken up, and this is the portion of the group that made their way to the 110 freeway. I will widen out the shot to show you what the freeway looks like, because that, of course,
has it reopened at all?
Well, it's...
Yeah, let me show you, Colleen. We know that those vehicles are stopped there, so I'm going to move the shot over here. I'm going to move from north to south, and we will come right up to about the 10 freeway where the 110 meets the 10. That's coming up right here. So you can see that all of that portion of the 110 freeway is completely shut down. And we're going to get a skid here for a moment, but I wanted to see how far back the closure goes. And it looks like the closure actually starts at Adams. So that's going to be near USC. So if you're northbound 110, you will be forced off at Adams before you get to the 10 freeway. And if you know anyone that usually travels on this 110 freeway, now would be a great time to give them a call and let them know what's going on and tell them to avoid the 110 freeway if possible.
You know, Ileana, the assignment desk has been talking with someone at the LAPD, and they indicated that there might be arrests this evening. As you're up there and listening to the scanners, what are you hearing?
That is in fact what we heard on the scanner as well as we were coming out here from Whiteman Airport. We heard the LAPD requesting additional Code 3 units. So that means additional units with lights and sirens to respond to the scene. And one thing that I heard them say was, we have enough units for this, so get them out here because we will start making arrests. So if you are a protester, and there's a possibility that they could be streaming our broadcast as we speak, you should know that the LAPD is ready to arrest you if you are still blocking that freeway. And look at this shot right here. This is going to be right at 7th Street. Now that all of the lights and sirens are going, you can see just how many police cruisers are here on scene. Again, 7th Street right next to the 110 freeway.
You know, it almost looks like there are two separate locations for protesters now.
There are. So the first group is the one we're looking at right here. This is going to be the larger of the two groups, and this is the group with the greatest number of police officers on scene as well. This is the group that's basically sandwiched in right here at 7th and San Francisco, but it looks like some of them are on the move, and they're not heading to a street, they're heading to the shopping complex, the one that is at Figueroa and 7th Street. You see some of the businesses there, Target, H&M, Zara, and Nordstrom Rack. It's unclear if any of those businesses are open at this time, but the people who are here protesting are heading in that general direction. And that second group that you were talking about is not too far away. They're about a block away. Let me get eyes on them right now. They're next to this building here. This is a much smaller group, but this group is going to find themselves on James and Wood with a cross of 8th, which is also going to be on the east side of the 110 freeway.
I'm sorry, you know, call out those street names again.
Yeah, let me repeat that, Colleen. The smaller group is going to be at James and Wood and 8th Place, and that's going to be on the east side of the 110 freeway. The larger group is just slightly to the north, and I'm going to go ahead and move the shot over to that group now. That is the group that is on 7th Street, and there's that group right there.
I'm trying to see what LAPD officers are doing. It just looks like they're standing their ground since 5 o'clock.
That's the advantage of having such a large department where they can pull from units from all of the LAPD divisions. There are 21 LAPD divisions in all, including some in the San Fernando Valley, and then we've got, of course, units even south of here, and all of those units can respond to this call. The LAPD is on a tactical alert, which means that none of the officers that are on staff are allowed to go home until that alert is lifted. And look at this here. It looks like the protesters are now, in fact, heading towards that shopping complex. We will try to follow them as they head in that direction, but they're basically going into the parking structure for the shopping center at Sig and 7th.
And you're right, I'm not sure that any of these places have reopened yet. I mean, we've been to a lot of places that have reopened this week, but I'm not sure these have.
Bring up a point here. In 1992,
and looking at the parking structure, Colleen, I don't think they are, because I don't see even one vehicle in there. Yeah, it's pretty empty, so it appears that this is not one of the complexes that has opened after the quarantine order, but you can see there are some cars on the very top of the complex. Perhaps those could be employees, but in any of the lower units, or any of the lower floors rather, where we see some of these protesters running, I don't see any vehicles there.
You don't see any of the officers breaking ranks and following them in?
I don't see any officers following them in, actually. It looks like they're standing their ground. They're staying in the skirmish lines on either side of that large group. This is the side that is on the west side and the side closest to the freeway. And moving to the east here, that's the group that is going to be on the east side of the crowd. And as you mentioned, when I first showed you this crowd, they really had nowhere to go unless left, they were going to head towards this parking structure, and that's exactly what they did, and I continue to see a steady flow of protesters make their way through the complex.
It almost makes you wonder if the LAPD is trying to funnel them in there. I mean, this complex is surrounded by
intersection or that area, but you just gave us great perspective as to why. We've got a chain link fence on this side, which is going to be the side of the freeway, and widening out. I just want to see what else is going on near this parking structure. It looks like we do have some construction equipment in the area and even some construction workers still here. And there are some people who are walking away. Perhaps these were some of the protesters who just simply made their way through the
大家好，現在試咪，希望聲音能夠清楚。如果有聽到嘅，有任何意見嘅，請大家多多指教。
Yeah, it looks like they're actually heading now towards the construction area. So hopefully they stay away from this heavy equipment, but currently they are surrounding it. So we'll see where they go. They're kind of coming from all directions at this point, all coming out of that parking structure. So they're all streaming out of there, and they're currently on 8th Street. And in the direction that they're going right now, it's going to put them to the east and away from the 110 freeway. So hopefully they do continue walking in this easterly direction.
Ileana, do you know where this began? What was the start point on this?
With no protesters. The protest itself started along with on the steps of City Hall. This was a planned protest by Blacklivesmatter. And when we first arrived on scene at around 4 o'clock, there was a very small group, maybe about a dozen people. And there was another group nearby at the LAPD headquarters, also a very small group that numbered about a dozen to 2 dozen people at most.
But again, we are now in that lull. We're now in the point where we're not seeing anything drastic
building. They were there for about an hour before they drove over
no one can let their
to LA
guards
City
down
Hall
because, you know,
and joined
emotions
the
have
group that was
gone
there.
up and
The
down
group from the
as
LAPD
we've
headquarters
gone
also
throughout the
joined
night.
in, and at that point,
Now we're
that
getting
group
ready
became
to
approximately
approach
100
the
people,
11
and
o'clock
they started
hour
walking.
here
They
to
started
begin
walking
up late at
southbound on
11.
Spring. They made a turn onto Olympic, and then when they got to Figueroa and Olympic, that's the first time that they sat down, blocking a major intersection here in the downtown LA area, and they refused to move. But after a few minutes, they started to move, and that's when the vandalism began. They vandalized a bus stop and then continued on from there.
Breaking right now on Upway at 11, Atlanta on fire. Frustrations over the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis boiling over all across the nation and right here in Georgia. We're looking live right now on the left and right-hand side of the way. Downtown Atlanta, protests have been happening.
Testing.
4 o'clock this afternoon, a large crowd, many more people than anticipated. It was headed around the corner. In the news of this protest was just where they might be going yesterday afternoon. You say they're walking Atlanta, the upper right-hand side of your corner, upper left-hand side, to see how many people came together within 24 hours. We are no different than other cities that are feeling rage and anger and frustration over what we have witnessed in this country, all the way to Denver, to New Orleans,
and also construction equipment, and it looks like they are in fact
gathering right now. I am joined tonight by Jeff Hollinger. We are also going to bring in Upway co-anchor Ron Jones as well.
So that's going to be
Jeff, here in Atlanta,
so we'll see what they do once they get to that intersection. Perhaps that is one where they're going to stop and take over that intersection for a little bit, but for now it does appear that they're heading in that general direction.
Give us an idea of where the bulk of the LAPD is at this point.
With this sense of optimism when
I'm
it was peaceful around 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, they're going to be to the screen left, which is going to be to the north. So they're one street to the north, which is going to be 7th Street. So that's 7th Street, right over the 110 freeway. We've still got a lot of officers standing their ground right over the 110 freeway.
And it looks like you might only have maybe 15, maybe 2 dozen protesters in there.
Yeah, not too many left here, Colleen. As you said, maybe a dozen, maybe slightly more. But most of them just took that driveway there into the Fig at 7th parking structure and came out the south side onto 8th Street. And you can see the trickle continuing there. They're continuing to walk towards the east. Next major coming up will be Figueroa. And it looks like they're actually starting to turn south on Figueroa. So they're going to go southbound Fig from 8th Street. This, of course, will Figueroa runs just on the east side of the 110 freeway through this stretch
right there in front
of downtown LA. And I'm going to show you real quick. I just want to show you some of the landmarks here in the area. Yeah, that's the freeway.
Now that the crowd has now dispersed to different parts of downtown, and they're putting out fires, so to speak, that is making it more difficult for them to strategize as far as how do we contain this? How do we keep this from happening? This could be a very long night for the Atlanta Police Department, and it could get to the point where they call in mutual aid, which means that they have to ask other officers to come in to help from other cities. Let's get straight to Hope Court. She's live downtown in Hope. You have been there from the beginning, and you've seen some of the fires.
Hopefully it doesn't hit anything as he exits the 110 freeway here, but this is going to be the 110 freeway next to LA Live.
That almost looks like a scene out of a bad movie right now.
The big crowd came over here to this area.
Is it possible the direction they are headed, they could be
there are a lot of people
headed back to City Hall?
Fireworks.
They were heading southbound Figueroa, so if they continue that way, they would actually come closer to Staples Center if they continue southbound on Figueroa. But I wouldn't put it past them to reverse course and try to head back towards City Hall, where this all began. But there's the crowd there, and you can look at all of the cars here. Look at all of these people probably just trying to get home after a long day's work. And you have all of these protesters blocking your path here on Figueroa.
No doubt, those are some of the people who got off the freeway thinking they might be
各位觀眾好，本台仲係試播中，但係如果你想了解呢件事嘅起因，呢個暴動點解會喺美國發生嘅，如果你留言想知嘅，我哋會今日盡量為大家講解。
People donning their gas masks. Our team did the same thing because obviously something was coming. The tear gas was deployed, and then they backed out and they were gone. And I think there was some sense that with that much tear gas, the crowd would dissipate or would hold back, and it was incredible to see that that did not happen. So it is unclear whether, same question we had last night, whether this is strategic or not, whether the decision to not engage with protesters in anything that feels like combat or confrontation is part of the strategy, or whether the plan to keep everybody at bay did not work. Because right now, not just in this city, but as you've been reporting, or you will be reporting, across the country, these protests are overwhelming the ability for police forces to keep them in line, and that is what has happened here. So the one interesting thing at this hour, the protest has dissipated. There are groups across the city. It is not a mass protest like it was last night, but it is not a curfew on Spurs.
Even though it's sunlight, they would take off running, but they're not leaving the area, are they? And you also pointed out earlier in the broadcast that some folks are just now showing up based upon what they're hearing on social media. Are you still seeing that?
This is not a protest that was called for by Black Lives Matter.
We're seeing a little bit less of that. We're seeing a lot more anything, but now, as Aisha pointed out not too long ago, one of our earlier broadcasts, they're going to jump on
it's just on the other side of the bridge. I don't smell any gas. Usually, even if it's not seeing any running or movement.
There is a large crowd of people there, and one thing that we have seen, because we've been hearing a lot of noise all night, there are a lot of firecrackers and things like that going off. So
I'm wondering whether that's what walking through that
even though that large crowd is
okay to be passionate about this, it's okay to protest, but you need to do it peacefully. Do you second what the mayor said?
There does not appear to be a police presence here. I will tell you, though, Brian, just on the other side of that bridge where you see those traffic lights that have turned green, that is the police station. That's another police station. That's the 5th precinct. There were some reports that there was some tension around it. That is completely closed up with the Jersey barriers and fencing, and there are police on the roof of that building. So there's a police presence right there, and there's a protester presence on the right side of those traffic lights.
But I'm not seeing interchange between them. So I'll find out what that smoke was, but it does not appear to be something done by police. You can see the helicopter right up there. That's the National Guard helicopter, basically right on top of the police.
A very, very tense situation here in Minneapolis. The curfew is not a
後期咧， 佢俾警察捉咗之後，有4個警察用
7 hours and 7 minutes now. As you would
可能咧令到佢唞唔到氣死咗。好多人咧認為咧呢個警察用嘅武力咧係超過咗，而死嘅係黑人。喺美國黑人已經好多年覺得係俾政府咧同埋警察咧係壓迫嘅，所以唔係一件事咧令到所有嘅人走出嚟反映呢個不滿，而係呢個問題喺美國已經存在咗好耐。至於而家警察喺美國點做嘅，如果有觀眾有興趣想知道嘅，我哋會盡量解釋。我哋希望你留意。
Continue to bring us these images of the protest as it makes its way towards downtown. Because they made that turn, that eastbound turn, it will put them away from LA Live and Staples Center, and they're basically going to be heading east from here. They made the same route earlier, but in reverse, so it would be interesting to see if they, at some point, make a turn towards the north. And if they do that, then that will in fact get them closer to their starting point, which was City Hall. We're now continuing here on Olympic, coming away from Flowers. And let's look at what they're doing here at this intersection as my pilot continues to come around. It looks like they're kind of swarming this vehicle here. This is not a police vehicle. This was a car that was at the light waiting to make that left turn. So that driver is slowly trying to work his or her way around this crowd of protesters. But it looks like at this point they're not really letting this person go and just clears them now. Unfortunately, no one getting hurt in that exchange there. Again, Flower and Olympic.
It's a very dangerous situation. Unfortunately, on Wednesday, we saw the same thing happen. Has not come to a head. Walking an intersection, we saw another white car at that point come through, hit someone, and became a hit and run. Then all of a sudden, 7 hours.
Well, I think you make a point about them dispersing.
And if that does happen, it's sometimes in a situation like this, it's understandable that the driver may be scared, and for that reason is why they take off. But if you ever find yourself in that type of situation, pull over as soon as you can, get 911 on the phone and explain what happened, because you don't want an accident to turn into a crime, which is exactly what it becomes once you flee the scene.
Very good advice there. It looks like this group has gotten a little bit bigger. Have these two groups married up here?
I believe that they have, because we had that large group on 7th, and that's the group that went through the parking structure to go over to 8th, and it was on 8th where we had that smaller group. So by them going through the parking structure and heading one street over, it actually caused the big group and the small group to get
where in downtown are
here, as you said, they're significantly larger now and turning northbound on Hope.
So where's the police presence from here? Are they behind them, basically?
Yeah, they're behind them and to the north. We left that large group of officers with all of the squad cars and the officers in the skirmish lines. We left them at 7th near the 110 freeway, and now all of these folks are south and east of that location. But I can only surmise that those officers are now also working their way to the east, and we will likely see them as the group continues north. We will most likely run into them.
Now, we want to remind people there have been a couple of altercations here. Let me start with the officer who got into some sort of struggle with one of the demonstrators tonight after someone hit him with a bottle of liquid. It was a struggle. We do know that the officer has been transported to a nearby hospital. We're trying to find out his condition, but I'm not sure if you saw him, Ileana, but Gil Davis.
各位觀眾好，本台仲係試播中嚇，好多技術仲未曾完全好，希望大家見諒。喺呢度，即係想問一個問題俾大家去討論：美國真正係有人權嗎？黑人得到嘅待遇是否平等嗎？
Jeff and I have mentioned that throughout the night, and they hear because their test was set to go on top of that damage. So we went over to City Hall, and the start was very small, a mass of peaceful organizations that was
holding up their signs and waving as cars went by, and then the group became a lot larger come the 5 o'clock hour when they were joined by 2 other groups. One that we saw out in Hollywood just about 30 minutes before that. So the group became a lot larger at that point, and that's when they hit the streets going southbound on Spring to Olympic, and then to Figueroa, and eventually onto the freeway, and to make things short, and then now we see them here continuing to vandalize property as they go along. We've seen graffiti on bus stops, on police vehicles. We of course saw that attack on that LAPD officer, and unfortunately what started off as a peaceful protest has become violent at times.
I think you're right. They're actually blocking the street there with something. Are those scooters?
And so we saw a number of arrests about a few minutes ago.
And I do see something flashing there, but I'm not sure.
No, if you widen out your shot just a little bit, it's just on the other side of the crosswalk.
There's one Hellinger here. A question for you about
whether these protests. But yes, those look like bird scooters, and it looks like you do have an individual there who is throwing them into the middle of the street, which means that any vehicle that was going to try to head this way is now going to be blocked by those scooters that are now in the middle of the street. Again, this is going to be a night-to-end move. And you see that one car trying to make his way through. He just got through just in time, and just like that, the scooter now back to the roadway.
Or other leaders.
Okay, so we just heard from Melina Abdullah. This is not a march that was called for by Black Lives Matter. They do demonstrate every Wednesday, and that's what we saw on Wednesday when they crossed onto the 101 freeway just shy of Alameda. But this particular one, you know, on Wednesday when we watched, there seemed to be somebody leading the group at the head with a bullhorn. Are you seeing any sort of leadership out there tonight?
I did early on when it was peaceful. I can tell you that there was someone leading the pack and trying to move things along. But now it's become something completely possibly beyond their control. And at this point, looking at the front of the crowd where we would expect to see the leader, we don't really see anyone with a bullhorn. We see the bikes up ahead for the most part throughout the course of this protest. Usually the guys on the bikes are the ones that are leading the way and deciding what direction they're going to turn. But in terms of having one unified leadership, it doesn't seem like that is what is happening here as the protest approaches the 8th Street from home.
You know, we're watching the picture here, and you're getting information from the scanners. I can tell you our assignment desk is calling the LAPD and reading our contacts downtown as well. So far, we know there have been no
earlier tonight. We did hear from several people who said that they were on the ground.
No arrests, but unfortunately quite a bit of damage. And one thing I wanted to point out is another thing that we're hearing is that 2 LAPD officers lost their batons during this protest. Now, whether they lost it or they were somehow taken from them, that is still unclear. But somewhere in this crowd are 2 batons belonging to the LAPD.
What street are they on right now? That people
they just turned onto 8th Street, so they made an eastbound turn onto 8th from Hope. If they continue east on this street, they will be able to make a northbound turn coming up. They could turn north on Spring, and if they do, that will get them up to where this all began, LA City Hall and the LAPD headquarters. And at this point, it does appear that they could possibly be heading in that direction. But in terms of freeways, they're really not close to one at this point, and especially not in the direction that they're walking in right now.
And now you can see the crowd is getting bigger in front of City Hall.
Is that a civilian car just sort of, a couple of them just stuck in the road
This is happening live right
now. These are, in fact, civilian vehicles. I think this is one of the one-way streets, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's, you can only go one way here on Hope. And the pedestrians, the protesters are going against traffic here as these 2 civilian vehicles try to make their way through the crowd. But you can see how scared they are to continue on. They're just kind of inching by as these hundreds of people come at them. And now the protesters are making that northbound turn. So they are turning north on Grand from 8th Street.
Mayor Bottoms,
news was trembling with
Where
anger.
is the LAPD, the bulk of the LAPD positioned at this point?
Came down to
is there a way to tell?
It started off peacefully, but then it did escalate.
They're going to be right behind us, so they are still closer to the freeway. I'll see if I can perhaps get them in the shot, but yeah, they're actually a little too far for me to see from this vantage point. But I can show you the helicopter. That I can't show you. So the LAPD helicopter has been over this during the entire duration, and they have been the eyes of the LAPD on the ground, letting them know, what direction the protesters are moving, and then calling for help when the LAPD ground unit
還在示威中。 美國一向俾人嘅印象就係一個好民主、好自由嘅國家。現在香港發生嘅暴動，終於喺美國發生啦。我希望觀眾們呢留意一下，美國遇到咁嘅情形，佢哋嘅警察、佢哋政府會點做呢？
He sped off way too fast with the number of protesters right there. That could have been bad, but fortunately, he did not run anyone over. But this person trying to document this likely for their social media, and we've seen this throughout the course of this protest. People hanging out of the vehicles, some of them participants of the protest who are just hanging out their windows, showing off their signs. But in this case, I believe it is just a bystander who's just trying to document what is going on.
And the location here is right around 8th and Grand, and while you wouldn't necessarily see restaurants and bars open at this point, there is, I believe, a Whole Foods market right there on the corner, so you could see people conceivably going in and out of there to buy groceries or try to pick up food or something. So that might explain the number of cars and traffic that you see right on that particular corner.
And we are looking at this scene from above. Tear gas
and then also we have that major closure on the 110 freeway that affected both sides. So as you mentioned earlier, a lot of people got off the freeway and figured they were better off taking surface streets through the area, not counting on having the protesters get off the freeway and back onto the streets. So that did, in fact, push additional vehicles onto surface streets. And I continue to watch this car because it is, of course, a convertible. You can see the passenger and the driver being surrounded by some race protesters, but it seems like for the most part it's all good. They're giving him high fives, so it looks like this is going to be okay. But we saw the way that vehicle sped off, and it became quite dangerous here for a moment. But again, this is all going to be Grant and 8th Street here in downtown.
Yeah, if you could widen out the shot just a little bit.
大家好啊，還在示威中。呢一次美國嘅暴動，佢起因為一位黑人 Justiceforfloyd 使用呢個假嘅銀紙，咁佢所用嘅銀紙係20蚊美金。佢被拘捕後遇到多名嘅警察用腿壓喺地上，後嚟去到醫院不治死亡。呢個死亡雖然係一個人，但係個意義係代表咗而家美國黑人喺社會俾白人所壓制嘅自由同埋歧視。相信好多人唔敢相信美國係冇自由，但係呢個暴動就可以反映到俾家睇，美國依然有好多不平等嘅待遇。唔知大家點睇啦？
Definitely a lot more protesters than we see police officers. I'll try and count the officers, but I'm only seeing about 6. They've all got their shields and batons. I see some with less than lethal weapons as well. You see that one officer talking to that man in the motorcycle helmet right there next to the metro bus. And the reason why all of these officers are here is they're actually not far from the large group of officers that we saw earlier, the officers who were on 7th and the 110 freeway. Those officers made their way to the east on 7th, and now they've met up with the protesters here, 7th and
our Ryan Kruger.
If you could just look, just stay on this shot here, but just glance over to the freeway if you can and let us know, has it opened up there at all yet?
all of this.
It has, Colleen. I'm looking over towards the 110 freeway right now. It is out my
firefighters have now. It looks like they've made it into.
Okay, so here's what's going on. The freeway is still shut down northbound at Adams. So it's still shut down at Adams. If you're going northbound 110, you will be forced off on Adams. And there is a major traffic delay there. Brittany, news shop before our office just get around the building.
But they weren't able to get here because there were so many
We're hearing actually that there's some people that may have made their way to the freeway, so we're going to push in on that again. Everyone was off, but some people may have got back on, so we're going to take a quick peek at that. There's some LAPD officers there. They're on the southbound side of the freeway. These other squad cars are on the north side, so let's see if we can in fact find these protesters that have made their way onto the freeway. This is just for standard traffic, so we're just trying to verify if that is in fact what is taking place.
Charred as well.
There we go, right there, 110 freeway at 5th Street. Protesters back on the northbound side.
So we are at right in front of the College Football Hall of Fame. And this was the area
so this group is different than the group we have a little further on the freeway at 7th and Grand. This is a completely different portion of the group. These guys are definitely on the freeway. They're on the northbound side of the 110 freeway at 5th Street. Just when things were starting to look a little better for that 110, it's now completely blocked off. They're heading northbound. The southbound side, though, that remains open for the most part. The LAPD does and the CHP does have one thing to go.
Can you push back in on that? It doesn't look like that.
各位觀眾好，係示威中嚇。喺呢度咧，想解釋一下點解我會做呢個直播嘅，就因為好多人咧睇香港嘅暴動已經睇到厭啦，亦好唔明白點解仲會繼續暴動落去。而直播呢一次美國所發生嘅暴動，我希望多啲人能夠睇得到個比較，就係香港警察目前到而家所做嘅嘢，同美國而家警察所做嘅事情個分別喺邊度？等能夠咧多啲人咧了解其實香港暴動到而家，香港警察所做嘅嘢嘅準則係高於其他好多嘅國家，希望大家留意。
And so somehow he was able to convince them to let him through. Not all of the cars have been that lucky, but look at this. They are actually waving for the vehicles to get through. So they are letting cars through in that number one lane. They're gently, very gingerly making their way past the protesters. But these guys are all over the freeway. This is the on-ramp there. You see them up there. That would be quite the ball if they fell. So hopefully they are sitting up there. But you can see there's some additional protesters in the center divider and a lot of people out here. Measure this is easily 50 people here on the freeway.
You know, I happen to notice a couple of people are carrying those orange cones, and I'm trying to get a look at this big orange sign in the middle. Yeah, ramp is closed.
Well,
so they took
hard
that
to say.
From that
You know, during Michael Brown, I mean, that was only 5 years ago. So,
and you can see that guy proudly with his hand up, posing for a picture
there have been a lot of young
this
people, but I've also seen a lot of,
that was intended to be for that on-ramp there at 5th Street, but now is in their possession. Some cars making their way through. Since the protesters are off to the right, they're still able to make their way through on the ramp. And you can look at some vandalism that is going on right there.
With rocks being thrown through.
Yeah, that man there putting graffiti on the freeway on-ramp. And let me push in here because there is a car here that has stopped, but it looks like it is one of the participants here, one of the protesters who is documenting everything that is going on here on the 110 freeway.
Mayor Kasim Reed was the mayor at the time. He came down in the front lines, was speaking with protesters, having discussions with them.
These seem to be
wooden pallets or something? There was not a single arrest that night.
It's definitely wood of some sort. I don't know where
we saw tonight. I mean, this really turned into a night of destruction.
And I think one of the memories from the protesters you're talking about is those protesters attempted to make their way onto the freeway, the exact spot where protesters trickled in tonight. They were unsuccessful. They had met a wave of Georgia State Patrol vehicles and officers. They were unable to do that. Tonight, they were on the freeway, and that is something that we have not seen
all the way to the
during these
110
protests
freeway
of the last decade.
on the northbound side. The southbound side has
true.
also
now,
now
one thing I
been
will
stopped
point
by
out
the
is,
CHP. They are holding everyone back at 2nd Street, so that's going to be just south of the 4-level interchange where the 101 and the 110 come together. So if by any chance, again, if you know anyone that is traveling through this area, give them a call and tell them to avoid the 110 freeway in both directions.
Just give me a quick idea right here. What is this entrance ramp? What is this street?
Whereas tonight, the brunt
this is going to be 5th Street, if I'm not mistaken. I'm writing out there just to double check. It is in fact 5th Street, and then my pilot Sorrow is also telling me that some of the protesters are letting off fireworks. Not currently, they actually just stopped, but some of the protesters that are part of the other group are in fact letting off fireworks. I'll write it out to see if perhaps we can catch them as they do that.
Above
right
your
around
shoulder,
here.
we're seeing Atlanta police. We were seeing them sort of moving
right
on
around there, that group
but
there,
again,
which is that first group that we were looking at that was on 7th and Grand.
Much of the
They
night
were just
where
letting
it
off
appears
fireworks
they
moments
may try and
ago.
shepherd
So
these
we'll wait here for
protesters
just a second and see if
somewhere
we
else,
can
but then
catch
they
that.
sort of move forward
You
and
know,
stop.
instead of
And that's,
diminishing in size,
that's some
which
of
we
the,
thought at one
some of the
point,
process that we've
it
seen
looks like
tonight
their
that's
numbers
been
have grown
ongoing.
again.
It really
Yeah,
does,
in
and I
fact,
think what
actually,
happened
let's,
was that
Charles, if you
the
would
group
mind,
had
let's
somewhat
take a look, just to kind of show you
dispersed
what we're
as
talking about
they
here.
made
When
their
you
way
ask
onto the
what kind of
110 freeway the
protest
first time,
we
but now
see,
they've come back together, and they're either going to be in one of two groups. They're either going to be in this group at 7th and Grand,
small group that just
that is the
walked up,
larger of the
little less
groups,
than a
or they're
dozen
going to be the
people.
group that is on the
They
110
concluded
freeway
in
at
the
5th
protest
Street.
earlier. I see some of them
This
holding
group, though,
signs,
has the greatest
and
number of
they're up-
officers on
they
scene.
walked over here
You see
now,
that
they're
skirmish
taking
line of
photos.
officers
So,
right there
yeah, it's,
on
even if they are
Grand.
this close
Those
to them,
officers
they're
are
making no
looking
attempt
over towards
whatsoever.
the west,
Law
so they're
enforcement's
facing
making no
towards
attempt
the
whatsoever to
freeway.
try to
And you can
get
see
them
that
to move
one
on.
police
Now, I
cruiser
can't
there in the
speak
middle,
for
surrounded
if there
by
are
officers
any
in their
other larger
tactical
crowds
gear.
that are
That's
out
their
of my
riot
view,
gear.
but from
And
what I'm
again,
seeing right
this
here,
protest,
they're
as you
letting
mentioned, Colleen,
the people just
looks
kind of
like
walk
instead
freely
of
among the area.
decreasing, it is increasing in
Ryan
size.
Kruger
And
from
just
downtown
moments
Atlanta.
ago,
Ryan,
they let
thank you
off
for your
some
reporting. We
fireworks.
appreciate it. We'll check in
And
with you.
again, what
in
started
a while.
as a
Stay safe,
peaceful
please.
protest earlier
Now,
today
since
at
we've been on
about
the
4
air, we've
o'clock
been
has
monitoring
become violent
social
in nature.
media, and we had been
Once
getting
again, we're
word
going to continue
that
with live
Lenox
pictures on
Square was going to be
NBCLA.com.
the next location of
These are
protest, and that is where
protesters that have taken over
Skytracker
several
is
sections
above
of
right
downtown
now.
LA and the 110 freeway. We're going to work on putting all of this together for you
cars, giving
for
that
the
strong
NBC
law
News
enforcement
at
presence,
11.
because
But
they got
again,
word,
we'll continue
too,
to offer live
that Lenox Square was
pictures
going
on
to be the next
NBCLA.com.
location of protest.
And
So we
Ileana
sent
Moreno will get right back to
teams
you
over there
as
to
soon
monitor
as
the
anything
situation
happens
from
there.
above. And at this hour, from what we're seeing, it's just a heavy law enforcement presence and not exactly protesters. We're seeing a little bit of traffic there
actually on the other
as
side
well,
of the
Jeff,
screen
You
what it
were
seems
joining
like
us
maybe
on
they
the
heard
各位觀眾
NBCLA
好，
website and all of our online
仲係
platforms.
示威中，
My pilot
喺度想
Sarah
大家
here in News Chopper 4 Alpha, continuing to bring
想
you
想咧，
these live
美
images
國
of
為
the
咗
protests that are going
黑
on
人
in the
打死
downtown
之後
LA area.
而發生過嘅暴動
Starting
有
with
幾多
this
呢？
group of protesters
其實
that is at
總
7th and Grand. This is going to be the larger of the two groups. You
喺
can
美
see
國
all of the
發生過已經
vehicles
好多
that
次
are
咧，
parked
因為
alongside
黑
at
人
7th Street
受
and
到一個
additional
不
officers
平
over
等
there
嘅
at Olive. So
待
this is where we
遇，
see the greatest
尤其
number
是
of
好多時
officers.
係俾
But the
警察
greatest impact
追
is
捕
definitely going to be on the freeway
逮
because
捕
we
嘅
still
時候
have a lot
產
of
生
people
過
who
嘅
are
死亡
blocking the
或
northbound
者
side
受
of the
傷，
110 freeway. So pardon me as
俾
I
人
make that
聯
big
想到
move
就
there
係
from 7th and
根
Grand
本
over
美
the
國嘅
110
警察
freeway.
係針對
This
黑
is
人。
going to be the 110
當然
at 5th.
喺暴動中
All lanes
所發生嘅
currently
嘢，
stopped by
例如
protesters.
放火啊，
And
呢
if you're
啲行
wondering
為係絕對
what
唔
do they
啱嘅。
have across
但
the
係
freeway, it does look like
呢
it's
班
some
喺美國咁 耐嘅黑人，佢哋係咪真係得到民主自由嘅對待呢？喺呢方面，我諗好多人都知道個答案係唔係㗎啦。點解一 個人死，只係死一個人，而能夠令到咁多人反感，就係因為喺美國呢個問題根本種族歧視係好深深喺美國國家係存在嘅。呢次出嚟暴動就係已經好多人容忍咗好耐，而呢個火藥引令到佢一觸即發。再講翻呢個暴動嘅起因，就係一位黑人 Justiceforfloyd， 佢係一個40幾歲嘅中年人，因為疫情之下呢，佢就失業。咁呢，佢就用咗一張20蚊嘅假嘅美金，後期呢，就警察嚟就將佢拘捕。喺拘捕嘅過程中呢，就有起碼3至4名嘅警察將佢壓落地，用腳砸喺佢背脊上。咁好多人呢，呢條片呢睇落去呢，就係美國嘅警察係超越咗佢可以用嘅武力，而呢位黑人先生 Floyd 去到醫院之後不幸死亡，就引起到呢好多人認為咁樣去對待一個被捕者係唔啱嘅，而且再加上呢個係一個黑人，所以令到好多美國人深深相信美國根本係冇民主同埋自由。呢個問題希望大家留言討論下啦。
George Floyd. That is how all of this started. There was a man by the name of George Floyd, a 46-year-old African-American man out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, who died in an altercation with officers back in that city after allegedly attempting to use a fake $20 bill. That man did die in that altercation, and he sees additional fireworks going off, which is one thing that has been coming from this group here on 7th and Hope. But you can see the officers are actually starting to take over this intersection. Some of the protesters are moving out. Wow, look at that. They are smashing the windows of this LAPD cruiser. Look at that. This guy coming up with a scooter, hitting the front passenger window. Didn't work. He's going to try it again. They are really taking over this intersection and destroying this LAPD vehicle. I can tell it's LAPD because of the numbers on the rooftop. So the number one that you see there said it belongs to the Central Division of the LAPD. There are 21 divisions of the LAPD. This is going to be Central. Look at that. Smashing through those windows. You can sense the anger, just the pure anger. And now we have officers moving in. They've had enough. They're going to scatter this group, and you can see them running away from the intersection. Again, this is going to be in the downtown LA area on Surface Street here, Union area. On Hope Street at 7th,
going from downtown to Buckhead. We had saw on social media even, I think it was yesterday with the Lenox Mall trending, people saying that that was going to be the site of protest. So it is not our first time hearing that, which is why we got ahead of the response there.
I was calling this 7th, but I believe this is where it becomes Wilshire. So this is going to be
level of looting
what I believe is
very sacred
Wilshire and Hope. So it is going to be Wilshire and Hope.
So now trying to prevent
we have all of the LAPD officers there. We have some people running.
It's up on Facebook right now.
Based off of my previous experience, when I've seen people running like that at protests, it's usually because the officers are shooting pepper ball rounds. In this case, I haven't witnessed that. So it'll be interesting to see if that is something that happens during the course of this protest, as it has become
all right, so we continue to look and we continue to peer at this violent night of protest.
So in addition to this group, we still have that group on the freeway. Still keeping an eye on them both, but it's
for those of you just joining us online right now.
There's really just so much going on. We're trying to bring you all of the best shots and all of the best action as they happen. But right now, this is the heart of it. Wilshire and Hope, dozens of LAPD officers trying to hold this crowd back. They're protesting against police brutality, protesting
in fact, we want to stay in that area right now. Hope Floyd is joining us
of
again.
George Floyd.
Hope, would you tell us exactly where you are in downtown Atlanta? Can you tell us where you are as far as
justice, asking for the officers who were involved in Floyd's death to be held accountable. They have all been fired. They were fired immediately after a viral video came out showing his arrest. But what protesters and activists really wanted was for those officers to be charged. And the first officer was charged today. His name is Derek
and that kind of worked to get the crowd off to the side.
Veteran officer with the Minneapolis Police Department.
We've seen a fight right there. We've seen a couple of those over the last couple of minutes with people actually charging at some of the officers. But they started moving the line continuously down here because they were throwing, you can even see them right there probably, they were throwing huge columns at the police cars. They were yelling, to set the cars on fire. They were breaking glass. They were throwing a lot. And so the police just started to continuously move down the line. They're not letting these crowds
Pilot Sarah says he sees traffic moving a little bit here on the freeway, so we're going to move back over here so that we can see if there's any movement going on over here, but I still see.
So they seem to have stopped right here. The crowd,
they were letting that far left lane through for a while, but
very far back because they know they come back up to that line. They're just going to disperse that tear gas.
Though have been seen as going the wrong way to get off. Here's another group. So here's a team of officers that is now on the freeway, and we have that the group of protesters is still a little bit to the north. They're at the Bay Street. These officers are just a little bit to the south, so they're going to be a little bit south of that larger group that's on the freeway. But here's additional people on the freeway. Maybe about 2 dozen protesters and just as many officers here on northbound 110. Let me give you the off-ramp here. It's going to be 6. So they're about one major street away from that original group that we were watching on the freeway. This is exactly what the LAPD was trying to avoid today. They were trying to keep the protesters off the freeway. We saw it on Wednesday, though. They worked their way to the 101 freeway where some of the protesters even got hurt
as we're seeing a new fire break out in Centennial Olympic
were trying to
Park.
prevent that
Here
from
comes an
happening
officer
today,
right there.
and they
We
were
have good
pretty
news from our
successful
crew
for a
that
few
Hope
hours,
is
but you can
okay,
only hold back the
we will
people
get
so
back to
long.
her
And now
歡迎新嚟嘅觀眾。我哋呢次嘅直播最主要嘅原因就係想作一個比較，就係現在美國所發生嘅遊行示威，同香港比較之下個情形會係點呢？最重要一樣嘢就係呢一次嘅暴動嘅原因，示威嘅原因嘅起源就係一位黑人先生 Floyd， 因為佢用咗呢個洗假銀紙，係一張20蚊嘅紙幣，喺佢被捕嘅時候，有影片錄低係警察用咗過分武力，至到呢位先生呢係唔能夠唞氣，而去到醫院嘅時候呢就死亡。所以好多人覺得呢就係警察係針對呢個黑人所用嘅武力。而喺美國喺種族歧視上，根本每隔幾年就有呢一類同樣嘅事情嘅發生嘅，所以民主自由、種族歧視喺美國嘅存在性係點呢？真係民主自由大晒啊，定係深深有呢個種族歧視呢？希望大家好好地分享下啦。同埋，如果係想再知多啲呢一件事嘅因由嘅，請留言， 我盡量會向大家講解。多謝。
Making him feel a little bit more comfortable, but he had to be walked over to the van. We didn't hear exactly how he got hurt, but he was definitely hurt in some way. Again, 7th and Hope.
Jobina, can you hear me now? I definitely can hear people cheering where you are. Tonight. In fact, we talked with him, I think, within the last hour, Aisha, and we asked about what sort of fires they would fight, that they would consider all things, he said, but there were certain precursors in there that
The officers say they're taking rocks and bottles, and here's the
their firefighters
LA City Fire ambulance that is arriving on scene to tend.
The other issue was if a
arriving to tend to that officer, so we will see if he is transported. My guess is he will be transported just as a precaution.
We can hear you. Thank you so much
we
for
saw
calling
him
in,
walk
so
to that police van, though not on his own. He was being held by his fellow officers on either side.
And at one intersection, it appeared that there was actually a blue car.
Officers say they are taking rocks and bottles, which is just a generic term for
any police officers
debris being thrown at them. There's that officer who was hurt,
and now as we go back out, it looks like they've now dispersed from that a little bit. So I think that also introduces another layer of a challenge to bring this thing to an end, because it's
looks like
happening
he's going to be
in so
fine,
many
but he will be
different
checked out by
of downtown.
the LA
And
City
I think
Fire
they've really
Department.
honed
That
in
now
and
counts
focused on setting up that line.
Now that
and
counts
that barrier
the second
with the
officer that we
officers
have
that
seen
formed
hurt,
the line there
that we
on
have
the
seen
front
hurt
to
during
push the
Jobina,
crowd
it looks
back.
just like a
But
pretty
then how do you
there was, of
maintain
course, that
the little
officer who
small
was
spots
hurt
that are popping
near
up,
Pershing
and boom,
Square,
now you have another
Fifth
fight.
Yeah,
and
Ron Jones, let's bring it back in.
Other
Aisha makes a great
officer
point
also
about,
from the LA
there are so many
hurt
potential targets
some
in
sort of
protesters.
scuffle here on
I think
7th
you
and
see that manifested in the way that Atlanta police have now responded to these social media threats about
several dozen
Lenox Square Mall.
officers lined up in their tactical gear. There's some protesters several feet away.
I mean,
And
it's
it does
just
look
so
like there's
difficult
something in the middle of that intersection.
the protesters
perhaps,
are
and then a
moving
few
around
blocks
to different
over,
geographical
another very
locations.
large
It is
mostly
so
officers
difficult
at that
for
intersection. I
these
want to
police
see where
agencies
some of the
to come up with a
protesters have
strategy.
gone.
All they can do is try to contain
It looks
the
like for the
violence.
most part they
you know?
dispersed.
I mean, their main objective is to protect people first
Okay, so they
and
are
their property.
pushing the
But if you
crowd
don't have the resources to actually protect the property, then there's nothing you can do, like that dumpster there or artwork or whatever that is that's on fire. See, the fire department's not going over there. The police are not going over there. They have to prioritize, like triage. They have to prioritize what's going to be important for them at that moment in time.
Because
And
of
what's
course we
important
wouldn't
for
want
them
to jeopardize that
is the
officer's
safety
safety
of
in any
people.
way.
Property,
So
yes,
he is
of course,
off
they want
to
to protect
hospital
property,
here,
but the safety
and
of
we will of course keep you
the
updated
police
on that
officers that
officer's
are there,
condition
and the protesters
as
themselves.
soon as we
And so
hear
that's
anything
what's
on his
making
condition.
this
We're
so
also trying to
challenging
keep
for
posted
them.
on that other
And
officer who was hurt earlier
unfortunately,
near
this could go
Pershing
on for the
Square.
next 3
Both
to 4
officers in
hours,
both
maybe
cases
even
appear to be
longer,
alert
if they can't come
when
up
they
with
were
a solution
transported,
on
but
how
of
to
course the
contain
extent of their
and
injuries
squash
is
what these
unknown.
protesters are
on the
doing.
ground, marching through the streets for blocks, showing
Ron,
us
it doesn't
exactly
seem
what
like that's
happened.
the
We of
goal
course knew
at the
through
moment.
social media
It doesn't
that
seem
there
like
was
there's
this protest
been
that you're seeing
a
now live from
bold
Sky 7
response
planned in
from
Oakland that started at 8
APD
o'clock in
thus
front of City
far.
Hall.
What do you think
and that's
about
exactly
this
what we're
approach
seeing
that
unfold
we've
now,
seen?
They're going
45
towards
minutes later.
Pershing Square.
And there was a group actually even
You know,
gathered
I
earlier.
think
ABC7
because
News
the
anchor Eric
geographical
Thomas was
area
out in the
is
6
so
o'clock hour in
massive
downtown
and
Oakland,
there's so
and there
many
was
different
already a crowd
avenues for the
gathered very
protesters to go.
peacefully.
Yeah, they're going northbound
in
now.
Oakland.
So
Sidewalks,
just slide to
but
the
the police
east
just
and then
can't be everywhere all at the same
So they're
time.
northbound
So
hill.
that's what makes it so challenging for them. Even if they were to take, and I'm just speculating here, just based upon the video that you guys are looking at right now, even if they were to take an aggressive move and just go after the protesters, well, they may go after those protesters, but what about the protesters that are several blocks away, or maybe 4 blocks away, or in another part of downtown? How do they actually deal with that? That's why I believe they have to kind of wait and see and prioritize how to react to what's happening and not just come up with a plan and say, well, let's just get them all, because they're not all in one place. They're everywhere.
Ron, do you think
so we're
that
going to
as
stick
Atlanta
here with
Police
the
and the
largest
City of
group,
Atlanta take a
which
look
is
at this,
now
and
at
they think about the
Sid.
weekend, they think about tomorrow and the next day and the day thereafter, Do they have enough
the group has scattered, though, from the time they were at Grand and 7th. They have scattered.
At what point do they assess whether they need additional help, perhaps from the state?
And cheering, coming around the corner.
I think they're doing that right now. I really do.
They may
I believe
start
that
making
Chief Shields,
some
I think
arrests,
that all her
not with
command
this
officers,
group in
I think that
particular,
they're already
but
coordinating with the other
it's
sheriffs
another
and
group
police
that's at
departments
Flower
there
and
in Metro
Hope.
Atlanta, because this thing could spill outside of downtown Atlanta. It could end up
So
anywhere.
we'll follow these
right,
guys
within the
just
metro
for a
area.
little
So
bit. If we hear that they're starting to arrest some of those other folks, then we will move the shot over there. We just want to show you what the majority of the crowd is
What are we going to
doing.
go after? What are we going to let, as we're seeing right there, unfortunately, what are we going to let burn? But they have to come up with a plan collectively, not just the Atlanta Police Department, because this unfortunately could spill into
We
the
know that
weekend.
another person was
where it
arrested
could,
for
affect
attacking
other
that
cities,
officer earlier
Metro
near
Atlanta.
Pershing
So
Square.
that's what makes it
So
so
that would be
difficult.
about 2.
In Minneapolis, when we've seen all the riots there, and that was kind of hard to contain as well, but a lot of it was centralized in some of the same areas. Atlanta, the metro is so vast. I mean, there's so many places these protests can pop up, whether it's Lenox, or whether it's downtown, or whether it's Buckhead or Roswell. They could pop up anywhere. So these law enforcement agencies have to come up with a strategic plan of how are we going to react if we cannot keep this, or if we cannot
There's another group at 7th and Flower.
You know,
I'll
in
see
your
if I
years
can
in policing,
just
the
move the
whole
camera over
escalation of
there.
violence is such
And
that
that
once it
group
begins,
is,
it only grows.
is likely going to be
concern
arrested.
about
So,
the escalation of
sorry, if you
violence on
wouldn't
so many
mind,
levels
just kind of flying towards
is,
our
is something
11
that
o'clock.
maybe is most vexing
Kind of back towards
and
that original
sobering
group.
as we see these images of downtown Atlanta.
And
There's a group there,
Jeff,
about 30 people strong,
Atlanta
that is
PD,
going
the strategy
to be
could
arrested.
Well, and
We don't
Jabia,
know
I
the
know
intersection
you said
right
you
now.
were at 7th and
if they're
Franklin.
running
We're now
around,
getting word that
arresting
police
everybody
are
that they
actually
see,
shutting down
firing
the
tear gas
Webster
at everything
on-ramp
that
to
moves.
880 right now.
Will that help
and
the problem?
on Sky
Will it
7
heal the
right now,
problem?
we're
Or will
seeing
it just
some
make them
activity,
even more
perhaps.
outraged, talking about the
It's getting dark,
protesters?
Frankly, it's getting
spark
hard
this
to
problem,
tell.
just
We
like
see
a
some
match,
police officers in
like
tactical
throwing
gear and some
gasoline on
protesters
fire.
farther
Will
down
it
the
This where you use zip ties, you put them on a bus, and you run them through some sort of public facility, oftentimes a jail, sometimes another venue because there are so many. But these individuals who are arrested, I mean, it's a very quick sort of in and out process, not unlike a traffic ticket in many ways, that its purpose is such that I think there are those in law enforcement who kind of question
Sky
the
7
validity
has sort of
of whether
zoomed
it's
in,
worth it.
and we see about 4 officers in
Yeah,
that on-ramp
that
right
could be the
now,
other
sort
thing.
of,
We have
as
to
you
think
say,
about
making
this
sure the
too,
cars don't come off the freeway into this crowd.
The optics,
And there
once
were
again.
a few protesters
So if
who
you have a
looked like
bunch
they
of
were
protesters
approaching
who
the
are thrown
officers,
to the ground,
they holding up
zip-tied,
signs and then sort
carried
of
off,
just moving
hog-tied,
back
thrown
down
to
the
the back seat of
sidewalk.
patrol cars,
As you
or
say,
maybe taken
everything
off
so far
to the
looks
county
to be
jail,
peaceful.
and then
We've got 2
all of
people
that is
holding up a
captured on
very
video
large
on
banner of
social
some
media,
sort approaching the
and then
police officers.
those
And
protesters share
Dan,
it.
it looks like there's
Then
a
it
couple
could
people that
add
are
more fuel
sort of
to the
starting
fire,
to
to the
walk
violence
on the
there as well.
off-ramp
So
or get
all
close
those
to the
things are
off-ramp.
taken into consideration. For those of us who grew up in the 60s and 70s, that's when civil rights was able to come
I'm
to
sure
the
police
forefront.
want to protect
Is
both
when
the on
we were
and
able to
off
actually
ramps. They
see
don't
the
want cars coming off
images
the
of
freeway,
the
and then of course
protests
what
that
we
were
saw in
taking
San
place
Jose
in the
earlier
South,
with
or in
protesters on the
Detroit,
freeway. They might
or
be
in
trying
Los
to avoid that
Angeles, or even in
situation.
Oakland and Berkeley. That's what changed the dynamics of the civil rights movement, and that's what helped the civil rights movement. Well, protesters can also use those same optics for their advantage as well, and so that's why the Atlanta Police Department and all those agencies have to be careful with how they deal with these protesters.
All right, thank you so much, Ron. Now, we want to be clear, this video you're seeing is pre-recorded from earlier tonight. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is reporting what we see here is a food truck that is on fire. Now that makes sense because I can actually see the tires at the bottom a little bit. That is a food truck.
That's why it looked like a dumpster.
Yes, exactly. Food truck outside of Centennial Olympic Park. Thinking of that local business owner there who will have to indeed deal with the impact of this. Our Shibu Russell just sent me a video on Twitter of someone, and I think Chris Holcomb just brought this into the newsroom as well, as looting that's taking place place at the AT&T store near Lenox Mall. We are getting some of that video coming in from Twitter as well. So this is a very fluid situation that is unfolding now in multiple parts of the city. Again, we want to keep in mind that we are looking at video pre-recorded from earlier tonight of some of those arrests that were happening as we start to follow new developments from different parts of the city. That food truck on fire downtown right outside of Centennial Olympic Park. Now we are hearing there could be more violence and looting.
各位觀眾好，本台仲係試播中嚇，而家仲係繼續示威，但係同時呢，呢次嘅直播嘅原因就係希望能夠多啲人睇到喺唔同嘅地方發生遊行示威嘅時候，政府警察係點樣做，希望能夠觀眾呢將呢條片呢廣傳出去，等多啲人能夠了解到，好似香港而家咁嘅情形，警察遇到嘅壓力係乜嘢，同埋可以比較一下大家雙方用嘅方法係點樣。香港嘅警察係咪真係變咗黑警呢？呢個就希望大家喺畫面下邊能夠分別一下，希望廣傳出去。
FCSO Commander in APD Joint Operations Center per Incident Commander in Charge request. So Fulton County Sheriff Department now is on their way in transit to Lenox to try and bolster APD if indeed the protesters make their way toward Buckhead.
So now you can see 880 it does appear that they have already made it there to Buckhead. Jeff, we do have our crew safely trying to navigate to get to that area to now bring us updates from the Lenox Square area. And this situation is now going into the midnight hour, and it seems that we had moments where things started to calm down, but as we witnessed all
larger group heading towards last thing. And also, maybe this is changing the world right now, and it's happening because it started here in Minneapolis, and that is not something I would have expected from this white town. So, all power to those people. Keep it up.
Point out that this was organized on social media. We don't have a particular organization.
Another thing is, I think, you know, it's about Floyd, you know,
there's a lot going on.
and it's also bigger. That's why it's driving this. But at this point, people are fed up with everything. We're fed up with fucking being poor. We're fed up with the, like, Minneapolis has some of the most extreme racial and class disparities, like the extreme visible homelessness in the city, like just racial police terror, basically. Like, people are fed up with all of it. We're tired of being poor. Like, we're tired of living this way. So, like, Floyd sparked it and is driving it. We're all here remembering him, but like, people are ready to see it all come down. Like, I just have seen so many like anti-capitalist tags out here too. Like, people are putting together all the big picture shit.
Also very close to City Hall, so they're still heading northbound in that direction. We will head over in that direction if need be, but we're going to watch these guys for just a few more minutes to see if the LAPD starts to take some of these people into custody. Again, they used to be Flower and 7 in downtown LA.
You know, that was Tree Road at Lenox Road, and that would be the apex of the parking lot of Macy's.
And we hear some smashes going on.
Macy's to the left.
We hear some smashes going on in the background. The unfortunate thing is they just smashed up the graffiti piece that was just made
as well. But that's what you're looking at right now, and that's across from.
But we never saw police properly push them out of the way.
That was also another area that was mentioned on social media as that circulated yesterday. So I'm sure that's why that presence is so heavy there, because
people are sort of just allowed autonomously to be their own person.
First started to trend that this is where people could be going. Now we know
they are moving across the
different
freeway.
parts of the city have started to reopen
in the lanes
in the midst of COVID-19. So we're not talking about the empty streets in the midst of this that we saw a couple of weeks ago. The streets are back populated, traffic is back out, and so you have a lot of people who may not have direct involvement in these protests who are now
大家好， 再次示威，想返去呢次遊行示威嘅起因。呢個事情呢係幾日前呢，一位美國嘅黑人 Mr. George Floyd 係一位因為喺呢個疫情之下失業嘅中年人，佢被捕嘅時候係因為佢用咗呢個假嘅銀紙，而個數量呢係一張20蚊嘅美金。佢被捕嘅時候，有3至4位警察將佢壓落地下，然之後用佢哋嘅大腿擲喺佢嘅背脊上邊，令到佢唞唔到氣。後來去到醫院之後就不幸身亡。所以就引起咗呢一場嘅遊行示威。最主要嘅，因為第一佢係一位黑人，第二所捉佢嘅全部都係白人。種族歧視喺美國實在已經有幾百年嘅歷史。冇錯，如今美國嘅黑人遇到嘅待遇比40-50年前係好咗，但係呢個種族歧視其實一路都冇消失過。喺幾年中一定都會有一次咁嘅同樣嘅事情發生。有啲人係俾警察過分武力拘捕，有啲黑人係因為被捕時俾警察打死。每一次都會引起一次大嘅報復或者示威遊行，所以呢一次嘅遊行示威亦係一個表達對呢個種族歧視不滿嘅方法。我哋呢一次嘅直播最主要嘅原因就係希望能夠呢多啲人能夠睇得到，同樣喺個遊行示威下邊，每個國家或者警察採用嘅方法係點樣，嚟作一個對比一下香港所發生嘅事情。希望大家能夠推廣下呢條片俾各位你嘅朋友睇下，等佢哋能夠真正睇到而家美國所發生嘅事情係點樣嘅。好多謝大家，同埋好想知道問大家，你哋對種族歧視嘅睇法係點樣呢？多謝留言啊！
We look like some thugs to y'all? He look like a thug because he got a red fucking bandana? No, we ain't no fucking thugs. We here for one fucking reason. George fucking Floyd. They should never killed that man in fucking vain. Now they want to blame it on us because we acting out. No, y'all kill one of us. One just for all. Fuck is you talking about? One for all.
Yeah, we're seeing up at the right-hand side, Jeff, we're both getting word from
Hey, I want to give a shout-out to my homie, Big Kid Sid. I know he's watching. Fuck 12. Fuck the justice system. We out here. Fuck 12. Hey, Nico, you do come right. You're doing the good shit here. Thank you.
And then something sort of spun around, and you can see that
a lot of shit's going on out here.
Right now, obviously, try and check on that and see what's going on.
See if there's a fight.
And then as that happened, protesters were moving back onto the other side of the freeway right there.
And different things to assure that they could bounce back and keep on going if they encounter tear gas.
Every single protester that we see in this live transmission here is clutching
we haven't
an iPhone,
seen, which is what we saw in San Jose earlier.
I mean, there was white people throwing shit, but there was definitely non-white people. I saw like 2 white people throwing shit.
Certainly,
it looks like a plexiglass window.
It says 5.
One of the stops, and it appears to have
but
been
it's 5, but there was like 25 other people.
Out there as well. We are getting ready to hit straight up midnight. We have been with you since 5 p.m. Our crews have been gathered
someone right there in the middle of the screen
outside
in the upper left
Olympic
like
Park
they had a
since
flare.
about 3:30.
Yeah, that is a
anticipating this protest, but I don't think any of us anticipated that
right
it was
there on
going
the
to
on-ramp.
get to this level.
So you came from Utah?
I came from Utah. I'm Lex Scott, and I have a police reform bill. I have a petition called We Want a Police Reform Bill Now. I wrote the bill. You can go to blacklivesmatterutah.com
Please sign our bill. We need community-controlled civilian review boards that have the power to bring charges against police. My bill regulates use of force policies and excessive force policies in the United States of America. Please sign my petition and get us a police reform bill, please. And I love Unicorn Riot. What's up? Screw Trump voters. Fuck all of you. Fuck you all.
Police reform, or even just like in general right now, you have people talking about abolishing the police, but then you have people talking about figuring out ways to have reform within the police department. And what that looks like in general here locally is what we've seen is groups like Communities United Against Police Brutality have been pushing for the police to have insurance, and if they then kill somebody, it would come out of their insurance. They probably wouldn't be able to get funded, or they probably wouldn't be able to get insurance after they kill somebody, so therefore it just bypasses the system that's already broken and puts in sort of like she was saying, a reform bill, something to help the community get some kind of justice and accountability. And so also within MPD, another thing, if you go to unicornriot.ninja and you go on our front page, you go down a little bit. From the down on the front page, there's a topic, police. You go into that topic, you can see a lot of our police coverage, but also you can see that in March, there was a group of community members, I think Minneapolis for a Better Police Contract is what it was called. That group actually went to, they've been fighting to try to get the Minneapolis Police Department contract to be more fair.
Headquarters,
the contract allows the officers to work a 60-hour work week. It allows the officers to, I can't remember all the specifics, but there was still got police were there to take a move beyond it off the right is a discussion well over 1,000. Then you can see a way
all the way down there.
So Governor Tim Walz said the world is watching with visceral pain in response.
Continuing to protest against police brutality, and there they go, they're being pepper sprayed. They are, in fact, what appears to be being pepper sprayed by one of the officers. We will see the people start to run because of the effects of the pepper spray.
Or smoke.
And they're running.
Something is on fire there, and there's something burning on that side. Above us is a Black Hawk helicopter that has just been circling at relatively low altitude, mostly well under 1,000 feet. The whole time, keeping what's going on. That fire, that smoke is growing and billowing. It's moving over to where we are. Precinct still police there does not seem to be any direct confrontation between the protesters and the police. Protesters have moved off to the right. They're moving their way around the city, but what's important and just done, Joy, is to understand that the curfew went into effect at 9:17 Eastern. At no point has there been anything that looks like a curfew in this city. There's no National Guard presence that we can see. There is no Minneapolis police presence, and there is no state police presence. This is again a night in which the protesters are controlling at least some parts of Minneapolis.
They're protesters, they are
police community relations. But in general, a lot of the community doesn't trust that.
We've already seen a couple of scenes around Lenox that have experienced.
Pardon me, I was listening to something there real quick. But you see that one protester going down, he's getting back up.
This is a car on fire.
Officers in the skirmish line are trying to keep
對剛剛新入嚟嘅觀眾你好，本台仲係試播中，所以技術上有咩做得唔好嘅，請大家見諒。我哋嘅直播唔係幸災樂禍，唔係想話而家美國發生嘅事情嘅遊行示威係一件好事，只不過希望能夠借呢個直播將一啲真實同埋唔再發生緊嘅事情，俾更多華人知道。而家美國呢次嘅騷亂同埋遊行示威，最主要原因就係一位黑人 Mr. Floyd 嘅身亡，而佢身亡嘅經過就係因為佢曾經動用打抄。佢係一位中年人，因為啲疫情之下呢，佢就失業咗。咁佢被捕嘅原因就係因為佢剛才所講嘅用咗成張20蚊嘅假美鈔，而喺佢被捕嘅過程中係有明顯嘅片能夠睇到警察係用咗 過分嘅武力，因為佢被捕嘅時候，曾經有3至4位嘅警察用個大腿壓喺佢嘅背脊上邊，當時佢已經上咗手銬，佢亦嗌過好多聲，佢係透唔到氣。後來佢送到去醫院之後，不幸就身亡。呢個的確係一個悲劇。至於美國，經常喺人哋嘅心目中都係覺得一個好民主自由嘅國家。其實種族歧視喺美國由呢個黑人去到美國做呢個奴隸之後，呢個種族歧視對黑人根本從來冇消滅過或者消失過，往往幾年就會發生一次大動亂，通常牽涉都係因為黑人遇到不平等嘅待遇，尤其是係警方對佢哋嘅暴力方面。好多時喺執行拘捕行動嘅時候，白人嘅警察好多時會用過分嘅武力，或者好多情形之下就俾警察開槍射死。所以幾年就會出現一次咁嘅問題，而呢一次好明顯就係群眾對自己國家裏邊嘅種族歧視一個不滿嘅表現。我希望大家能夠咧將呢條片咧傳俾其他朋友睇下。我希望多啲人能夠睇到啊嚇，同一個事情發生喺唔同嘅國家或者唔同嘅地區，每個地區佢哋自己所做嘅方法又係點樣呢？對比之下，而家香港發生嘅遊行示威，香港警察做嘅事情又係點樣呢？個結論係好與唔好，呢個就留翻俾大家去討論啦。我哋呢度就係想希望能夠多啲人能夠睇到呢個世界唔同嘅地方、唔同嘅國家發生唔同嘅事，或者喺同類現象嘅處理方法係點樣。希望大家明白我哋本台嘅初心，希望留言，多謝。
Because it's very fluid, it's changing all the time, very organic for us to know. So not only are they policies, I'm just assuming, trying to protect the mall or the property of plants. Also, we don't know what other activity that maybe they got some intelligence on that they're trying to protect as well.
Ron, thank you. We're joined now by Rob Pitts, one of the most familiar names in Atlanta government, a name who seemingly has been around as long as the kudzu on some of the walls. Mr. Pitts, I'm sure you won't mind me describing you in such a way. Fulton County Commission Chair, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
You know Atlanta about as well as anybody I can think of. Give
Jack,
me your
it's about
views
an
tonight,
hour before we have to
as far as these protests and what has been unfolding now for about 8 hours.
Well, to be very honest with you, what we're seeing and witnessing is
and
not
for all of you who continue to watch us
County,
online, we of course thank you for your viewership. And this is
we
just
have
so
always
important for
been
the city of
different.
Los
We've always
Angeles.
been
We're
able
trying to
to
bring you
handle things
all of the
in particular
trying to
ways,
bring
not
you
the social
all of the
risk.
information
So
about
this
what is
is
going
very
on here
different
in our
for
city.
us.
We're looking
It's quite understandable. Sense of outrage
we're looking
about
at
what
Spring
happened,
and
in
First,
Minneapolis.
just outside of the LAPD headquarters and
what is
south of
happening
City
here,
Hall. That is where a number of officers have responded to try to protect the police headquarters and to keep the protesters away from the building. And they used their batons, they used pepper spray, they used pepper ball guns to keep those protesters away. And it proved to be effective. The crowd diminished significantly after those efforts. And they're now trying to push the crowd into a park that's near City Hall. They're hoping to be able to push the crowd into the park and to be able to hold them there and away from the LAPD headquarters and away from City Hall.
And a lot of it seems to be maybe orchestrated. You go from downtown and now I live on Peachtree. I just saw probably 5 or 10 police cars headed up Peachtree towards Lennon Square.
Oh, they all going on the roof right now.
If this was a coordinated type of protest, that's not a good
because they got enough.
Mr. Pitts, what is the role of Fulton County government in all of this? Give me a sense of how government works tonight and its reaction to what it's seeing. A surprise that we have seen the violence escalate the way we have. What's going on as far as your job and your purpose?
Well, from the point of view of Fulton County government, this is obviously taking place within Fulton County, but so far it is within the city of Atlanta. So it is the city of Atlanta, the city of Atlanta Police Department, that from a public safety point of view, that is in charge. Now, where county government would have a role to play would be we run the jail through the sheriff. So that's where we would come in. We have a SWAT team. We have marshals, deputy sheriffs, and so forth. We would be supporting the city of Atlanta in whatever way they would deem appropriate for us. But it is the city of Atlanta's jurisdiction from a.
Have you been in contact with Mayor
All
Bottoms?
of the officers in the park nearby. This park is just on the west side of City Hall.
Have been in contact with the
forming a skirmish line there in the park.
Management people who are involved in this. Anytime there's a situation like this, in preparation for what might happen. For example, our emergency management people, workers, city, state, even the federal government, and events, huge events like Super Bowl, Final Four, major college events, things like that. But our role specifically through the sheriff is the Fulton County Jail, and we do have capacity there based on some actions that we've taken.
Now the protesters are on the move. Looks like they're going to be going northbound.
大家好，連續試咪啊！想補充埋一件事就係呢位 George Floyd 先生被拘捕嘅時候，嗰4位警察暫時咧仲未曾有拘捕或者係起訴嘅，所以咧好多群眾咧認為咧呢個係一個唔合理嘅裁判，所以形成到咧呢次嘅遊行示威係咁激烈。至於個事情點樣繼續發展落去咧，我哋仲要慢慢去研究。去理解一下。本台要聲明一樣嘢就係，我哋唔係認同暴力，我哋亦唔想見到呢個世界上咧有呢啲咁唔好嘅事情嘅發生。希望能夠咧就係人能夠喺呢個世上共存。而呢個節目或者今日嘅直播嘅來源同埋初心就係，要希望大家能夠再多啲理解明白喺呢個世界上唔同嘅國家都有佢自己嘅問題，係需要大家共同去解決嘅。呢度就係希望大家能夠將呢個節目廣傳出去，俾多啲人能夠明白知道呢個社會用武力好多事情係解決唔到嘅，只不過而家所發生嘅事情已經係發生中，多啲去理解明白係件好事嚟嘅。唔知閣下就點樣去睇啦？希望留言啦，多謝。
Man, you know, to be honest with you, it's surreal. You know, I mean, it kind of seems like a dream, but you know, it's just it's so real. It's just crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
What do you hope comes out of this?
You know, I mean, I hope all 4 cops go to jail. You know, I mean, I hope they change the 3rd degree, you know, into a better degree. You know, either 1st or 2nd, because you know that 3rd degree shit is just bullshit. In all honesty. Yeah.
Anything else you want to say?
You know, also my boy Austin. Shout out to you.
What's that? Oh, yeah?
Okay, please. Yo, what up, man? Yo, what up, man? You know me out there? It's SK, man. I got mad comrades. My mad comrades from New York to SF, man. I just flew here from Oakland, California, West Oakland, California this morning. This has been my hood for 20 years. I grew up in this hood. This is my stomping ground. I sat there in San Francisco yesterday and watched this shit happen in my community. I couldn't fucking take it anymore, man. I jumped on the fucking first thing smoking this morning at 9 a.m. Yo, I'm here with y'all, man. Straight up, man, this shit won't stand, man. I'm privileged enough to be white, but yo, I came up in the fucking hood. I've been beaten by the Minneapolis police, robbed by the Minneapolis police, taken to jail for no fucking reason. It's a corrupt institution for fucking decades. Decades that has gotten away with it. Y'all fucking union officer that lets you get away with it. We haven't had a fucking mayor that will ever let him stop this shit. It's fucking time. I asked myself 2 days ago, will it be Jamar? Will it be Philando? All that. When will it be enough? And I've been out of the city for a year now. And I live in fucking West Oakland, man. The home of the Black Panther Party, man. And I was walking home last night, looking at a mural on my fucking block. I'm not fucking having it anymore, yo. Fuck 12. No justice, no fucking peace. No justice, no fucking peace. Fuck them. We out here, man, and that's what it is. Yo, it's gonna take this. It's been years and years. We marched peacefully for fucking ever.
對剛剛嚟到本頻道嘅觀眾，大家好。首先呢，本台呢仲係直播中，所以技術上呢應該有好多問題存在，希望大家包容同埋指導。再講翻就係呢個頻道或者今日嘅轉播，最重要嘅一件事就係希望能夠多啲人能夠睇到全世界所發生嘅事情，同埋去對比一下自己身邊所發生嘅事情嘅對比係點樣。而美國呢一次嘅騷亂遊行同埋示威嘅背後，其實就係一個種族歧視嘅反應嚟嘅。美國種族歧視好多人都唔會覺得佢存在，但係往往喺呢個社會就根本冇離開過美國。黑人喺好多情形之下係受到不平等嘅待遇，往往幾年呢就會有一次因為種族歧視嘅事情發生呢個騷亂遊行示威嘅。最後一次大暴動就喺 Los Angeles， 而呢一次呢位 George Floyd 先生不幸嘅死亡，就其實係一件好少嘅事情開始。Mr. George Floyd 係一個剛剛失業嘅中年人，喺呢個疫情之下佢失咗業，而佢被逮捕嘅原因就係因為佢行使假鈔，而個數目唔係講緊10萬20萬，而係一張20蚊。佢被捕嘅時候有影片影到有3至4名嘅警察用咗過分嘅武力將佢拱喺地上，然之後用佢哋嘅大腿壓喺佢嘅背脊上邊，令到呢位先生唞唔到氣。有好多影片入邊呢係睇到佢一路嗌住話佢係唞唔到氣，唞唔到氣，同埋佢係冇真正喺度掙扎。咁不幸就係佢去到醫院嘅時候呢，就已經死亡。所以印度呢，好多人覺得黑人依然係被警察歧視緊嘅。咁呢個遊行示威就顯示到現在美國對呢個種族歧視嘅不滿。希望大家呢將呢個播出呢推廣出去，或者介紹俾朋友嚟睇睇。因為知道目前呢喺中文渠道呢冇邊幾個台係會做緊呢個直播。我哋嘅初心就係希望能夠大家去了解，用親眼去睇。如果同樣係喺呢個遊行示威暴動中所發生嘅事情有咩相同，有咩唔同呢？而香港而家所發生嘅遊行示威，去到呢個階段又係點呢？希望大家可以多啲討論，或者係有觀眾想對呢件事情更加想了解多啲嘅，我哋會盡量去做，去解釋或者講解。希望大家支持。
Yeah, Charlotte Uprising is working on getting Braxton out. He'll be out, no problem. There is also a protest going on in Uptown tomorrow at 1 p.m. A couple are actually scheduled. There's one at First Ward Park, Marshall Park.
Yeah, we have free papers all throughout town. Protection here, 500 troops. The library department to protect one of these. No, I know. They're about to reopen on Monday, right? Yeah.
All of our social media is just at Queen City Nerve. Yeah.
This is our publisher.
What was that? Yeah, go ahead. For sure. Yeah. I know.
Yeah, we're out here.
I'm gonna give a recap of everything that happened tonight from 6 p.m. till when we leave, either at the end of this video or I'm gonna charge it in my car and hit you up with it afterward. Queen City Nerve. We're the alternative newspaper in Charlotte.
Interesting.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Creative Loafing?
No.
Where are you from?
New Orleans originally, but I live in Monroe.
They got the Gambit down there.
Okay. Yeah,
same thing.
Same thing?
Long form investigative news reporting, enterprise reporting, arts and culture, music, food. We do real long form, both sides of the story stuff about things like this. We don't just do a little bit and get out.
There's way more than one story when it comes to this shit.
Exactly. We got free papers all around the city, all throughout Mecklenburg County. Yep, they're everywhere. All of our social media is just at Queen City Nerve, if you ever want to check it out.
I was about to say, I'll check that shit.
Yeah. We've got a distribution map on our website.
Is it Queen City Nerve one word?
Yeah. We've got a distribution map on our website where you can find the papers. We've got them all over the west side. He knows where they are over here better because he delivers this way.
Well, I live in Monroe. I'm sure y'all don't have them out there, but...
Yeah. No, not yet.
That's one of them things. I'm a follow y'all and shit. I dress like Where's Waldo. I go to different music festivals and promote peace, love, positivity, and happiness.
That's what's up.
My whole thing is I just want world peace, man. Everybody's fucking fighting. Everybody's so fucking angry at everybody for no reason. I mean, really for no reason. There's definitely a reason, but
yeah,
it's just like we gotta stop. We gotta be all peaceful. We gotta love each other. The more love that we get, the more we share.
It seems that the police have fallen back further. The handful of the protesters that were up on the sidewalk are walking toward where they were before, so we're gonna walk over there in a second. If you don't want to hear me talk, don't watch the video. I don't care. You want to walk down this way and see what's going on? What's up, man? How are you? We're out way in front of the crowd, walking backwards. I don't think it's unruly enough for anybody to call the National Guard in. Like, even though all these police fell back to the front of the food line, the protesters are still just, it's casual. Look, if you guys don't want to listen to me talk, then watch a different video. I really don't care.
Are you kidding me?
They know what we can do.
People are telling me to shut up. It's like I've collectively had 100,000 views on these videos. I don't know you. You don't have to listen to it and watch another video.
Making sure that people are not allowed to occupy this area. They're trying to go about Friday night plans in the city. These protesters are building up a bar over there.
Where? What?
I feel like there's liquor bottles on top of this car.
Oh yeah, that is. That's what's up. All right, so everybody that was across the street is still across the street. I would have assumed that they would have come over this way as the police started to disperse, but they didn't, so. I'm down to 14%, so it's looking like we're still all right. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe they were talking about that dude. He was saying some stupid stuff. Nice enough guy.
Escalated something like anything but peaceful in about 2 hours. We've seen the College Football Hall of Fame trashed. We've seen it looted. We've seen 9 squad cars, police department damaged, broken windows, etc. We've seen 3 vehicles that have been torched. 2 in one has been one at Georgia Tech, the other police cruiser.
Yeah, a lot of people out here have been trying to figure out who planned the protest because they were saying it was from people out of town. Honestly, it really doesn't matter because the protest is happening and has happened. Of course, everybody should understand that it is dangerous for people who don't live in it. Here, watch out, there's a car behind you. It is dangerous for people who don't live in a city to incite a protest.
They're saying that it's not even people who don't live in the city, it's people who don't live in this neighborhood and aren't black, basically.
Essentially, if you're going to organize a protest, make sure that you live where it's happening, that you believe in what's happening, but don't do it just to get people hurt. This is a dangerous situation. We've seen so many people arrested. We've seen so many people hurt.
I posted a detailed thing on our Twitter about somebody about what their accusations are as far as no black organizers were involved in doing this, and they basically brought a fight to Davis Ford Road.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, you have to be very careful when going to a protest that could be organized by somebody who's got the wrong intentions, you know. There are people out here that want to see these people be brought down, and the easiest way to bring them down is to put them at a clash with the police department. So just be careful, be smart, look into it, think about it. You know, I wouldn't recommend that people come out here, but if you want to come out in solidarity, it's happening. It'll probably be happening all night.
It showed that you could live together. Take a look at the history of college football, right? The stories, we've been working together from different backgrounds, different races. College football has signified not only the past, but what it represents to us. It's something that is, I think, moving to the existing state. It's heartbreaking, and it's
大家好啊，歡迎新入嚟嘅觀眾啊！本台咧在試播中，所以好多旁述直音咧暫時仲唔可以完全做到晒。但係呢度咧都要提一句就係，本台嘅初心做呢個直播，唔係想歧視或者抹黑任何一方，只一個希望能夠咧藉此呢個直播，俾更多人咧睇到，好似香港呢個遊行示威嘅事情發生。如果喺第二個國家，佢哋又會點做呢？佢哋對啲示威者嘅做法又點呢？咁就可以攞嚟做一個比較，咁就知道即係香港而家所發生嘅遊行示威係點樣。咁警察所面對嘅問題有乜嘢？喺呢度希望大家能夠將條片推廣出去，俾其他朋友睇睇，等佢能夠可以親身睇到呢而家美國所發生嘅事情。 好啦，咁呢個事情呢個暴動遊行示威個原因就係種族歧視。個起因就係幾日前一位 Mr. George Floyd 先生，佢行使假鈔1張20蚊嘅美金，俾拘捕嘅時候有多名嘅警察呢，將佢擁喺地上，上咗手銬。然之後用大腿壓喺佢跌著身上。當時有唔同嘅角度影到唔同嘅影片，就係話呢位先生當時係唞唔到氣，佢冇掙扎，只係喺度嗌話佢唞唔到氣。所以呢個暴動好多人嘅口號變咗 Icantbreathe，就係話我唞唔到氣。而美國好多黑人，甚至乎好多白人都係覺得呢個種族歧視係存在嘅。而美國黑人的確係好多情形之下係唞唔到氣，所以美國真正嘅自由民主係點樣嘅呢？咁呢個種族歧視嘅存在又有幾深呢？好想我同大家討論下，希望可以大家留言，然之後互相討論一下呢個情形係點樣啦。好，先多謝。
You want to walk up there with me? Yeah. You got one? Oh, in here? No, I think I got somebody bringing me a battery pack up here, but I got to go down there and see what's going on. Oh, yeah? Oh, you got to... See, I got the cord, and we've got 2 dead battery packs, but we got to walk up here. Thank you. Thank you. She found me. You tell Allie to come up here? I said if she wants to come up here and give me a battery pack, that she could, but I didn't recommend it. Okay. This is why you don't speculate, because I was totally wrong. Bro, you dropped your cigs.
Still feel my struggle and take my mind gone.
Por la autoridad del Departamento de Policía de Charlotte, yo declaro esta congregación ilegal y ordeno a todos los congregados a dispersarse inmediatamente. Deben salir de los alrededores inmediatamente. Si mantienen en los alrededores, ustedes están en violación de la ley. No importa cuál sea su propósito, ustedes se tienen que marchar. Si no se dispersan, pueden ser arrestados o expuestos a otra acción policíaca. Otra acción policíaca incluye el uso de fuerza física, el uso de agentes de control de disturbios y municiones no letales, los cuales pueden causar heridas a los que permanezcan aquí o en los alrededores. Dispérsense inmediatamente.
Allie's not going to be here. I'm not going to stay here until forever. But she's just now leaving her house. What's your plan?
I'm just going to record until my battery dies, and then we're done.
So should I tell her not to do that?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, we can't stay out here all night.
Even more police presence it looks like on motorcycles out there, Jeff, trying to secure the area.
Jordan is sending me some interesting things that I can't really say right now.
Out loud?
How many entrances they have. Ron, did you hear about all of these other departments that have now been brought in? We could possibly wind down into the night. This is escalation.
Shooting pepper balls.
We got hand sanitizer out here. We got masks on. Sometimes the killing of another black man pushes more precedent on others to forget social distancing.
All the police that had retreated are back. They're in front of the CVS now, walking toward the food line.
For one reason, I think, is because it's a more pertinent scene. It's something that they can really see and feel and know, as far as some people even just doubt coronavirus pandemic is real. Obviously it is. Check out our coverage on the coronavirus pandemic.
The police are now advancing on the crowd.
C-SCAN, C-SCAN. Been covering that from the start.
Haven't seen any tear gas. We haven't seen any flashbangs.
People are
they have shot pepper balls.
Rent relief, mortgage relief during this time of coronavirus pandemic.
They're coming up, making a line right here.
People are taking up in the parking lot cops everywhere. They thought the curfew was going to do anything. Obviously they were wrong.
So all of those police that retreated are now coming back to form a line in front of the food line.
連續示威，各位觀眾好。最新消息咧就係喺呢個遊行示威當中咧，警察咧已經開始用呢個催淚煙、胡椒球向示威者同埋開始咧係捕捉呢個示威者㗎啦。咁呢個情形大家都應該好熟悉㗎啦，喺香港已經發生咗好耐。我哋呢個直播最重要嘅就係希望能夠多啲人夠睇到香港呢個遊行示威警察做嘅方法，同埋而家美國遊行示威美國警察所做嘅一切，同香港警察對比之下係會係點呢？至於佢哋係點樣做法，你認為佢做得啱與唔啱呢？希望可以大家留言討論。暫時本台仲係試播中，所以技術上有好多嘢做得唔好嘅，希望大家多多包涵同埋多多指教。
All right, so now they're starting to advance the line, moving people back. They're holding because they can't walk through that car. Oh. They're still throwing stuff.
Thousands of people here in the street now, congregating in front of the 5th precinct. The 5th precinct is on 31st and Nicollet Avenue.
Pepper balls.
Here in Minneapolis on the south side. It's about 30 blocks from.
I think he's aiming right at me. I don't know.
3rd precinct.
Very rude.
Got besieged last night by the people and given up by the police. Can I lean on your car for a sec?
Don't call me names.
We've seen a lot of cross-cultural love, cross-sex, cross-gangs, sex, S-E-C-T-S, cross-gangs, cross-street organizations, across religions. There's been nothing but
more tear gas.
Seems to be more a conglomerated love for the community. I've heard so many people in the community say that they feel so much more safe and so much more better by being in the community with everybody, even if they're sort of at war with the police. And at war, you can see the last few days, it wasn't, there goes a bottle just broke a window up top. Some people are yelling at the persons who throw it.
That shit went off right underneath my foot. Fucking cocksuckers.
Who you on, man? How you doing? Good. Who you on? Who am I? My name is Nico. I'm part of Unicorn Right, independent media.
Whew, that was nuts. Sorry, didn't mean to get all mad there for a second. I just never had anybody throw a flashbang in my feet before. So it was startling. I'm sorry. My bad. Didn't mean to yell. Why am I walking away? Because they threw a flashbang in my feet and I got mad, so I had to back up a little bit. You're alright.
This is not a drug.
You can still see it.
Man, this is real shit. Fuck 12. Now we got free cones.
I don't like it. Woo! There goes a tear gas canister. You saw that. You saw them just underhand that tear gas up here. Here it is. Well, I'm not apologizing for getting flashbanged. I'm apologizing for getting mad. I'm just reporting on the news. That's all. I want to stay as long as I can, but I'm at 7%. Okay, hi Dustin. This isn't about you. Oh yeah. That's tear gas. They threw they threw a tear gas canister over there.
Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Fuck the police! Fuck the police!
All right, they're advancing on us again. They're yelling move back, except they're like 150 feet away. But I'm not getting hit with a flashbang again, so I am gonna move back.
On this side of the roof, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so officers on top.
There's another one. There's another one. Do that back. The pepper balls. We're retreating.
Right now, I do not know. You know?
Flashbang there.
I'm here. So I only
pepper balls.
So maybe like whatever. Sorry.
Well, that wasn't very cool. Well, that was aggressive. That was very aggressive. They did throw him back. Got video of it.
Why are you out here?
I lost my business partner though, and his phone's dead. So let me look around for him for a second.
We're gonna listen to the audio of a quick words from some North Star Health Collective folks. You want to talk about why you're out here, what it means to you all, and what North Star Health Collective is?
I'm with North Star Health Collective.
Matt Tyndall just bailed Braxton Winston out of jail.
North Star is this really awesome group of medical professionals.
Now they're shooting pepper balls. There are no protesters on that side of the street. Whatever.
Have like some type
whatsoever.
of medical background.
All the protesters are over here behind these cars, and they're still shooting pepper balls.
For activists, any type of like activist action, and it's just a way to bridge the gap between.
That's not necessary.
EMS and
broken glass. They're shooting pepper balls this way. I'm right in the middle of the street. I'd rather not be.
On our back, and then we can just do what we need in the moment.
A lot of emergency medical services can't necessarily be sent out into the thick of it, like we are right here. And so it's really important to have people who have some medical training who can help stabilize folks until they can get to the hospital or even just help take care of their injuries. To show you further care. We also help a lot of people walk tear gas out of their face. One of the big
What's some of the, have you all been out here for the last few days? What's some of the injuries, maybe some of the more severe injuries that you've seen?
I'm gonna come over there.
I haven't been out here overnight when most of the bad things happen, but I have heard of several head injuries.
Maybe. These people are driving like fucking maniacs out here.
剛才咧就畫面見到咧就係有好多人咧向警察嘅防線推進，而警察咧就大量放呢個胡椒球彈。有記者講咧，就算係多人聚集嘅地方或者冇人聚集嘅地方，佢哋都一樣係繼續咁樣施放呢個胡椒球彈嘅。咁佢嘅行為嘅係記者所謂相當之激進。好啦，講翻呢件事嘅起因呢，就係幾日前一位 George Floyd 嘅先生呢，係使用偽鈔嘅時候呢，被警察拘捕，而佢使用偽鈔嘅面額呢，就係一張20蚊嘅美金。咁喺被捕嘅時候，戴上手銬之後，被壓喺地上，就有3至4名嘅警察呢，用佢嘅大腿壓住佢。而當時呢，呢位 George Floyd 先生已經高聲呼叫，話佢唞唔到氣，但係警方繼續將佢壓喺地上。後來送去醫院之後不治，所以就引起咗咧好多人認為呢一個係種族歧視嘅行為。唔單止係美國嘅黑人覺得係咁樣，而好多白人都覺得美國呢個種族歧視根本從來冇消失過。喺美國耐不耐或者幾年，一定會有一次咁嘅事情發生，就係話黑人受到呢個不平等嘅待遇、種族嘅歧視，就係喺警方拘捕佢哋嘅時候所用嘅武力，通常都係過分嘅武力。好多時只一個係毆打，但係有好多情況之下係不合理，被警察開槍，致命嘅。咁呢個問題係唔會消失。以前咁多人走出嚟，就係代表咗好多人咧係對呢個種族歧視咧覺得引咎啦。當然，我哋呢個台唔會鼓勵人哋去做一啲犯法嘅事情。而我哋嘅宗旨只係想希望多啲人能夠睇得到喺遊行示威之中所發生嘅事情，相比下香港呢一年來所發生嘅遊行事件，警方喺唔同嘅國家用嘅方法係點樣，佢哋用嘅武力係點樣，所以好希望大家能夠咧將呢條片咧廣傳出去，嗌多啲朋友睇睇。起碼大家能夠有個比較，亦知道而家香港將來啊又要點樣行落去。喺呢度，我就想問問大家對種族歧視嘅睇法係點樣？你有冇經歷過咁樣嘅嘢呢？我自己身為一個華僑喺外國生活咗咁多年，我就好清楚種族歧視係存在嘅。我哋可以唔講，但係呢件事唔會走開。好啦，喺呢度。先講聲對唔住，因為本台咧仲係試播中，所以有好多技術上啊 嘅嘢咧，可能做得唔係咁好，希望大家原諒。我哋會繼續為大家直播，同埋如果有任何問題請留言或者討論。我哋呢一邊，我哋可以答得到嘅問題，我哋會盡量回答大家。多謝。
So that now it has twice the payload to orbit that we started out with. We can land and reuse the first stage in the fairing. Most importantly for today,
again, people are all here for George Floyd. George Floyd was the tipping point of 400 years.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of news outlets left out here either.
Genocide, chattel slavery, imperialism, colonialism. Police force used as slave catchers.
And just like them, we rely on
and the consistent killing of black men, black women, black people. With impunity, state-sanctioned killings continually happen in this country. The folks are looking for a way out.
No, I'm not saying I didn't expect them to not throw a flashbang at me. I just didn't appreciate it. Do you have a power bank on you?
I gotta get one of those spray bottles. I've been using this hand sanitizer that I have to put on my hand. And, you know, it's one of those things where... How you going? People are gathered in front of this. Again, there's a megaphone, and there hadn't been really megaphones at these protests yet. But today there's a megaphone. And this is what happens, like, it's interesting the effect of what megaphones do to protests and what, like, the semblance of a leader will do to a protest when there isn't really a semblance of a leader.
I left my power bank in the car.
People are just sort of able to do.
It's dead anyway.
When there is somebody with a speaker system or a megaphone, then they sort of take the attention of everybody. Or at least, or certain
right in the arm.
So, always an fuckers. Situation as to what happened.
So we're well over 100 feet away. They're still shooting pepper balls at us. You know, my eyes are getting itchy right now. My nose is getting like.
Talking about Laquan McDonald
now
right
the police are advancing across the street.
Killed by Chicago police
for God knows what reason.
Who will be out of prison very shortly.
So I understand because I was on the front lines every day organizing protests in Chicago.
Those sounded like gunshots. Come on. I'm pretty sure that we just heard legitimate gunshots.
Everybody around the country stands in solidarity. You know, right now, each and every one of you are setting a tone for peace in America. So make the Lord to y'all say.
Seems to be a fact.
Not totally sure what's going on here. It sounded like gunshots.
We even saw actions in Athens, Greece yesterday.
Flashbangs.
Across the world, there's been actions for George Floyd across the United States as well.
That was a very distinct sound that we hadn't heard yet. So I'm gonna go try and investigate before my phone dies.
Cause y'all killing our kind?
They're over there. They're still throwing tear gas. They're still shooting pepper balls. Logan, can you see anything from over there? No. All right, so they're just people back. I can't guarantee if they were actual gunshots, but they were. It was distinct.
So it is a bit of a showdown.
All of a sudden they found something on my heart. This is the gas all over around the country. We don't want George Floyd to go years and years and years not get justice. We want justice win. Justice wins. Justice wins. Justice wins.
Tomorrow's downtown.
And the only thing that they understand is when
law enforcement incidents like what happened between Floyd in Minneapolis that frightened his heart or someone
Let's start something on fire.
So many police officers really day in and day out.
human life matters. Human life matters.
So what it seems like happened is they advanced across the street to chase the people out that were here. They threw more tear gas. We definitely heard gunshots. It's the only thing that sounded like that this entire night. People are starting to spread out even more now. It's getting thinner and thinner. I'm sure people are tired. Yeah, I don't know what they were talking about. They were just talking. All right, the cops are starting to retreat from that line.
So we got folks from all over the country that are showing up in Minnesota still.
That was just some random dude. I don't know who that guy was. Setting stuff on fire. That's not going to make anything better.
We have not met George Floyd, but we felt like that could have been our brother. And that's how we were supposed to do. We not waiting until they get home. That was
yeah, they were like, oh, well, you know, these are owned by Muslims and stuff. So you don't know who owns these businesses. Just that's unnecessary. That's unruly.
Well, the guy who said that was defending them.
Well, either way, it's not a conversation that needs to be had. I'd like to know more about it.
It's a revolution.
But they definitely cleared everybody out of here. I'm not saying, oh, Allie's walking out. Yeah, much calmer.
You guys have not backed down.
There's really nothing happening anymore.
We will be out here. We will show
We got to be out at the protests all day tomorrow. Make sure.
I want to emphasize to each and every one of you out here.
There's 1 and 3. I don't know if they're any later in the day. I just know of the 1 and 3.
A young person from New York just speaking got interrupted as people said the gas station's on fire, so we gotta move down.
The police station where it started at is probably a half mile down that way. It's 1118 Beatty's Ford Road. We're not close to it anymore. It's pretty far away. There are scattered protests throughout Uptown tomorrow, throughout the middle of the day. You're just gonna have to find them on Facebook.
Y'all killing too many of y'all folks. Y'all know that shit. I can't breathe.
iPhone 11. Good battery. I'm at 2% though, so.
大家好啊，歡迎嚟到我哋呢個頻道。呢個頻道咧就係試播中嚇，所以好多嘅技術上咧可能做得唔好嘅，希望大家唔好見怪。先講翻啊，呢件事今日點解美國會發生呢個遊行示威呢？就喺幾日前有位先生叫做 George Floyd， 佢因為呢次病情之下失業，喺幾日前呢，佢係行使使用呢個偽鈔嘅時候呢，俾警察拘捕嘅。當時佢使用嘅偽鈔只得20蚊美金。佢俾拘捕之後呢，就戴上手銬，就壓喺地上。當時呢，有唔同嘅影片呢影到呢，呢位先生呢，呢位黑人呢，係俾幾個警察用呢個大髀呢壓喺地下。可能呢，其中有警察呢壓到佢呢係唞唔到氣，所以佢高聲呼叫 Icantbreathe， 即係我唞唔到氣。呢個呢，亦變成咗呢次遊行示威嘅口號，就係叫做我唞唔到氣。再講翻少少歷史，就係喺美國呢個種族歧視存在嘅社會入邊，黑人係首當其衝嘅，因為黑人當年俾英國人喺非洲捉去美國度奴隸，而美國佢哋係貢獻過好多嘅，而喺現今嘅社會，佢哋都仲依然唔夠得到同等嘅待遇。其實喺社會已經有一個好深嘅裂痕，往往幾年呢就會有一次同樣嘅事情發生，就係有黑人喺被捕時候受到唔平等嘅待遇，小事嘅就係俾人亂打，喺大件事嘅情形之下就係俾警察喺唔合理嘅條件之下開槍被殺。咁呢一次嘅暴動亦唔單單只係呢個種族歧視嘅關係，而係美國嘅經濟近呢個疫情之下亦倒退咗好多，使到令到好多人呢根本係失業嘅。咁佢哋對政府嘅不滿，呢次就大家睇到佢哋點樣去出街嚟表達佢嘅不滿啦。最重要一樣嘢，我哋嘅初心點解會做呢個直播，就係希望能夠呢多啲人將而家美國所發生嘅遊行示威同香港嘅遊行示威對比一下，就睇睇喺外國啊嚇，喺咁嘅情形之下，警察政府會對啲示威者係點樣呢？而香港嘅示威者所受到嘅待遇又係點呢？兩者之下相比一下，個分別喺邊度？至於你話邊方面會做得啱，邊方面做得錯嘅，呢一點就留翻俾大家去討論啦。而我哋只希望能夠多啲人去睇到個分別，所以麻煩大家可以嘅話，就將呢條片 而家我哋嘅直播廣傳出去，希望多啲人能夠睇到真真正正呢1分鐘喺美國發生到咩嘢情形。至於其他嘅事情就係最新嘅消息就係警察已經多次釋放呢個催淚煙㗎啦。亦有人呢好似話聽到有槍聲，但暫時就未能證實。至於其他嘅發生嘅事情，就係有多次有人呢就向警察防線呢就開始推進，而警察亦大量施放呢個胡椒球彈，有些記者一樣同時中招。咁有些記者亦話呢，警察呢次咁樣開槍呢個胡椒球嘅方法呢係有啲激憤嘅。因為喺某個情形之下呢，唔多示威者或者冇示威者嘅群眾入邊，佢都照樣係施放呢個胡椒球嘅。咁呢個做法啱與對，我哋唔去評論啦，翻俾大家去評論啦。我哋會陸續去做我哋嘅旁述，但係有做得唔好嘅地方，希望大家能夠指點，或者閣下想再知多啲關於呢件事嘅因由或者係發展，希望大家多多留言，咁我哋會盡量去解答，希望大家支持。
Just getting a couple people that maybe stray away from the larger group and wander up on the freeway to protest up there, and then we have a vehicle traveling at over 65 miles an hour collide with these individuals. I mean, that would be worst case scenario, and obviously nobody wants that.
Yeah, I think your comments really reflect what Chief Shield said earlier
and
tonight.
Officer Franson, thank you for joining us. This is Kate Larson. We're watching video from earlier about 8:20 when that happened, when what you're describing played out. But it was inches, maybe a foot, and before these.
Check. Thank you all for joining us. Nico from Nico Right. Appreciate the views, appreciate the support that you all have given us out here on the streets and out there on the internet. We do our best to try to bring the voices of the people, the voices of the community to the world. That's essentially our mission, bringing context and exposing the root causes of social and environmental struggles. And we've seen and heard a ton of context around the around the social struggles that folks in Minneapolis are facing. Got that nice one. Is it heavy? Got that nice one. Somebody's flying a drone. A bunch of media's out today. Seems like a lot of media came in from out of town these last 2 days, as expected. Somebody's flying a drone. A bunch of media's out today. Seems like a lot of media came in from out of town these last 2 days, as expected. The people are reacting to that drone. These folks are. Oh, sorry. The people are reacting to that drone. I'm going to try to speak in a megaphone, but that helicopter is way too loud. So I guess if you're super close, you can probably hear it. I'm going to try to speak in a megaphone, but that helicopter is way too loud.
Getting around because, trust me, they're watching us. They're angry. They're infiltrating in the movement. They want to make sure that they get us back in what we're doing. So there's going to be, when we talk about a revolution, getting around, because believe they're going to fight back. We have to love and we have to protect each other. We have to love and we have to protect each other. They launched a suspicious investigation into us. Just know, these folks are not going to go. They're going to fight back without causing more bloodshed. So please protect each other, look after each other, especially as you go home and moving around. They're not moving alone. If you don't know a person, I would give a person by themselves. You walk with them and not going to their car, but you didn't get to where they're going. Don't leave each other. We have to live together.
大家好，回顧下發生到現在嘅事情先。喺多笪地方呢，示威者高聲向警察講唔好開槍，唔好開槍。而好多群眾呢，就呼籲大家呢要小心。咁都有好多警察處呢，就受到呢個示威者嘅襲擊。而警方呢，亦開始呢使用佢哋嘅所有嘅武器，例如催淚煙啊、胡椒頭彈啊，開始驅散人群。但係相信人群暫時呢係唔會退讓嘅。咁喺呢度都係一聲希望個人都係安全啦。咁啊講翻我哋呢個頻道點解會做呢個直播，就係希望能夠喺香港或者世界各地嘅華人喺一個對比之下，睇下喺唔同 國家產生呢個遊行示威之下，警方嘅做法係點樣呢？因為香港警察俾人抹黑得太耐啦。呢一次美國嘅示威遊行，我哋唔係幸災樂禍，我哋唔係想見到佢發生，但係發生咗就係一個好嘅比較。希望各位觀眾能夠推薦呢條片俾多啲朋友去睇下，或者而家 share 你個 link 俾朋友，等大家可以對比一下喺遊行示威之下，喺唔同嘅國家、唔同嘅地方，佢哋採用嘅方法係點樣，咁樣可以大家做一個對比。至於呢件事嘅發生，再氹氣都要講一講啦。就因為喺幾日前，一位 Floyd 先生喺呢個疫情之下失業咗，佢就使用呢個偽鈔，而偽鈔數量唔係講緊幾萬啊幾千，而係一張20蚊嘅美金。咁佢就俾警方拘捕，上咗手銬之後壓喺地上。咁有多名嘅警察呢，就用呢個大髀呢，就壓喺佢個背脊上邊。當時呢，旁邊呢有好多人已經錄到影片呢，就係話呢位 Floyd 先生呢喺度嗌緊 Icantbreathe， 就係我唞唔到氣，我唞唔到氣。而呢句説話就變咗呢呢次遊行示威嘅口號，亦好多人話黑人都有佢嘅生存嘅權利嘅。而呢個種族歧視喺美國已經深深咧喺度好多年，或者應該有幾百年。黑人唔係佢自己選擇去美國嘅，係當年英國政府喺非洲將黑人捉咗賣去美國當奴隸。而呢批黑人對美國嘅歷史上嘅貢獻實在係好多嘅，但係到今時今日，佢哋都仲未能夠得到佢哋應該有嘅平等。喺呢一方面，唔止喺黑人裏邊嘅覺得唔平等，而係好多白人都覺得呢個政府對黑人嗰種唔平等嘅待遇係一件唔好嘅事。呢一次觸發咗呢個遊行示威，又可以證明到喺每個國家其實都有佢自己深刻嘅問題，係唔係咁容易解決嘅。好啦，咁就我哋本台都講咗啦，我哋嘅初心就係希望能夠多啲人能夠了解呢個世界喺唔同嘅地方都發生緊好多唔同嘅事情，同埋攞嚟可以對比一下香港而家所發生嘅事情。希望大家將呢條片推廣出去啦，多謝大家。
Across the street right now, I see there's like a tractor thing on fire, like the things they use for construction, and then I see people breaking into this Costco antique store. But I hope that they realize that on top there's a unicorn riot. I hope that they realize that.
That was super cute. We just saw you miss it.
Signs near the church on fire.
I saw the signs near church and things that were like, hey, don't burn this, don't burn this.
Unicorn right on. I hope that they.
We're on Twitter at ur.ninja.
Follow me at Nelly_Nell, NELLIEEE_NELL. Nelly Nell.
You heard the speaker earlier.
What's the deadline after tonight? You want at ur.ninja.
大家好啊！有觀眾問我而家美國嘅情形係點樣？我只係話俾大家聽咧，你哋所睇到畫面咧，唔係美國一個城市嚇，呢個喺美國好多個唔同嘅州份、唔同嘅城市咧，係同時發生呢個遊行示威嘅。咁每個城市嗰個嚴重性當然唔同啦。但係最重要嘅一樣嘢就係佢哋覺得 佢哋唔出嚟發聲呢，呢個種族歧視嘅事情就唔會過去嘅。所以希望大家慢慢留意睇下先啦。咁再有咩新嘅消息呢，我哋會陸續咧去同大家講解嘅。但係始終都係因為本頻道仲係試播中，如果有咩技術啊或者係音質上做得唔好啊，或者旁述上做得唔好嘅，希望大家多多見諒。
No, thank you for watching. Is this going to be uploaded anywhere? I'm live, I'm live, no, but this is a really cool opportunity. Thank you. I hope y'all was hearing me. I hope y'all was listening to me. Because this is a real matter. Things keep going down in history. This is a real deal. Okay, this is real deal shit, motherfuckers. For real. Real motherfucking deal. You heard it first from me. I hope y'all was listening to me.
Be prepared. It's going to be really exceptional. I believe. We're going to try to spotlight some of the stories of these mothers and some of these mothers that are watching. Thank you all for allowing Newport Ride to document your story. It's going to be a story of your loved ones. We heard from Kimberly Jones earlier today at 4 o'clock in the morning at the site of 22nd and Lake Street. The National Guard helped firefighters put out a fire. He spoke with us for about 20-30 minutes about some of the things Kimberly Jones earlier. That was about the 4 a.m. stream this morning. So go check that out if you want to hear from Kim Handy Jones. We've been covering Cordell Handy's death since he was killed in 2017 by St. Paul Police. And since then, I think 2016, one of those days. And since then, thank you, bro. Since then, Kim Handy has put on a Remember Me banquet, which has actually, again, like I said, allowed for the community to build. Since then, we grieve. I think 2016. So one of those. And since then, again, stay aware for that. We at Unicorn Ride try to focus a lot on which inviting the community's voice, providing stories that are normally untold.
In Blaisdell, and there was maybe 60, 70 law enforcement there. They were shooting people. What kind of violence has happened here tonight that you've seen? Not violence. Violence against people of color. You want to say anything? BLM church.
Uprisings across the country.
Thanks for talking to us. Check out Unicorn Ride. Yeah, they mentioned this. Thanks for talking to us.
The Georgia governor just came out. So right now, if y'all want to know what city is turning up just as bad as we are, it's Atlanta. Shout out to everybody in Georgia. Y'all right here set the tone. Y'all right here set the tone right now, Minnesota. What city is y'all right here set the tone as we are? Y'all right here set the tone. Be proud of yourselves.
大家好啊！喺畫面呢，大家應該見到呢，好多群眾呢就越嚟越闖入一個高峰嘅狀態啦。而大家聽到群眾所嗌嘅 Justiceforfloyd 就係呢次遊行示威起源嘅人物。咁至於 Floyd 係邊個呢？ Floyd 就係喺幾日前一位黑人。喺呢個疫情之下呢，佢就係失咗業，而使用呢個偽鈔就被呢個警方拘捕嘅。咁佢使用偽鈔嘅數目呢，就係張20蚊美金。咁被拘捕之後呢，佢戴上手銬就壓喺地下，然後呢，係有群眾嘅影片影到呢，有多名嘅警察3至4人呢，就將佢壓喺地上，用佢嘅大髀，用佢腿。咁當時咧，呢位 Floyd 先生咧，就已經高聲呼叫過好多次，佢係唞唔到氣 ，Icantbreathe。咁呢句説話咧，亦形成咗咧係呢次遊行示威嘅口號。目前到而家咧，已經有多個州份城市咧有呢個遊行示威嘅事情㗎啦。而警察陸續亦開始向呢個遊行示威咧發出呢個對抗㗎啦。喺多個地方咧已經有使用過呢個催淚煙、胡椒球彈。咁睇落去咧，今晚呢個事情亦唔會咁快完結嘅，因為人群心目中已經對呢個種族歧視咧係相當之憎恨。唔單止係黑人方面嘅團體不滿，連好多白人亦知道喺社會上黑人係暫時都未得到一個相同嘅待遇，所以令到好多人呢走出街去同佢哋一齊遊行同埋示威嘅。咁好啦，咁本台只希望呢多啲人能夠睇到而家美國所發生嘅事情，而唔係話幸災樂禍話佢有一個咁美麗嘅風景線發生，對我哋嚟講就係好，而係希望多啲人能夠睇得到呢。而家美國如果係遊行示威，警察政府係點樣做呢？香港遊行示威咗1年，香港警察嘅做法又係點樣呢？至於錯與對，呢個就係留翻觀眾你哋自己去討論啦。我哋只係希望能夠讓多啲人睇得到真實嘅事情。咁希望能夠你將而家所嘅直播 share 出去或者嗌朋友嚟睇下，等佢能夠真可以比較下，究竟而家美國遊行示威發生嘅事情對比下，同我哋香港有乜分別呢？多謝大家。
You know, everyone's been super nice, everyone's been super peaceful, they're just people protesting against what's been happening. That's all that's been happening. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm so happy it's been happening. Like, people have needed to stand up for themselves. Come on, y'all. Haters! talk shit about uniform.
Celebratory fireworks.
God damn, this is wild.
For the people's up.
We're going to talk about this for the next 30 years.
People are looking for change.
Yeah, I live in Minneapolis.
They don't want third-degree murder. It's beyond that.
Yeah. The riots are literally outside of our houses. Like the holiday, 2 blocks away from our house got raided, and we just really support the cause. George Floyd shouldn't have died. This is ridiculous right now. Like, I can't believe this is happening. This is something I never thought I'd see in my entire life. Yes.
What,
yes.
I
think it's great. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen to the 3 officers, but like, it definitely needed to happen. It didn't happen as fast as it should have.
I got breaking news, everybody.
Here goes meds, medicals.
This just happened.
Justice, I got no idea, but I just hope this is gonna change what it's trying to change right now. Like, I have nothing to say. I'm honestly speechless. Like, the amount of people out here have been amazing. Everyone's been super great. Like, no one, I had 0 problems out here. Yeah, no problem. I feel like most of the people out here are young. Like, I've seen a lot of people out here around my age. So, like, we're just trying to make sure that that's all. Thank you so much for having me.
Got to go to jail. Even his wife knows that ain't the type of man that she needs to be with. Hey, y'all, look at what y'all done. Y'all be proud of yourselves. We set the tone, and this is a revolution. When I say this ain't a riot, say this a revolution. This ain't a riot. 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 Come on, y'all. Now.
The fire department is protecting Metro Transit building. In the distance in the background.
So we want, since she divorced her husband, we would like for Kelly Sharman to, first of all, come on out here and stand on the front lines with us.
From my understanding, the wife that they're talking about is Tu Tao's sister. Tu Tao was the officer who was standing beside and not getting his partner off of George Floyd.
To one of the other officers, she must disown him. And it was her brother, right? The other officer was her brother. So we must make sure that she disowned him, and those other officers need to be charged. People are waking up, y'all, all over. People are waking up. And it's because folks like you guys are standing together in unity. And that is exactly what it's about. I love each and every one of you. I look at each and every one of you as my brothers and my sisters. Because we right here, we fighting together. We in this war together. We in this war together. White, black, religion is Christian or Muslim. I don't care what you are. We all in this together, y'all. And I'm so close. I feel so close to all y'all, and I feel safe with each and every one of y'all. Because we are safe when we together. Say, we are safe when we together. Say, we safe when we together. I don't care how many officers they put out here, National Guard, State Patrol, bring Donald Trump ass out of here. Ain't nobody gonna stop us when we together. Nobody. Say, nobody can stop us. 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 Now we need the Kelly Sharman just divorce them. We need this system. We need this system to divorce all of these white supremacist killers. If you're a police chief around this country, you need to step up and say, if you're an officer and you agree with what he did, you need to get off my police force. We need folks to step up and start weeding out all these white supremacists that have hate in their hearts and they use it in action in our communities. They knew that they didn't like us. They knew that they hated us, but they came in our community. They signed up to be police just to brutalize us. It's time to weed this out and have some real reform and real legislation that's going to change things in our communities, y'all. It's time to police the police. Say police the police. Police the police. Say police the police. Police the police. Police the police. Police the police. And that's what we're doing right here. So they can't even come off their roof. They can't even come down here with us. Y'all supposed to be the police. Well, guess who got the power now? We got the power. Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Say we got the power. We got the power. Say we got the power. We got the power. Say we got the power. We got the power. Say we got the power. We got the power. Look at somebody on your left that you don't even know and say we got the power. We got the power. Say we got the power. We got the power. We got the power. We got the power. Say we got the power. We got the power. Come on, y'all. We got the power, y'all. Make some noise. Make some noise. All right, how that gas station doing, y'all? I can't see it with the sound right here. How that gas station doing?
So we're here on 31st and Nicollet Ave. A lot of these folks that were speakers are actually like from Chicago, from out of town. They sort of controlled the crowd, gave really good rundown of all the cities that are happening right now, cities that are having protests, and being a part of the uprising that has gone nationwide and even global at this point. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? You want to talk? No. Okay. Jesus. It's been a minute. I gotta get back up with you, man. All right. Thank you.
Sorry to check that. Until then, we're gonna have to run a little down right there, kind of saying, I'm not sure that's
The crowd is still pretty big out here.
not giving any fans as far as right now. Yes, I love you, man.
I am, yes. Hello, how you doing? Hi.
I was down there last night with Johnson, and they should have I grew up 5
We do apologize if you are picking up.
She was there for days because she should have been following us for 5 years, but that's okay.
I understand that. I got 5 years going. I understand that.
Hey, exactly. Better late than never.
She done hit my city and y'all here.
Right.
I don't know where y'all are.
大家好啊！現在嘅進展呢，就係發生到呢呢個遊行示威呢，已經發展到喺美國嘅好多個不同嘅市，而好多市長呢已經出嚟呢向大家講解啦，希望所有示威遊行嘅人呢能夠保持冷靜。但係喺影片上呢，大家已經見到呢，所有示威嘅人士嘅情緒已經高漲。喺好多地方呢已經開始有縱火嘅事情，暫時呢警方仲唔可以控制場面嘅，但係後期呢係唔會排除出呢個美國國家應該係國民後備軍嚟幫呢個警察執法嘅。咁至於暴力嘅事情應該會陸續發生嘅。呢啲事情希望呢就唔會發生得太厲害啦，因為某方面邊邊有人受傷都係對社會唔好嘅，對世界唔好。本台點解做呢個直播就係希望能夠多啲人睇到呢個世界地方發生嘅事情，你睇個借鏡呢。俾好多我哋睇到香港呢一年來所發生嘅示威，警察所用嘅方法係點樣，同而家美國所發生嘅遊行示威，希望大家能夠呢將呢條片呢轉達俾其他多啲人去睇下，希望大家能夠呢有個比較。喺呢度我哋係仲係試播中，所以好多技術仲做得唔好，希望大家多多包涵。好， 我哋會陸續旁述。如果再有咩新嘅事情發生呢，我哋會陸續咧去講解。如果有觀眾想再知多啲呢件事嘅背景，或者係有咩唔明嘅地方，可以留言俾我哋會盡量將你嘅問題解答。之前呢，有朋友問過觀眾問我呢，中國中央電視台有冇開直播過？咁我就中國嗰方面我唔清楚，但係喺外國嘅中國頻道呢係有直播過呢個遊行示威嘅。好啦，咁呢度慢慢再同大家講解啦，暫時停先。
And it's happening because it started here in Minneapolis. Yeah. Is not something
it's about that time, guys. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you.
So
I'm trying to give y'all the best content I can, but they do have 200 to fit. They got 500 boots on the ground right now, right? And if they had contained other areas already, they're gonna start coming this way with all those troopers, all the troops. You know what I'm saying? They got the National Guard out here, so. I think I'm gonna call this one. I'm gonna call this one tonight. But we're gonna stay live though.
It's driving this, but at this point, people are fed up with everything. We're fed up with fucking being poor. We're fed up.
Stay live.
Like Minneapolis.
Oh yeah, my fault, y'all.
Has some of the most extreme racial and class.
Stay out here.
Like,
man, we gotta wait at least till they goddamn show up, huh?
In this city, like
whatever, huh?
Just racial police terror,
you know, man, we gotta stay out here maybe a little longer.
All of it. We're tired of being poor. Like, we're tired of living this way. So, like, Floyd sparked it and is driving it, and we're out here remembering him, but, like, people are ready to see it all come down.
1,000 people in, like, look what I'm doing right now. I'm out here live streaming for y'all in the middle of a riot.
There's tags out here, too. Like, people are putting together all the big picture shit. And I don't think people want to stop anytime soon. This will keep going. Yeah. You'll need that. It's gonna be a long night.
Like 2 hours a night. Yeah. Thank you so much for the words.
Yeah, yeah.
Insightful. You all take care.
You too? Yes.
We hear some smashies going on. We hear some smashies going on in the background. The unfortunate thing is they just smashed up the graffiti piece that was just made. I didn't get a chance to properly document it. So now we have the nighttime where people are sort of just allowed autonomously to be their own person. A big old firework. I know. Hey, yo. I went over there to document. I was like, no.
Yeah, just fucking.
It was nice too, man. The painter, the artist of this piece, was like, oh man, I just painted this whole piece. And it got smashed up. The store's already cleared out. Looks like they're trying to start it on fire. People are going in and out of these stores for sure. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm Nico. Good to meet you.
We're looking to stir stuff up, but
We've already spent our
the
drinks
group
now.
as a whole has been peaceful.
Fancy meeting you here.
Oh shit.
Look, we're hanging out. Look, we're hanging out.
大家好啊！喺呢度首先要聲明一件事，就係本台係唔會用任何嘅粗語或者我哋希望我保持一個理性嘅討論下咧，去睇呢件事。所以如果係有留言係唔正確嘅，大 贊成，希望大家繼續。
Sixth and Broadway. The department suffer from fakeism, nigga. And like they ain't killing niggas like they ain't killing niggas, man. The police out here really dropping bodies.
Nah, I think they're rubber bullets.
You really think they would have
The store window right here. Guys about to open the store.
Hey, y'all fucked up on what y'all did. Straight up. I know what y'all did.
Innocent businesses, small business.
And we see that shit. And we see that shit.
Everything comes at a cost.
You see that shit. The niggas gonna say, you see that shit, all right? No more of that shit. That's what's happening.
Don't go down.
No more racism. Don't go down.
Don't go down that way. Don't go that way.
Racism shit, bro.
Don't go down that way.
We'll change it like that officer first degree. Done. All four of them. Guilty by association.
This doesn't just come around. Essentially what they do is they just keep moving people around. They push people from one block to another.
We're some thugs. We look like some thugs here. He look like a thug. Red fucking bandana. Yo, we ain't no fucking thugs. We here for one fucking reason. George fucking Floyd. They should never killed that man in fucking vain. Now they want to blame it on that because he acting out. No, y'all kill one of us. One for all. Fuck what you talking about. One for all.
It's important to see what's going on.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to my homie Big Kid Sid. I know he's watching. Fuck 12. Fuck the justice system. We out here. Fuck 12. Hey, Nico, you doing alright? You doing the good shit here.
Thank you. Instincts are to go the other way, but
A lot of shit's going on out here.
for the sake of
Door,
documentation.
somebody else was throwing rocks, somebody else had a skateboard. All the panes of
No,
glass are
as far as some people are even just about coronavirus pandemic. Obviously, it is. Check out our covers on the coronavirus
Daniel, to
pandemic.
answer your question,
Unicorn Riot, that
Yeah,
interest.
the cops
C-SPANs.
walked in on all
out
sides.
hard
It's a good
that
question. I
Hispanic
can go
class
to the other side.
Been covering that from the
heavily
start.
scattered.
It's basically covering actions.
No, I don't think
Good on
Pressing for
Looks like, doesn't look like
rent
it's
relief
really well.
police
Again,
block
feather
over
white
there. Yeah,
top.
I'm not sure about
I haven't seen one
during this time of coronavirus
arresting
pandemic.
anyone. Yeah, that was fucked up. That's a shame to see it. In Mankato, but it's just, I don't really have words for it. It's just wanton destruction, and it's just the dynamics of the way crowds are so
Why aren't people going that way? Why aren't people going that way?
turn like they used to. Right?
Yeah.
You guys saw it. Cheering. Cheering is like not everyone. Large cheering when the first people started to break those panes glass. People are.
I don't want to. They keep fogging up because I'm wearing a mask. So
but they're not going to be.
right now, I'm not getting too close to the rubber bullets.
Shopping at Target tonight. Yeah, I think this.
I think it might be because the building we were trying to get to is the police station, and it's directly behind them. So I think that was the relevance of being there. I don't think we were just trying to walk anywhere. I think we were trying to directly stand in front of that building, which they are now blocking.
Here we go.
They keep saying they
The police start to show aggression, and then this is what happens. Every single time. Every single time.
Tear gas fired. I have not heard any sound of 40 millimeters cans going off, anything like that. I really don't think there is tear gas. I think there's just smoke from
And these people were doing nothing.
People are moving back and forth. Again, the vast majority of people have dispersed.
大家好啊！喺畫面見到咧，起火最嚴重嘅地方就係明尼蘇達州嘅明尼亞波利斯。咁點解呢個城市起火係最重要咧？就係其實係呢件事嘅起 恩嘅地方。喺幾日前就因為一位黑人嘅先生叫 Floyd 俾警方拘捕嘅時候壓落地下，綁上手扣之後，用幾個警察用佢嘅大髀咧壓落呢位先生嘅背脊上邊，令到佢唞唔到氣。後期咧就送到醫院之後咧就不幸逝世。好多人認為咧呢個係一個種族歧視嘅行為，亦係警方咧過用武力嘅事咧令到呢件事發生嘅。而家喺美國有好多個不同嘅州份或者城市咧，好似啱啱喺呢個鳳凰城咧已經開始咧有新嘅遊行示威。睇落去咧，今晚咧或者喺美國時間啦，今日咧呢個事情唔會咁容易咧就解散嘅，因為所有嘅示威人士啊、遊行嘅人士嘅情緒已經好高漲。因為佢覺得呢個種族歧視嘅問題實在存在太耐，唔單止係黑人覺得呢件事係嚴重，而好多白人喺美國一樣係唔會支持呢個種族歧視嘅。咁至於繼續點樣發展落去，同埋警察係會再點樣升級佢哋嘅武力呢？咁我哋遲啲咧再會向大家講解。
I think the crowd is done. I'll head back out towards the entrance of the mall parking lot and see what's going on. That's unfortunate to see that there is the will to do that. I think the cop just ordered I think that was the cop over the megaphone to leave, so I'm going to move. Hey,
There's more tear gas.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I came back out here because I didn't.
Tear gas. Oh, that's smart. People came with like hoses or something to. Please stop saying all lives matter. It's extremely racist. Wrong, and it's just, yeah.
That's racist. Fuck him. We out this bitch. We ain't together, man. Hey, man, tell me that. Hold on. We got good smoke on deck, too, man. This is not a drug. We got this from the earth, man. This is real shit. Fuck 12. Now we got free cones, now free gas. Hey, no, too. Pay for that shit. Come on. I know you trying to get what you trying to get, man?
They're throwing them really far now. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, that's awesome. They have this. They're using something that is making it not work or something. Police are moving a little bit closer.
Occupants of 777 Broadway exit the building now. If you do not do so, you may be arrested or subject to removal by force if necessary, which may result in serious injury. Section 409 of the Penal Code prohibits remaining present at an unlawful assembly. If you
police are coming towards us.
On this side of the roof, see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so officers on top. Right now, I do not know.
For those who have just tuned in.
That's tear gas. We're in Oakland, California. The police are coming towards us slowly now.
They literally got a line.
You can see them behind the fog.
Shoulder to shoulder. About
They are walking quickly towards us and spraying tear gas. Wow.
In case you don't know what fuck 12 means, the acronym All Cops Are Bastards, if you line up each letter with the number, ACAB 1312, you get 12, fuck 12, fuck the place.
Oh my god.
Folks are immediately shooting fireworks.
We're going to listen to the audio of a quick words from some North Star Health Collective folks. You want to talk about why you're out here, what it means to you all, and what North Star Health Collective is?
I'm with North Star Health Collective, I'm a nurse, and
I didn't know that Holy Trinity
is
burned down.
this really awesome group of medical professionals in their actual life, and then other people who have like some type of medical background that provide first aid and food safety for activists, any type of like activists.
係大家新嚟嘅觀眾，你哋好啊！畫面見到嘅遊行示威騷亂，對好多人嚟講已經唔係陌生啦。但係呢一次嘅騷亂遊行示威唔係發生喺香港，而喺美國。而單單唔係淨係美國一個城市，今日香港嘅時間，美國已經有多個嘅州、多個城市咧出咗呢個遊行示威。咁個數量人數亦相當之多。有記者話，可能今晚呢，或者今日稍後呢，美國會更加多嘅城市呢，會有人加入呢個遊行示威嘅行列。咁新入嚟嘅觀眾，我都要解釋一下，今次呢，呢個事件點解會發生嘅。喺幾日前呢，一位叫 Justiceforfloyd 嘅先生，一位黑人喺呢次疫情之下失業。咁佢就使用偽鈔被警察捉嘅，但係佢使用偽鈔嘅數量係一張20蚊嘅美金。咁佢被警察捉咗之後呢，就雙手背後上咗手扣，就俾警察推落地下。咁之後呢，有幾名嘅警察呢，就用佢嘅大髀呢，就壓住佢，令到佢呢高聲呼叫話透唔到氣。咁後期送去醫院，又不幸呢就病逝。咁樣呢，好多人認為呢，呢個警察呢係用咗過分嘅武力，而且因為佢係一個黑人，所以呢係一種種族嘅歧視。咁形成到呢，好多人為呢位 Justiceforfloyd 先生不忿，所以就舉行咗呢次咁大規模嘅遊行示威。咁最主要呢，就係本來唔係話想幸災樂禍美國所發生嘅事，而係呢一次呢係一個好好嘅機會呢，令到好多人呢，或者全球世界嘅華人都睇到，或者特別是香港嘅人睇到，喺一個遊行示威之下，喺唔同嘅國家，佢哋嘅警察或者政府會點樣對呢啲示威者呢？所以希望大家呢能夠廣傳一下 share 而家個直播呢俾你嘅朋友，等佢哋呢能夠可以呢喺即時呢見到而家美國所發生嘅遊行示威嘅情形係點樣呢？對比下我哋香港所發生咗一年裏邊嘅遊行示威，所警察所做嘅嘢有冇違規呢？係咪真係跟住國際法而行呢？呢一點至於係與唔係，就 就留翻俾大家去討論啦。但係最重要一樣嘢就係希望能夠多啲人能夠睇到個分別或者同點啦。我哋會陸續咧係旁述嘅，但係因為咧始終本台仲係試播中，有好多技術上啊或者音質上咧會做得唔好，包括旁述上仲唔係踏入一個好好嘅層次，希望大家原諒。至於係有咩問題或者有咩嘢想知多啲呢一件事嘅背景呢，可以留言，我哋會盡量解答。首先多謝大家，我會繼續嚟旁述。
We're bringing more orange bear seeds.
People have entered into there goes. Quite easily known. See that happen.
Sounds like a war zone. I mean, it is. Definitely picking up speed.
Again, people are out here for George Floyd. George Floyd was tipping points of 400 years of genocide, chattel slavery, imperialism, colonialism.
Awesome.
Police force used as slave catchers.
Looks like people are blocking the streets with their own cars.
Black men, black women, black peoples.
Which is awesome.
With impunity. State-sanctioned killings continually happen in this country.
We're in Oakland, California.
Yeah, please. You gotta get one of those spray bottles. I've been using this hand sanitizer that I have to put on my hand. And, you know, it's one of those things where... How you doing? Nico. Again, there's a megaphone. There hadn't been really megaphones that different at these protests yet. Today there's a megaphone. And this is what happens. Like, it's interesting the effect of what megaphones do to protests and what like the semblance of a leader will do to protests when there isn't really a semblance of a leader.
Love the fact that people putting barricades up.
Talking about LaQuan McDonald right now. Killed by Chicago police officer Jason Van Dyke. The big old brother.
One of the skateboard dude out here with a whole lot of
We're going to go to the other side of the street. Where we going to go?
I can feel the tear gas again.
We're just going to try to get to it. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Across the world, there's been action for George Floyd, across the United States as well.
I got a little bit of the tear gas, but that don't bother me.
Alright, so they're basically just, I guess, surrounding people, not just here.
I agree that good people protect protesters. There's a lot of people out here doing that. People on motorcycles, people in their cars. Honestly, I wish there was a lot more I could be doing right now.
They started shooting tear gas. We'll go there and leave. I'm just going to step to this pole just to get a quick video of that. I'm just going to step right here and get the video of that.
大家好啊！剛才畫面咧已經見到咧，有好多地方咧有示威者咧進行呢個搶掠㗎啦。咁最新加入呢個遊行示威嘅城市就係皇城，而警察喺好多個城市咧就夠人手咧咁好多地方咧都有火嘅事發生，而最激烈嘅地方就係明尼阿波利斯呢個城市喺呢個明尼蘇達州嘅。咁呢度咧應該就係最緊要嘅一個城市㗎啦。當地嘅人最不滿嘅就係因為喺幾日前，Floyd呢位先生，呢位黑人嘅先生，喺使用偽鈔嘅時候俾警察捉到，但係佢使用偽鈔嘅數量只係一張20蚊紙。咁佢就俾警察捉咗之後咧，就背後上咗手扣， 之後
You're
搭
right,
飛
Kevin.
機
This
上。
isn't just about Georgia.
當時有唔同嘅角度影到咧，就唔係一個警察，而係幾個警察用佢大炮
In
去
Oakland,
呢位
California.
Mr. George Floyd 嘅身上嘅背後，導致咧佢係唞唔到氣。佢曾經咧多次咧嗌出嚟話 Icantbreathe， 我係唞唔到氣，我係唞唔到氣。而呢句説話咧就變成咗呢次遊行示威嘅動據。喺佢被捕之後咧，佢唞唔到氣，就送到醫院。但係喺醫院咧，佢就不幸過世啦。咁好多人咧就喺影片見到咧，就係警察用咗過分嘅武力，而當時在場嘅警察都係白人，而且咧好多人認為呢件事係一個種族嘅歧視，因為美國尤其是對黑人嘅種族歧視已經有幾百年歷史㗎啦。到咗今日，黑人喺美國都唔能夠有相同嘅地位，而多數黑人都係屬於低收入嘅家庭。所以呢次出嚟遊行示威，唔係單單就係為咗 Mr. George Floyd 好打不平，而係喺佢哋心目中，佢哋覺得已經引咎咗美國呢一種種族歧視對佢哋嘅壓迫。而參加呢次遊行示威唔係完全淨係黑人，而有好多都係白人，因為佢哋都深深知道咧，呢個社會係有呢個種族歧視存在嘅。咁本頻道今次做呢個直播，亦唔係淨係單單想講呢個美國發生嘅事，而係想借鏡俾各位觀眾能夠睇到咧，而家美國所進行緊嘅遊行示威，警察、政府係會點樣對待呢班遊行示威者呢？當然，搶糧係一件好事，但係對比例，香港喺一年內發生過咁多次嘅示威，警察所做嘅方法，大家已經有目共睹啦。我只係想借我呢個頻道，將現在嘅事實播俾大家睇。能夠觀眾咧有個比較，睇睇外國如果遇到遊行示威，佢哋又會點做呢？香港警察喺呢一年裏邊係做過啲乜嘢呢？對於啱與錯呢一點，我就留翻俾大家去討論啦。我哋只夠想做一個好好嘅借鏡，俾多啲人能夠了解到，如果有咁嘅事情發生喺唔同嘅地方，佢哋會點樣採取唔同嘅措施。希望你能夠幫忙將現在嘅直播轉介俾你嘅朋友睇下啦，等佢哋能夠可以親眼睇下外國所發生嘅事情，能夠個對比係點樣呢？多謝大家嘅支持。因為本台仲係試播中，如果喺技術上有咩做得唔好嘅，希望大家多多包涵。
Says white silence is violence, and I'm trying to use my privilege to do more, and if anyone has, I don't know, more suggestions on that.
I'm cool. Get her up, sorry. I'm good, brother.
Wow, it's like a double layer barrier now.
Yeah, we heard about CVS being on fire. This is not the time we take us back. I mean, I get it.
It's Victor Ballin, west side of St. Paul. I want to make a shout out to all my brothers and all my friends. I'm out here. I wish you guys were here with me.
Hey, what do you think about the protests moving into St. Paul yesterday?
Yesterday, you know, I don't agree with every action that was taken, but I also understand why it's taking place. I mean, I've been experiencing the same things these guys had for my whole life. Depression and everything just like that. And
I'm definitely not trying to
understand. Like, sure, it may have been the wrong way, but like, how else can it go? That's the main thing. You know, if it goes in the right direction, otherwise,
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Sorry,
I did watch the video twice. It was very disturbing, hard to watch. I just couldn't believe that none of the officers took just the thought to think about a human life over their job. Like, I just quit one of my jobs actually because they wanted me to risk mine and my brother's lives, money for life. It's just like I'm not going to risk my life for that. And like,
nah, everybody's everywhere.
I can't agree with it at the end of the day. If it comes to money over life, I would never go. And that's as simple as it gets. And that's what these guys need to understand out here. They thought they could hold us at 29, made it all the way down to where? Like, I don't even know, it was miles. Miles.
So, I saw the video. Express how difficult it was to watch also. Saw that there was a third degree murder charge and then a manslaughter charge.
Yeah.
What do you feel about those charges?
Manslaughter is something like you would do if you're drunk and ran over some guy, like drunk. They're trying to like justify it in some way, and it's not justified. This is first degree murder. There's no other way to slice it. There's no other way to put it, and we need this man in jail. They may have put this guy in jail. Nobody's seen any proof, but like these other three
I
guys.
definitely don't want to take part in the Fuck the Pigs chant because pigs are intelligent, sentient beings who
this is the way it's going
don't
to stay.
deserve to be insulted by being compared to pigs.
It's going to stop here. It's not.
Police
They're coming from three different sides.
And just going to be used as an
It's going to keep
insult.
going, whether you agree or not.
But I'm also not going to tell.
It is what it is.
And then they'll shoot in canisters.
Certainly people of color.
Everybody
I
disperses
just want
so
to
you
shout out
can't
to all my family and friends.
have a
Thank you for letting me on.
large gathering riot.
My name is Nico.
No, it's not good. It's not dying down. It's just everybody's spread out. So then every once in a while, bikes and random cars will come through.
Josh, I appreciate what you said though. I don't know if you're referencing me. No, I mean, I was not, but I was not saying, okay, sorry, to respond to your comment about, so a pig is more important than a police officer, I think they're both important. I don't think we should be insulting, pigs or, by like referring, by basically, calling cops or insulting pigs, which I, just don't think is very nice to pigs. The same way I don't think we should say that humans are sheepish when they're, or chicken whenever they're afraid, because it's not like very representative of the personalities of those animals.
Check. Thank you all for joining us. Nico from Rico Right. Appreciate the views, appreciate the support that you all have given us out here on the streets and out there on the internet. We do our best to try to bring the voices of the people, the voices of the community to the world. That is essentially our mission, bringing context and exposing the root causes of social and environmental struggles. And we've seen and heard a ton of context around the around the social struggles that folks in Minneapolis are facing.
大家好啊！剛才咧有好多位示威者曾經發言過，佢哋都覺得咧，現在美國嘅系統咧同埋政制咧，對好多人嚟講係一個唔公平嘅。尤其是好多黑人嘅示威者，佢哋覺得佢哋喺美國呢400年嚟都未曾得到任何嘅公平對待。如果回想一下歷史嘅話，美國嘅黑人唔係佢哋嘅祖宗唔係選擇去美國，而係當年係俾英國當奴隸咁樣賣去美國。佢哋喺美國係開山劈石，將美國嘅經濟咧係鋪好嘅。但係喺生活上，就算去到今時今日，美國嘅黑人都係得唔到一個平等嘅待遇，而大多數嘅黑人都係仲係呢個低收入嘅群組裏邊。所以呢一次暴動示威中咧遊行中，好多人都話佢哋唔會放棄佢哋呢次嘅遊行示威嘅理念，就係希望能夠推翻呢個政府或者社會上嘅不平等、種族嘅歧視。睇落去，今日美國真係翻天覆地，而唔係一時一刻咧能夠將呢件火熄嘅。我哋中國人好多都係身處外國嘅華僑。如果講到種族歧視，我諗會有好多華人都會經歷過，包括我自己在內。我好知道一個人如果離開咗佢自己嘅地方，去到人哋第二啲地方，所受到嘅待遇好多時都係唔平等嘅。所以喺呢度，如果係有外國嘅觀眾，可以同大家分享一下你哋喺外國遇到嘅困難，等大家知道種族歧視係一件相當唔好嘅事。喺呢個世界，我哋應該大家係平等嘅。希望你哋能夠明白討論一下，我哋華人遇到嘅問題同而家美國黑人遇到嘅問題有咩相近呢？我哋又可以做啲咩嘢呢？再加上就係呢一件事，只係一個人死咗，點解會影響到咁大件事發生呢？呢個唔係一朝一日發生嘅，呢啲係滴水成河，而係喺群眾裏邊咧醖釀咗好耐嘅抱怨㗎。所以呢一次 Floyd 先生一個人嘅不幸，就令到好多人觸發咗佢哋內心嘅不滿，將佢哋嘅不滿帶出街頭。當然，剛才有啲場面係呢個掠搶啊，呢啲事情唔應該喺呢個文明社會發生嘅。好啦，到最後都係要重新講，本台嘅初心，今日做呢個直播就係希望能夠多啲觀眾睇到喺外國如果有遊行示威發生嘅時候，當地嘅政府警察會點做呢？而香港對咗呢個遊行示威已經1年啦，警察所做嘅行為又點樣呢？可以作一個比較啦。因為之前我哋 香港政府淨係或者香港警察受到好多人嘅抹黑，喺呢一方面係冇個借鏡。而家經過今日所發生嘅事情，希望好多觀眾能夠用自己嘅眼去分別一下，如果喺同樣嘅事情之下，喺唔同嘅地方會發生咩唔同嘅事情呢？好啦，我哋今日會繼續為大家去旁述嘅，但係因為始終係一個新台，好多嘢仲係試播中，所以有咩做得唔好嘅，希望大家見諒。
I'd like to be able to get better at actually like capturing that better so that people can, you know, see what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I'm just kind of rambling. I'm just going to turn it back on what's going on. I mean, yeah.
My name is Juan. I came from Harlem, New York.
Sorry, the only reason I turned the camera around is because nothing's going on. Just standing here chanting. It's been like really intense all night, and now it's kind of just standing still. Anyway, I'll turn the camera on.
You look at the news, they talk about violence in the streets.
I'm sorry to have offended so many of you by turning my camera around.
Every time somebody dies because they can't afford food, that's gang violence. Every time a woman dies, that is domestic abuse because she has no other place to go. That's gang violence. But they don't call it violence when it's on their hands. They go to other countries.
Joshua, that's a good question. I mean, I am here to document it. Not necessarily take direct action, although I've done a lot of that in my life. I'm currently facing felony charges for rescuing animals from farms. So getting arrested again right now probably isn't the best choice for me, seeing as I'm facing 10 years in prison. So I have done a lot of direct action in the last few years, and it's not something I was intending to do today. So I'm just trying to document.
Look to your left. Look to your right. Somebody person is look. They want us to hate each other. They want us to hate each other. They want us to compete. So we forget that you're the
Kind of like firecrackers down. Yes, Anthony, I did say 8 felony charges because that is what I am facing. I'm facing 8 felonies for rescuing animals. That's not a joke. No, there's not a fire in the subway. There's just a firecracker. These have been going off all night. Seems like we've created a pretty effective, hefty barrier.
Fuck the police!
patriotic, but that has nothing to do with me. Seems like we've created a pretty effective. My home carrier is AT&T. Cindy, I don't consider rescuing animals who are dying and in need of medical care stealing, just as I wouldn't consider taking a dog out of a hot car who is dying stealing. Sorry.
On fire?
So many really that have been popping up in the past few hours that it's hard to count. The Starbucks was set on fire. The front windows there shattered out. You saw protesters burning their cardboard signs, lighting dumpsters on fire. And you can see police.
White guy right there. They're probably the motherfuckers who started this shit.
Tony, what do you mean? Now you're not just documenting that.
Protesters and the fire and this.
Yeah, the cops are on the side down the street. We started off the night actually being like right up against, you know, right.
I'm talking about Ted and Ketchup. We looking for
several feet from them. And then they started tear gas to people, so then people started dispersing, and then they started threatening to arrest people. It's just been kind of like a battle back and forth all night where the police have been walking towards us.
You heard the speaker earlier, who was from Chicago, the microphone.
And throwing tear gas.
Said that
and then we've been kind of
he was talking about
putting up barriers.
Eric Gardner's sister,
and they seem to have stopped
who had
and aren't coming towards us anymore.
After her father was killed by the police, after saying I can't breathe.
Busting in Popeyes.
YouTube,
and they thought
on our YouTube channel, in our videos,
boy, hey, I know they thought for sure they was gonna be straight.
From Gwen Carr, Eric Gardner's mom.
And
she spoke about some of the
tearing Popeyes ass up.
She shared some stories.
Yeah, I wonder if the SUVs are coming
in
to
remembrance
arrest
of me banquet, which is put on by Kim Handy Jones, the mother of Cordell Handy, who was killed by St. Paul police. And that is a banquet that allows mothers and family members to grieve and build community. They're all mothers and family members of victims of police terror.
That motherfucker rained.
And also community violence is also represented there, and mental health issues. And so, you see this? Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3 fences. These two are new right here. Well, not new, but like they were erected recently. The other fence was built.
Dan, we're going to keep up with this breaking news.
I was bringing up in remembrance of me bank.
Right.
That's what we heard from Gwen Carr. We spoke with her as well.
Some of these stores actually, you know, they
have extensive coverage speaking with these mothers.
They put the Black Lives Matter up, and it's still working.
We will be putting out a documentary, I think possibly called The Mothers, in the near future of this year. A lot of the things that are happening are sort of throwing wrenches into that planning of getting that all the way done. But be prepared. It's going to be really exceptional, I believe. We're going to try to spotlight some of the stories of these mothers, and any of these mothers out here watching, I love you. And thank you all for allowing Unicorn Riot to document your story and the story of your loved one. We heard from Kim Handy Jones earlier today at 4 o'clock in the morning at the site of 22nd and Lake Street, where National Guard had amassed to help firefighters put out a fire. She spoke with us for about 20-30 minutes about some of the things that she felt. That was about the 4 a.m. stream this morning, so go check that out if you want to hear from Kim Handy Jones. We've been covering Cordell Handy's death since he was killed in 2017 by St. Paul police, and since then, I think 2016, one of those years. And since then, yeah, thank you, bro. Since then, Kim Handy has put on In Remembrance of Me banquet, which has, again, like I said, allowed for the community to build this morning so people can grieve. And so, again, stay aware for that in the future. We at Unicorn Ride try to focus a lot, exactly like I said, on providing the community's voice, providing stories that are normally untold.
Oh,
I'm not condone or enacting towards any of this. I'm just documenting it.
That's them, boots on the ground right there. They coming thick.
Can I get closer? I'm not going to get closer towards the middle.
We got Las Vegas protesters everywhere.
I'll get at a safe distance, but I'm not going to get close towards the middle. I have a child. I'm not going to get that close towards the middle. I'll stand back here so you guys can see it, but I'm not going to get up in it like that. That's not safe for me to do that. This is just ridiculous having green I'm just recording it so you guys can see it.
They were at the protest. I don't know if they were shot by police. Wow. Uprisings across the country.
Because they turn it up downtown Houston.
大家新嚟嘅觀眾，你哋好啊！而家直播緊嘅就係美國喺各省嘅城市現在舉行緊嘅遊行示威。咁呢件事點解會發生呢？我諗好多人都未必知道全個因嘅，所以喺度再重複講呢件事嘅起因。喺數日前呢，有位 Justiceforfloyd 先生，一位黑人，40零歲，佢曾經呢喺呢個疫情之下嘅失業，咁佢被捕當日嘅原因就係佢使用呢個偽鈔，而偽鈔嘅數目就係1張20蚊嘅美金。佢俾警察制服之後，雙手俾向後之後綁起呢個手扣，然之後俾警察咧就壓落地下。喺壓落地下之後咧，有唔同嘅角度影到咧，同一時間仲有3至4名警察咧壓喺佢嘅背脊上邊，令到佢咧高聲呼叫話唞唔到氣，唞唔到氣。咁至於呢個唞唔到氣就變咗呢一次呢個遊行示威嘅呼號。就係叫做 Icantbreathe。呢件事點解會形成到今日咁多人會出嚟去遊行示威？就係因為喺好多個角度嚟睇，第一就係警察係用咗過分嘅武力，同埋加上呢，因為被捕嘅人係一位黑人，而捉佢嘅警察多數或者應該講係全部都係白人，就變成一種呢係感覺上係種族歧視嘅事。咁至於喺種族歧視嚟講，喺美國根本一路存在緊。由400年前開始，黑人俾英國人同非洲捉上去美國當奴隸，至到美國自己國家獨立，至到南北戰爭，可以講係話黑人真係得到自由，但係實質上喺社會上，佢哋受到嘅歧視係完全冇改變過嘅。就算去到今日，喺美國多數嘅黑人都係屬於低收入嘅一群，所以喺社會上佢哋係覺得好唔公平。唔單止係黑人，就算好多白人，佢哋都深深睇唔到呢個社會實在係有好多嘢係公平。所以大家能夠睇到畫面咧，參加呢次遊行示威嘅唔係淨止係黑人，而係好多白人或者係拉丁人。拉丁美洲人因為美國係一個多元化嘅國家，其實佢裏邊係有好多唔同種類嘅人，包括我哋中國人。我哋中國人去美國嘅歷史亦好悠久，但係我哋華人去到每個國家係咪得到平等嘅待遇呢？ 我相信會係咯。呢個係我自己親身體唔到嘅事情。至於呢件事情喺美國發生呢個暴動，如果再有觀眾想了解多啲，或者想發問多啲問題嘅，希望你熱烈。再加上最後一段話就係呢個直播唔係想諷刺或者恥笑美國會有咁嘅遊行示威發生，而最重要一樣嘢就係我係想攞嚟做一個借鏡，俾多啲廣泛嘅觀眾能夠睇到，如果喺遊行示威發生嘅時候，喺唔同個國家，佢哋嘅政府警察會採取咩行動呢？用咩措施呢？因為香港示威暴動已經相隔差不多1年啦，我哋往往喺畫面上已經睇到厭咗㗎啦。但係而家呢件事發生喺個西方嘅國家，咁究竟西方嘅國家又會點樣面對呢啲問題呢？希望大家能夠可以將現在嘅直播轉達俾其他朋友去睇下啦。我希望能夠多啲人能夠真正睇到喺遊行示威時，警察佢哋做嘅方法係點樣。希望大家幫忙。
Mika, my soul says hallelujah.
People are clapping. I'm not sure why.
Are you from around here? Yes. Oh, you like from around here? Yeah, I want to talk to you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. You have a good
You just heard some folks up from Chicago. You know, he's from Chicago Avenue, which is like really close to here. Chicago 138 is actually the site where George Floyd was killed by Officer Jared Shaw.
Dangerous the situation has become. Celebratory fireworks. Business is getting vandalized. Why
Hey, you asked about why you're after tonight? Oh no, Jingletown is where I live. This is Oakland, California, downtown Oakland. Yeah, someone asked me where. I don't mind Nicole if people know where I live. It's on my Facebook page anyway.
that they don't continue to disrupt the downtown area, continue to commit acts of violence.
Looks like some cars are going through there.
Looks like we're going to due to the San Jose
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Okay, sirens coming, emergency sirens.
I can't breathe.
Can I just let you look at the screen here for a second? It's a really cool mural of Oakland. Wow, there's so many police officers. I'm hearing from our backend team. It'd be great to have a stable chat.
One thing I can agree with some of the people that are commenting that as a leader of a city and you literally are watching your city burn, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican in office, as a human being, this is terrible. This is his city.
He's the mayor of the city. And I did see a couple images.
See messages that stuff is getting torn up all over the city.
This comes also on Friday where so much
That's that side you were before.
Wake Street. Businesses were starting to offer their services again. Schools were trying to reopen and get people back into the swing of things. And this protest is
Let's walk north here. That's Interstate 35W. Here, something in the background. Actually, I think people.
剛才大家都聽到好多次，示威者喺度嗌緊 Icantbreathe。佢意思就係我唞唔到氣，我唞唔到氣。但係喺呢個運動之中，呢個説話雖然係 Mr. George Floyd 最後一句説話聽到佢講，但係唞唔到嘅意思唔單止係呢位先生俾人壓喺地下上邊嘅時候講唞唔到氣。對好多黑人嚟講，亦係反映佢哋而家喺呢個社會生活中，佢哋係唞唔到氣，因為喺呢個制度下邊，令到佢哋個生活係相當之困難，所以形容唞唔到氣對佢哋嚟講係一個相當適合嘅用詞。頭先亦有一位示威者講話，呢個明尼阿波利斯市長，佢能夠咁樣睇住佢嘅城市着火，市民不憤。佢身為市長，佢能夠或者佢應該要做啲乜嘢呢？現在好多個城市喺唔同嘅省份都同樣有咁嘅示威者出嚟係問呢個問題。究竟呢個社會而家嘅制度喺美國係咪真係咁完美呢？係咪好多嘢可以改變呢？如果個社會係安穩平等嘅，今日呢個遊行示威就唔會發生啦。再加上呢個疫情之下，有好多人喺美國已經失去咗工作。喺經濟上嚟講，對好多人已經係一個好大嘅傷害。正所謂雪上加霜，呢個事情剛剛就發生喺美國今日，而香港喺一年裏邊已經傷到無可再傷。所以喺呢度希望各位觀眾，如果睇到呢個影片，覺得好多場面係對你嚟講已經係好熟悉嘅。呢個係一點都唔意外，因為我哋已經睇呢片睇到厭咗嘅。今日做呢個直播唔係想大家去再睇翻呢啲咁嘅畫面，而希望呢有觀眾能夠細心去睇下。喺個同樣嘅事上邊，一個遊行示威喺一個唔同嘅國家，佢哋會採用啲咩措施去對呢啲遊行示威者呢？而香港政府警察呢一年裏邊所做嘅嘢係咪可以算叫做合理呢？至於係唔係合理，就留翻各位觀眾去答啦，去討論啦。我只係希望能夠多啲人去比較，去睇呢個就係我哋呢個台嘅出發點。好，我哋遲啲如果再有咩特別消息嘅，我哋再為大家講述啦。
In regards to racism and police brutality and just saying like enough is enough. What is it going to take for you to stop, for you to change, for police to stop killing innocent black people? Like what is it going to take? And you know, right now we're seeing history in the making with these protests.
The other officers who were caught in other angles, not in the video that went viral, but there are other angles of these officers on
Megan, yeah, there's probably quite a lot of people watching from different angles. I'm not sure how to access their live streams, but maybe try Googling it or typing it into Facebook. I'm sure there's a lot of other live streams going on that have better or different angles.
So, yeah, I'm walking around with me. We got escorted over to this area before. Yeah. We got escorted over into this area before. Guys, I don't want to say escorted exactly, but they were kind enough to walk with me because there's a mosque that may still be open. There's people inside of it at least.
Just gonna get a little closer here just to see what's going on.
Walking south on the side road.
What's happening to my left? Not a whole lot. More police over to the side. Basically, right now the protesters have really dispersed. There's a lot of people have either left or gone to different blocks. There's some people who are behind the barricade that protesters made. Protesters made those barricades themselves out of, you know, they were like, they dragged them into that place. Yeah, so it seems like a lot of people have migrated onto the other side of the fence, and you can hear them chanting Black Lives Matter.
I haven't heard any.
Yeah, like in front of me there's just this long row of police officers who seem to just be standing still. Not a whole lot happening there. They're just standing there to intimidate people and get them to not go any further. I'm assuming they're protecting people from the police station, which is what we were trying to stand in front of to protest.
Way less organization, like we're not over-organizing, which feels super good and really allows that, you know, organic kind of nature of things to keep flowing. And I think that was something that has hung up Minneapolis people in the past, especially back into the Mark Clark era. Especially white folks, we like don't really know what to do sometimes. We get awkward.
These are the barricades that the protesters have made themselves, which is pretty fucking cool.
And we're kind of getting a little more nimble now.
I think the police would have had a hard time kind of getting around that.
The organization is just more organic. And that is really a cool ass thing. And also, maybe this is changing.
Wow.
And it's happening because it started here in Minneapolis.
Wow.
Something I would have expected from
It's like a farce. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if that's like in solidarity or what.
Another thing is, I think, you know, some barricades and some unknown. It's about Floyd, you know, on fire, taking and it's also bigger. That's why it's driving this. But this way, people are fed up with everything. They're fed up with being short. They're fed up with
I definitely don't see myself as a reporter, but I just happened to decide to come tonight and I just wanted to share what's happening.
I just have seen so many like anti-capitalist tags out here too. Like people are putting together all the big picture shit, and I think right now I don't think people want to stop this video. This will keep going. As you can see, this is downtown Oakland, and protesters are smashing the windows with their hands, with a skateboard, whatever they have, climbing into the store. You'll need that. It's gonna be a long night. Looks like they're looting right there. You can see tear gas in one corner. Just complete chaos tonight in downtown Oakland. A very scary and frankly sad situation to see. As obviously a very angry
Stevens Avenue.
Here's some smashing going on in the background. The unfortunate thing is they just smashed up the graffiti piece.
Violence,
was just made.
spray painting, vandalizing throughout the downtown area.
Elliott Avenue.
This door's already clear though. Looks like they're trying to start it on
Much of the protests actually in downtown Oakland took place outside of OPD headquarters at 7th and Broadway. And obviously the situation was moved as protesters have moved, as police have cleared those streets. The protesters have just found new places to vandalize, to disrupt, to destroy things. So this is the scene right now in different pieces of protests. So
This is third strike. He missed 3 times. We're here.
Oh wow, this is bus station. Bus stop.
If it's unfortunate, I don't know.
We are now taking another look at the car dealership late tonight. I think this is the Honda dealership.
The department suffer from fakism, nigga. And like they hate killing niggas like they ain't killing niggas, man. The police out here really dropping bodies, man. Like there ain't shit out here. Try their ass, bro. Hey!
Anything else toward yours? Anything else toward yours?
Y'all fucked up on what y'all did.
Yeah, y'all be safe.
Y'all know what y'all did. Y'all fucked up with that. And we see that shit. And we see that shit. Y'all fucked up, alright? We see that shit. That's all I'm gonna say. We see that shit, alright? No more of that shit. Y'all see what's happening? What is changed? No more racism. All y'all racist ass niggas, bro. Oh, my bad. All y'all racist ass people, stop that racism shit, bro. We'll change the light. We'll change the light. Change the light. That officer, first degree, done. All 4 of them. Guilty by association. I need them all gone. What's changed is like, I need all the racial profiling go down to a minimum. Let's start with the president. You see his tweet with some thugs? We look like some thugs to y'all? He look like a thug because he got a red fucking bandana? No, we ain't no fucking thugs. We here for one fucking reason. George fucking Floyd. They should never killed that man in fucking vain. Now they want to blame it on us because we acting out. No, y'all kill one of us. One, two, for all. Fuck is you talking about? One for all.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to my homie Big Kid Sid. I know he's watching. Fuck 12. Fuck the justice system. We out here. Fuck 12. Hey, Nico, you doing right? You're doing the good shit here. Thank you.
We're also providing sanctuary to avoid arrest.
A lot of shit's going on out
If
here.
anyone wants to donate, the Freedom Fund is taking donations to bail people.
Where's this happening? This is in Oakland, California.
Give them money and they are bailing people out. These are also their phone numbers.
Tim, feel free to like share more information
Call them if you need
on
to get
what I'm
bailed
not
out,
informed
these phone
about, so I
numbers.
can be.
They will help you get out.
I mean, there was white people throwing shit, but there was definitely non-white people. I saw like 2 white people throwing shit.
So
horrible. It's so unfortunate that a couple dozen people are smashing buildings. We just saw another guy. All right, I hear Nicole Valdez has a shot. Nicole, I'm going to send it over to you. Come on, guys, we're going. Hey, Jerry, should we shoot down an artery?
All right, Zach, please stay safe out there. Your safety is our most important concern right now. We don't want you or any of our crews getting injured out there as we take a look from the air, from our chopper, give you the vantage point of what's going on as this is now turned into rioting and severe damage to some of the buildings that are in that downtown Phoenix area.
Severe damage to Phoenix City Hall at this point and Phoenix municipal buildings as well in that area. That's where these protesters have now moved, and they've started to break out windows, and you can see what appears to be is that Phoenix police starting to move in here and chase these protesters down the street. Yeah, it appears that officers are now moving in force, and they're no holding a line. They are now moving down the middle of the street and starting to sprint after some of these people as protesters continue to try to break windows and destroy property right in the Phoenix municipal complex, right along that area near City Hall.
And we've seen fireworks used essentially almost as weapons thrown into some of the buildings after the glass has been smashed. And that's something that's been happening in other parts of the country too. So it makes you wonder if that was some sort of a coordinated effort by people who wanted to cause problems and take the message away from the message the original protesters had about police relations. So let's get to Nicole Valdez right now. Nicole, what's going on where you are?
Colby, take us now.
Nicole, we've got you. Tell us what's happening.
Guys, so I'm not sure if you can see what we're looking at right now, wherever Alex is, but you can see protesters actually just deflated a lot of the tires of the Phoenix police cruisers you can see out here right now. Several officers here going after some of the men and women, and there is a lot of smoke in the air right now, but several of the tires here and the cruisers all parked along the street have been destroyed. Several what look like smoke bombs thrown into the windows here that you can see. We're trying to get out of here because there's a lot of smoke in the air, so but you can see the glass on the ground. Officers trying to check on their vehicles, all of them in this line here, just off Washington Street, just destroyed. Several windows just completely torn out, glass now littering the floor. You can look at the windshield here of one of the cars. A lot of the protesters that have come out tonight now, unfortunately, turning to this kind of behavior. Not something we're happy to see, but there are a good amount of people here now, excuse me, that are now turning to a different level. They have now switched the environment out here. Nothing like what we saw yesterday. There is a lot more going on. We showed you earlier the fireworks, the several men and women who were smashing the windows of the Arizona Federal Theater off Washington. It is still a very unnerving situation to be right in the middle of here in downtown Phoenix. And I want to show you here, look right behind me. Now Phoenix police officers making a new line here of their vehicles that were all now just destroyed. It looked like several of their tires were blown out, as well as the different windows here. You see they have their rifles up right now. They're asking us to get out of the area. We've seen a lot of them shooting rubber bullets into the crowd. They're actually pointing them in our direction right now. So we're going to try to make sure to get out of the way here, because you can see their guns are drawn. They are ready for another round of this situation. Things just got very heavy and very serious out here, Faye and Steve.
Nicole, take a breath and catch your breath a little bit as police continue to move people out of that area. Obviously, as police have moved further away from the City Hall and moved down some of these arterial streets, they are now beginning to disperse this crowd. And finally, after hours and hours of standoff, it appears that these protesters are leaving, but they are not leaving peacefully. They have vandalized a number of buildings, a number of police cars. We have watched it all unfold right before us, and still a very fluid situation, and a lot of people still right in the middle of the street in parts of downtown Phoenix.
Yeah, and you know, Steve, one of the things that people have been wondering around the nation is how much of this are legitimate protesters and how much of this are like Antifa agitators that use opportunities where they see protests to then turn violent and riot and loot. Let's get back down to Zach Crenshaw and give us his perspective from his vantage point.
Yeah, hey guys, we're out here and we're actually very close to Nicole and Alex right now. Nick Saletti is with us. We are all safe, I can tell you that. But we did just witness, you saw Nicole break it down in the sense of all of these Phoenix police vehicles were vandalized. Every single front and rear windshield was smashed out. We saw tires. We saw on our way running back a number of individuals go towards buildings and smash them out with either rocks, skateboards, what have you. And then Phoenix police move much more aggressively and start pushing the group of people into the side streets of downtown Phoenix, and that is where they are right now. It's dispersed. You can see people are walking now, and you know what's going to be really interesting is to see how many arrests this leads to see what happens, because, you know, Phoenix police were pretty far away when this vandalism and this damage occurred, so it's unclear if they actually saw who did it. We saw glass bottles being thrown at the Phoenix police officers, and I mentioned it earlier, this started as a vigil for Deon Johnson, 28-year-old man who was shot and killed by police on Monday. A DPS trooper, and we are still waiting for more details to come out of that situation. But it started as a vigil, and the family said, we want to be peaceful. We do not want violence to disrupt our quest for justice. And unfortunately, right now, the message, or I guess the posture, has turned into violence as the remaining maybe 200 or 300 people in this crowd of over 2,000 has gotten violent, has started to attack the Phoenix police officers and also damage a lot of property here in the downtown area. We saw windows smashed out on a theater, on an office building. I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage, and then to the Phoenix police cars alone. So as we pan over here to the right, you can see a number of people are walking back here. I know some of these people from prior, you know, activist events, and I can only imagine, I know a lot of people here did not want to get violent, and it's got to be discouraging for those who are trying to send a message of peace that some people hijacked it, for lack of a better word, and made this violent. But Phoenix police spreading out through downtown, heading into these side streets, these arteries, looking for people who are vandalizing. I imagine there will be arrests, and we're going to continue to stay out here. Thanks, Steve.
Zach, we're looking at a picture from Air 15 right now, and I'm trying to get a vantage point on this. Does that look like the courthouse to you? The county courthouse there?
That is hard to see from our angle right now. Well, there's the Chase Bank, and it just took a rock to the window there by somebody who's out there. And, you know, Steve, one of the things that it occurred to me is that one of the struggles here is with so many people right now, because of the COVID-19 situation, having masks over their faces. They blend in the crowd. Some of the people that we usually see covering their faces when situations get violent and rioting and looting starts, they're blending in with people who are just covering their faces to be safe, but just want to get their message out. And there you see more stuff going into the windows now, and people just causing damage.
Yeah, and I can't imagine that anybody watching this, anybody who really cares about this issue and cares about the issue of police relationships with minority communities, that they think that this has any chance at all of actually making their case or making their point. Because at this point, this is just looting and violence.
Yeah, looting and violence, and who's even to say that the people who are doing the damage, who are doing this, the rioting right now, are in any way related to the group of people that were protesting police relations and the death of George Floyd in custody there in Minneapolis. We just don't know that there's a connection anymore, or if they're just taking advantage of a situation where they saw a large crowd of people and they decided that this was going to be an opportunity to go down and just cause damage now.
Yeah, so there's really no message that gets out when the only thing you want to do is walk down the street and break windows and cause as much damage as you possibly can. It's just not the kind of thing that reflects well in the community. It doesn't reflect well on the people who really care about this issue and really want to do something about it, because it doesn't help. These folks are just causing damage. They're just trying to break as many windows as they can, trying to cause as much damage as they can, and thinking that they're going to get away with it. And
the
you got to
families of
question
Deion
people
Johnson.
that do this for fun.
Yeah,
you
and
got to
the
question people that really seem to get their jollies out of this.
Yeah, and the families of Deion Johnson and the families of George Floyd, both families have come out and said this is not what they want to see. That they, in their grief and in their sadness and in their anger, protest, yes, but not this violence that we're seeing now here in Phoenix, sadly, as we've seen in many other major cities around this country.
But as we've watched this all unfold, there is clearly a desire on the part of at least some people in these crowds to instigate violence and to instigate a confrontation with police and to cause damage. And we saw a guy out there walking around with what looked like a beer. And so it's almost like sort of a party atmosphere for some people, and you have to really question what kind of people enjoy and get some sort of pleasure out of just random vandalism in the downtown Phoenix area.
And we're taking a look at these shots from the chopper because our crews have now been escorted by security out of the area for their own safety. The tear gas has gone off. We've seen this get really violent and very scary down in the area now, and we certainly don't want any of our crews getting hurt. This is some videotape that we shot earlier, and you can see those windows just being smashed. In a moment, I believe, I don't know if this was the building, the theater here, or if it was around the corner. It must have been around the corner, perhaps even in City Hall, that we saw some of the fireworks being thrown inside, trying to ignite a flame and start a fire like we've seen in other cities, including in Minneapolis tonight, where we've seen that large building going up in flames.
So at this point, let's take a live picture now from downtown Phoenix, and it looks like the crowd has generally dispersed. There's still pockets of vandalism, pockets of violence, still a few people milling around. And the wild thing about all of this is that some people, even though they're dispersing, they're just going on to somewhere else to start breaking windows. It's really pointless, and it's really the kind of thing that just makes your heart sink, because weeks from now, we have to wonder if there will really be any change in this issue. Every time that something like this happens, we see violent confrontations, we see protests, we see people confronting police, fighting police, vandalizing their own communities. And yet this is an endless cycle. Over and over and over again, we have seen this in the United States of America, and yet the issue remains the same and has remained the same for decades.
And on that note, we're going to wrap up our coverage here this evening, but remember, you can always get the latest on this and all of the other day's news on our website, abc15.com, all of our digital platforms, and of course, ABC 15 Mornings will have updates for you tomorrow.
作佢嘅遊行示威，然之後搶掠，暫時冇人可以知道係咪真係一個巧合啊，定係中間有人從中想得利呢？呢一點就大家去慢慢睇啦。至於而家呢，仲有陸續有其他嘅城市呢係加入呢個遊行示威嘅。咁至於佢哋嘅武力去到幾多，就要睇個事情點樣去發生。同埋再睇落去，睇下警方同埋呢個國民後備軍出嚟嘅時候係點樣啦？呢點就希望大家慢慢再留意啦。好，一陣間我哋再旁述。
Plenty of time here.
Are you okay? I'm getting shot. I'm getting. Katie, are you okay?
Rubber bullets. It's okay. It's those pepper bullets. It's those
Are
pepper
they?
bullets.
Who are they aiming that at?
Nice shooting at the photographer.
Like directly at us. Directly.
Why
at
are they
us.
doing that?
They're shooting at our crew.
Do they not know that obviously they see the camera?
Right. They're telling us to move now, I guess farther away.
Well, I'm sure if they would have just said move, you would have done so.
You moved exactly where they told you to go, though. I mean, they pushed you to a certain spot.
Exactly.
So I don't understand what you did wrong. You guys okay?
Behind their line. We're fine. James got he got a little bit of it. But I guess we were behind their line, I guess a little too close for comfort.
Oh, you gotta go, and that's fine with us.
Okay.
We got plenty of time here.
Are you okay?
I'm getting shot. I'm getting...
Katie, are you okay?
Rubber bullets. It's okay. It's those pepper bullets. It's those pepper bullets.
Who are they aiming that at?
Nice shooting at the photographer.
At us, like directly at us. Directly.
Why are they doing that?
He's shooting at our crew.
Do they not know that obviously they see the camera?
Right. They're telling us to move now, I guess farther away.
Well, I'm sure if they would have just said move, you would have done so.
You moved exactly where they told you to go, though. I mean, they pushed you to a certain spot.
Exactly.
So I don't understand what you did wrong. You guys okay?
Behind their line. We're fine. James got he got a little bit of it. But I guess we were behind their line, I guess a little too close for comfort.
Oh, you gotta go, and that's fine with us.
Okay.
We got plenty of time here.
Are you okay?
I'm getting shot. I'm getting...
Katie, are you okay?
Rubber bullets. It's okay. It's those pepper bullets. It's those pepper bullets.
Who are they aiming that at?
Nice shooting at the photographer.
At us, like directly at us. Directly.
Why are they doing that?
He's shooting at our crew.
Do they not know that obviously they see the camera?
Right. They're telling us to move now, I guess farther away.
Well, I'm sure if they would have just said move, you would have done so.
You moved exactly where they told you to go, though. I mean, they pushed you to a certain spot.
Exactly.
And use tear gas.
I don't understand what you did wrong. You guys okay?
Behind their line. We're fine. James got he got a little bit of it. But I guess we were behind their line, I guess a little too close for comfort.
Oh, you gotta go, and that's fine with us.
Okay.
We got plenty of time here.
Are you okay?
I'm getting shot. I'm getting...
Katie, are you okay?
Rubber bullets. It's okay. It's those pepper bullets. It's those pepper bullets.
Who are they aiming that at?
Nice shooting at the photographer.
At us, like directly at us. Directly.
Why are they doing that?
He's shooting at our crew.
Do they not know that obviously they see the camera?
Right. They're telling us to move now, I guess farther away.
Well, I'm sure if they would have just said move, you would have done so.
You moved exactly where they told you to go, though. I mean, they pushed you to a certain spot.
Exactly.
So I don't understand what you did wrong. You guys okay?
Behind their line. We're fine. James got he got a little bit of it. But I guess we were behind their line, I guess a little too close for comfort.
Oh, you gotta go, and that's fine with us.
Okay.
We got plenty of time here.
Are you okay?
I'm getting shot. I'm getting...
Katie, are you okay?
Rubber bullets. It's okay. It's those pepper bullets. It's those pepper bullets.
Who are they aiming that at?
Nice shooting at the photographer.
At us, like directly at us. Directly.
Why are they doing that?
He's shooting at our crew.
Do they not know that obviously they see the camera?
Right. They're telling us to move now, I guess farther away.
Well, I'm sure if they would have just said move, you would have done so.
You moved exactly where they told you to go, though. I mean, they pushed you to a certain spot.
Exactly.
So I don't understand what you did wrong. You guys okay?
Behind their line. We're fine. James got he got a little bit of it. But I guess we were behind their line, I guess a little too close for comfort.
Oh, you gotta go, and that's fine with us.
Okay.
We got plenty of time here.
Are you okay?
I'm getting shot. I'm getting...
Katie, are you okay?
Rubber bullets. It's okay. It's those pepper bullets. It's those pepper bullets.
Who are they aiming that at?
Nice shooting at the photographer.
At us, like directly at us. Directly.
Why are they doing that?
He's shooting at our crew.
Do they not know that obviously they see the camera?
Right. They're telling us to move now, I guess farther away.
Well, I'm sure if they would have just said move, you would have done so.
You moved exactly where they told you to go, though. I mean, they pushed you to a certain spot.
Exactly.
So I don't understand what you did wrong. You guys okay?
Behind their line. We're fine. James got a little bit of it, but I guess we were behind their line. I guess a little too close for comfort.
We gotta go, and that's fine with us.
Okay.
We got plenty of time here.
Are you okay? I'm getting shot. I'm getting.
Katie, are you okay?
Rubber bullets. It's okay. It's those pepper bullets. It's those.
Are
Pepper
they?
bullets.
Who are they aiming that at?
大家剛才喺發音嘅畫面，記者所講嘅嘢就係話，佢當時呢，警察嗌佢企喺一個安全嘅地方，但係警察呢，只然呢向佢發射呢個胡椒球。當佢離開嘅時候，亦一路不斷咁向佢發出呢個胡椒球。而第二個記者問佢，咁警察見唔到佢側邊嗰個攝影器材嘅嘢，唔可以證明佢係記者咩？所以呢啲場合喺記者嚟講都係一個相當危險嘅工作。所以好多畫面啊，大家而家睇到嘅好多記者都唔敢行埋警察嘅旁邊，因為實在係太過危險啦。所以呢啲事情喺混亂當中，有人受傷，真係一件好不幸嘅事。但係呢個事情就係會發生。
Why are they doing that?
Shooting at our crew.
Do they not know that obviously they see the camera?
Right. They're telling us to move now, I guess farther away.
Well, I'm sure if they would have just said move, you would have done so.
You moved exactly where they told you to go, though. I mean, they pushed you to a certain spot.
Exactly.
So I don't understand what you did wrong. You guys okay?
We were behind their line. We're fine. James got a little bit of it, but I guess we were behind their line. I guess a little too close for comfort.
Oh, we gotta go, and that's fine with us.
Okay.
We got plenty of time here.
Are you okay?
I'm getting shot. I'm getting.
Katie, are you okay?
Rubber bullets. It's okay. It's those pepper bullets. It's those
Are
pepper
they?
bullets.
Who are they aiming that at?
Nice shooting at the photographer.
At us, like directly at us. Directly.
Why are they doing that?
He's shooting at our crew.
Do they not know that obviously they see the camera?
Right. They're telling us to move now, I guess farther away.
Well, I'm sure if they would have just said move, you would have done so.
You moved exactly where they told you to go, though. I mean, they pushed you to a certain spot.
Exactly.
So I don't understand what you did wrong. You guys okay?
We were behind their line. We're fine. James got a little bit of it, but I guess we were behind their line. I guess a little too close for comfort.
Oh, we gotta go.
Now is on Jefferson. We were marching behind them just a short time ago. They asked us, because of the light from our camera, to let you guys know, from the light of our camera, they said it was disturbing them. So we agreed to stay back until they moved forward, and then we ended up going around them so we could catch up to the protesters and see what was going on the other side of that police presence. So again, what you're seeing now, this appears to be what's left of the protesters. Again, I can't say for sure because I'm not sure if others have moved to other streets or intersections. But again, here at 7th Street in Washington, we're seeing some directly across from us and others kitty corner here. But certainly much smaller numbers than what we saw about an hour ago. So that's the situation here. We just saw one arrest. So again, we'll continue to be your eyes on the ground, and we'll let you know if anything changes out here, guys.
All right, Bianca, thank you so much for bringing us all of that. Here is the Arizona Center. So we have traveled quite the distance from 7th Avenue and Washington to the Arizona Center, which is Van Buren and roughly about 2nd Street or so. We've got some protesters there crossing in the medium right in front of traffic there, not really paying attention to the traffic laws and where they should be crossing the street. We've just seen video a few minutes ago of demonstrators inside of it looked like they broke their way into a Chase building. Did I see that correctly? They broke down some glass and looked like they were inside of a Chase bank. There's the federal courthouse there that was damaged just a short time ago. However, at most of these scenes of vandalism, we have not seen police around. We have not seen any arrests being made. Yeah, we'll have to see what ends up happening there, because clearly these people are breaking the law tonight. We did see one person get arrested very swiftly there, right in front of Bianca Bono. Police jumped out of a cruiser, handcuffed a man on the ground, and very quickly put him into a cruiser and were off. So we don't know if that was associated with any of this behavior that we're seeing at the protest, or maybe if it was some other incident. We'll be working to get some of those details for sure. By tomorrow, we should know how many arrests were made. Oh, what is that? Oh, okay, that's the parking garage. Where at? Oh, okay, downtown near the Basilica, which is roughly Van Buren and about 2nd Street, I think, or so. So again, we still have a heavy police presence out there, just trying to wrangle up and disperse some of these few protesters that have turned now from protesting peacefully and trying to get their message across to now breaking the law here in downtown. We've been covering this now since about 7 o'clock. You can see we're going to take you back to maybe about an hour ago or so. This was a little bit after things really started to take a turn from, very little police advancement to, tear gas and pepper balls being dispersed into the crowd as police started to get a little bit more aggressive. And now, let's see, we're looking at a fire in a parking garage here in Phoenix.
大家好，一個新消息，最新消息就係明尼阿波士C 嘅市長講咗咧，捉呢個 George Floyd 嘅警察咧係會受到起訴嘅。咁但係咧就唔會影響到咧今晚啲人出嚟嘅意向㗎啦。對佢哋嚟講，呢個係唔夠嘅。但係起訴唔代表第日佢哋一定會有罪，所以就要去睇個事情嘅發生，再會係點樣。但係呢個做法希望能夠令到有一班比較理性嘅人能夠停止用呢個武力。咁我哋嘅節目係繼續落去啦。咁如果有咩新嘅消息，再向大家報道。
Their police department. They've asked us to just kind of stay and wait back until they pass through. Again, as we previously mentioned, our light was interfering with them a bit, according to them, so we've agreed to stay behind or in front, not in the middle of them. So we could start walking now because it looks like the rest of them have moved through, but we'll keep a good distance back. Where we're walking right now, to give you a sense, because it may be confusing since we've been turning all sorts of different directions. We are heading west on Washington. Right here where we're standing, here is where we just saw a protester get arrested just a couple of minutes ago. And actually, it looks like the police vehicles still haven't passed through, so we're going to let those go by until we proceed down Washington. So again, in front of this group of officers was a handful of protesters. It looks like the majority have really scattered around the area at this point. There's not one core group like we saw earlier on. So that's the good news here. Finally, after, I don't even know what time it is now, but after several hours, the group has dispersed, and they may be scattered around the downtown area, but at least in front of this large police presence, there were only a handful of protesters. I would estimate less than 10. So we're gonna wait for this to go through. We'll get on the other side, and then we'll come back to you, or you can come back to us in a few minutes when we can tell you where they're heading. Maybe they're heading back to the police department.
Okay, well, that is certainly some good news, Bianca, that it looks like, this thing is winding down. There has been some damage to buildings there in downtown Phoenix. We've had at least one arrest there at 7th and Washington. And there you're looking at some video from Sky 12 as some protesters resort to damaging a Chase building, breaking out the windows, and then following that, it looked like they'd made their way inside. We're not exactly sure what happened beyond that point. But again, we're going in now to the 6th hour of these protests that began at about 7 o'clock, blocks away from what you're seeing now at Eastlake Park at 16th Street and Jefferson. That was a vigil and a protest that was advertised as being peaceful, and it was. As the night wore on and some of these protesters gathered there in downtown Phoenix at the state capitol building, and then eventually at Phoenix PD, things just really turned up quite a bit. Some of those protesters deciding to turn to being a little bit more aggressive with the police. Fireworks were being thrown by some of the protesters, some objects, rocks, water bottles, glass bottles, and then police were responding with more force, deploying the pepper balls, tear gas, even some rubber bullets, trying to disperse the crowd. And that really did start to happen as we got closer to about 11 o'clock or so. It seemed like the police just started getting more aggressive. They were on the megaphone saying that this was an unlawful assembly, and they declared that once protesters turned to criminal behavior, and now they have to start making arrests. So that started happening around that 11 o'clock hour, maybe a little bit before. And for the most part, you had lots of people that did disperse and they left, and then you were just left with a group of people that decided to start vandalizing property there in downtown Phoenix. So far, we've only heard of one arrest. In fact, we saw it happen live there on camera. It was a very, very quick arrest there right in front of Bianca Bono. We know that a lot of others have been damaging property and engaging in criminal behavior, so would not be surprised to find out that there are more arrests as the night goes on. But we just haven't seen that. And you're just looking at multiple locations right now. This looks like the Arizona Center, possibly by the theater. You can see that there's some people there trying to what looks like kick in a doorway or something of that sort. And then we saw a vending machine that was knocked over and being vandalized. So again, just a pretty dramatic turn of events compared to how all of this started. And of course, we'll take you back to the beginning of this. It was a vigil for Dion Johnson. You may not have heard too much about this story. A lot of the focus has certainly been on George Floyd in Minnesota, a man who died while being arrested by police. A police officer there kneeling on Floyd's neck for several minutes until he died. It was all caught on video. That video went viral across the country, and that incited protests and riots and people, just outraged and angered by what continues to happen in this country, police brutality, particularly against people of color, and their feelings that justice really just has not been served, and this continues to happen. So we're seeing some of that sentiment here in Phoenix tonight. Again, over the last couple of nights, we've had protests which largely have not gotten to the level of some of the violence that we've seen in other parts of the country. But again, tonight you're seeing a lot of damage and people, engaging in criminal activity. Just a few there left over who have
大家好，最新消息。而家知道咧，就係多個城市有好多遊行示威者咧，有部分人變成暴徒，開始咧打爛商鋪，入去搶劫。咁警方咧就開始捉人啦，亦大量咧使用呢個催淚煙、胡椒、球彈。咁呢件事點解會變成咁樣呢？我都要同新入嚟嘅觀眾交代一下，因為呢個事情發生呢，就係一位黑人先生 George Floyd 幾日前呢，俾警方拘捕嘅時候呢，就用呢個腳大髀壓住佢，而壓住佢嘅唔係一個警察，而係俾人哋錄低落嚟呢，係有3、4個警察同一時間做呢樣嘢。而 George Floyd 先生究竟點解會俾警察捉呢？因為佢使用偽鈔，而偽鈔嘅數目係1張20蚊。咁好多人呢，就 George Floyd 先生死咗之後呢，就覺得呢件事情呢，就係警方呢過分用武力，同埋加上呢，因為呢，佢係一個黑人，而捉佢嘅警察呢，就係白人。最初嘅時候呢，呢個司法部或者呢個律政處呢，係冇話檢控呢班警察嘅，但係最新消息咧就講咗咧，就係呢個市嘅明尼阿波利斯市嘅司法部咧就會起訴呢班警察，就希望能夠鎮息呢一班人嘅怒憤，呢班示威者。 但係睇落去呢，呢個做法遲咗啦，係冇辦法可以撳得到㗎啦。而多處嘅地方呢，係受到縱火，而好多記者喺採訪時都受到警方嘅胡椒球彈招呼，所以好多記者都覺得喺咁嘅場面之下做採訪呢，係一個非常危險嘅事。所以好多時大家喺畫面見到嘅只係一個遠距離嘅鏡頭，所以就睇唔得好清楚。但係呢個暴亂同埋呢個示威遊行已經唔係喺一個省或者一個市，已經係分佈咗喺全個美國多個省份同埋市㗎啦。至於繼續落去點樣發展同埋人嗰個怒氣係點樣散呢，就要睇下今日其他事情點樣發生啦。本台就係會用多畫面呢同大家報導，同埋加上我哋嘅評述。只不過呢，本台暫時仲係試播中，所以有好多技術呢可能唔會做得太好，旁述上呢可能仲有啲甩漏，希望大家唔好見怪。最重要一件事就係我哋呢次嘅初心去轉播呢個直播，就係希望能夠多啲人睇到喺暴亂示威之下，喺唔同嘅國家或者唔同嘅區域，當地嘅警方政府又點樣去處理呢？對比之下，香港呢一年來嘅騷亂同埋遊行示威所發生過嘅事，如果兩者之下相比，大家會有乜嘢睇法呢？希望大家能夠將呢條片推廣俾其他嘅朋友睇下，等佢哋嚟做一個比較。多謝大家。
Right. Yeah, and you know, take us back to you were at the vigil, right? At Eastlake Park?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. What was that like? Because I mean, that's really just, you know, kind of demonstrates more of the message that these protesters had today.
It was a completely different story, Caribe, over at that vigil. It was very peaceful. And in fact, the organizers of the protest said they intended it to be that way because they said, we do not want to fight fire with fire. We want our message to be heard. So there it was very peaceful. There were a lot of moments of silence. Candles were being lit. That protest was in memory of Dion Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we've talked about him tonight, but again, he is the Phoenix man. He's 28 years old, father of one daughter, and he was shot and killed by a DPS trooper on Monday on the Loop 101 near Tatum. A lot of questions still remain about that shooting, and his family and friends are understandably frustrated and upset. They lost their loved one. So that protest was primarily focused on letting their family tell their story and get across their message to authorities. And they have several very specific demands.
Mm-hmm.
What later happened was we saw those protesters collide with some of the others that were kind of floating around downtown. I'm not sure if those watching this knew this, but earlier in the day, even the media had a little bit of confusion because we were seeing flyers and postings about several protests. Obviously, the one that I have referenced about Dion Johnson, there was another that was scheduled for the Arizona State Capitol and a third outside Phoenix Police. So it appears that at some point tonight, after that 7 o'clock peaceful vigil, all of those protesters joined forces outside Phoenix Police headquarters.
Okay, yeah, because it has been a little confusing as to what group is what. You know, like you said, a number of different protests being planned, you know, at different locations, and it was just kind of unclear, you know, which groups were which. Right now, we're showing video of the moments before a pretty large amount of what looked like some kind of tear gas or something that was thrown in your area. What was that like, just, you know, for you? Because at one moment you said that it wasn't affecting you, and then in the next breath, you started coughing.
Yeah, I certainly spoke too soon, and this is my first experience with tear gas, and our security guard who's been keeping our watching our back throughout the night had warned me about this, but apparently where the officers deployed the tear gas, it doesn't mean that it's going to stay in that area. So I kept a pretty good distance away from where they deployed it initially. I would say at least a block away.
Okay.
And it took a couple of minutes for it to really settle in. You certainly could not see it by the time that it hit me.
Wow.
But you could feel it. And the second batch, that last batch that really actually ultimately caused the crowd to disperse, was much stronger, and it really impacted a lot of people's eyes as well. So I think that's what ultimately pushed everyone out of the area.
All right. Well, Bianca, thanks for really taking us right into the middle of all of this, and hopefully you're staying safe. We may check back in with you in a little bit, but for now we're going to head out to Mitch Carr. And Mitch, you know, the scene has been, it looks like you've moved location. So where are you now, and what's happening where you are?
Caribe, right now we are at 1st Street and Monroe. This is Chase Tower right behind me. And as that crowd that Bianca is following moved through and moved east, look at the damage they left behind. This is the front door to the Chase Bank that is on the ground floor of this building. They shattered the windows, and you can't see it right now, but behind those plants, there is a trash can that's completely overturned, and it looks like somebody picked up the trash can, threw it through the window, and they broke not only the initial door that you go through, but the inner doors that you would go into to go into the bank. There are also planters on the other side of this wall that you can't see. Those have been pieces of glass, and we also have 3 more here. Now, Philip, turn around to your right. We have the Phoenix police that is coming back crossing 1st Street right now. It looks like they have either been relieved or the action is over down there, but we're watching the Phoenix police as they head back to headquarters. Again, this is 1st Street and Monroe, where the vandals have already moved through and done some damage to the Chase Tower here. And now, again, we are watching the Phoenix police move back through as they are on their way back from following that crowd east down the street. Caribe, going to send it back to you now.
All right, Mitch, thank you so much for that reporting down there on the ground. And again, you're looking at live images of a protest that started out peaceful, and then several hours later, now 6 hours into this, has now turned into police having to use tear gas and pepper spray and rubber bullets to get the crowd to disperse in what now they have determined an unlawful assembly. You've seen the video of countless incidents of damage being done to buildings there in downtown Phoenix by the few that just continue to defy the police orders to vacate downtown Phoenix. We're going to continue. Just more information about what is happening here tonight. We're going to bring you all of that tomorrow morning on our morning show starting at 6:30 in the morning. So we hope that you will join us for that tomorrow, and of course other stories. And again, we thank you so much for joining us on the 12 News app as well as 12news.com. We hope you have a great weekend, and we will see you again tomorrow.
各位網友好啊！最新消息，經過唔同嘅頻道咧，我就知道咧，仲有好多其他嘅城市咧，有宣布咗唔同嘅遊行示威。咁至於個力度有幾多，同埋個數量有幾多咧，暫時仲係無法估計嘅。至於到現在咧，警察已經大量使用呢個催淚煙同埋胡椒球彈㗎啦，亦開始咧有不少人咧已經被捕。至於人數係幾多咧，暫時仲係未知道嘅。咁今日所發生嘅騷亂同埋呢個遊行示威，係由民間集起嘅。佢哋嘅訴求就係希望個政制或者喺法律上咧令人平等。至於點解會講個人平等呢？我都要同我啱啱入嚟嘅網友講嘅。喺星期一呢，有位叫做 Justiceforfloyd 嘅美國黑人，佢就俾幾名警察呢就捉咗之後呢，雙手向後就上咗手銬，就㧬咗落地下。㧬落咗地下之後呢，就有數名警察呢就用膝頭呢頂住佢嘅背脊，令到佢唞唔到氣。而喺好多在場嘅人呢，就將個片錄咗落嚟。佢最後能夠清楚聽到嘅説話就係一句 Icantbreathe，就係我唞唔到氣，唞唔到氣。咁好不幸呢，呢位 Justiceforfloyd 先生送到醫院嘅時候呢，已經不治身亡。有啲事嘅發生呢，好多人認為咧警察係用過分咗嘅武力，再加上因為佢冇反抗冇嘢，點解要用咁多人壓住佢呢？係因為佢係一個黑人啦，所以警察先特別對佢施加武力呢。呢一點就係呢次出嚟遊行示威嘅最大嘅一個問題。而喺美國，種族歧視係絕對係存在嘅。尤其是對黑人喺400年嚟到而家，由最初英國人將黑人由非洲賣去美國當奴隸，到今時今日，黑人喺美國都得唔到一個相應同嘅待遇。呢一點唔淨只係黑人團體睇到，而喺好多美國嘅白人都知道呢個社會對黑人嗰個不公平嘅待遇，所以呢一次嘅遊行示威暴動中，大家睇到嘅唔係就係全黑人出嚟進行呢件事，而係好多白人都係支持佢哋嘅。好啦，咁本台嘅初心今日做呢個直播就係希望能夠多啲人了解喺一個遊行示威暴動之中啊，每一個國家每個地區所做嘅方法係點樣呢？對比之下，香港呢一年裏邊嘅遊行示威暴動啦警方所取用嘅行動或者方法又係點樣呢？我希望大家能夠攞一個借鏡去睇睇，然之後相比一下，亦希望大家能夠盡快將呢個節目呢轉送俾其他朋友，等佢哋能夠可以即時睇到而家美國所發生嘅遊行示威。喺香港呢啲場面已經睇到慣咗，冇乜新鮮，亦冇咩特別。一個而家發生喺一個西方國家同一個叫做相當自由民主嘅國家，大家都睇到啊，就係每一個國家都有佢自己內心入邊嘅矛盾。當呢個矛盾壓得太耐，一次過爆發出嚟，就係產生今日嘅場面啦。好，呢度好多謝大家嚟收睇，同埋本台呢暫時仲係試播中，所以所有技術或者旁述呢仲係未曾完全達到標準嘅，希望大家原諒。
Yeah, so we're here. Traffic's getting backed up again. It's literally a mixed combination of people rioting and people taking pictures of it.
And
So,
the police have a lot of places they're trying to take care of right now.
Yeah, like I said before, we've all said, I've never seen anything like this in Portland. This is definitely getting wilder by the moment. We're going to go ahead and back up a little bit until we see some more police in our area, and we'll come back to you then.
Yes, that's a good idea, Richard. Yes, please keep safety in mind. Safety first here, always. This is a live look from Sky 8, and you see some police officers there. They certainly have a lot of situations happening all around the city trying to take care of. The looting at Pioneer Place looks to be going on at a number of different locations. The mayor we just talked to on the phone saying enough. He sounded hurt, disappointed, and angry about what he sees happening to his city, and says this really, at this point, has nothing in his mind to do with honoring George Floyd or having anger about that situation, but they're just destroying their own city. And the mayor saying some of these businesses that are being damaged are owned by African Americans. And he's calling on all Portlanders to support our businesses as they try to rebuild, because there is going to be a lot of damage after this is over. From downtown Portland all the way into northeast Portland. We saw a lot of damage at Nike Town and in northeast Portland on MLK and Knott Street. Once again, still looking at live pictures. Portland police declaring this an unlawful assembly, declaring it a riot at this point, telling people they must disperse, so they'll be removed forcibly. They'll be forced to leave. But right now, there are still a lot of people congregating downtown. There are looters and people causing vandalism, but a lot of people appear to be just watching the situation happening downtown and taking pictures. Maggie's on the telephone with us. Maggie, what's your take on what you're watching? I know we're all in disbelief that this continues on at almost 1 in the morning.
Yeah, you know, I just listening to Richard Gordon's description at that point, and watching the shots from our crews on the ground. We've all been saying we've never seen anything like this in Portland, and I think
there may be a fire in the Chase Bank. I just want to interject there, Maggie. We're hearing a producer saying there may be a fire in the Chase Bank. We were seeing people break the windows. We don't have a shot of that right now, but oh, you can see the fire right there in the middle of your screen. It's blowing up. You can see it right now in the Chase Bank. Fire, flames coming out the windows. People just standing around watching this fire inside the Chase Bank. What street did he say that was on 6th?
6th and Yamhill. You can see
6th and Yamhill. Right by Pioneer Courthouse Square. All of this activity going on. Flames now inside. Multiple fires inside the Chase building. It's tough to watch, I know, for people at home watching what's happening in Portland. Our crew that we've been reporting for us, we've been talking to Richard, they're moving back away from that scene. As you can see, that didn't look like there were any Portland police there at this moment, so we want to keep our crews at a safe distance. Once again, Sky 8 showing you the scene. It's deceiving looking at it from the air, because you don't see all the damage that is happening, continues to happen as we approach 1 in the morning in downtown Portland. In a riot, it didn't start as a riot, started as a peaceful protest. There you see fires on the ground. I don't know if that's the one. Do you know, Allison, our producer? That's the dumpster or a dumpster fire, not the one at Chase Bank. It looks like there's more than one fire there now in the dumpsters. 3 dumpsters on fire there at that point. But we started seeing this destruction begin about 9:15, 9:30 this evening, and police eventually calling it a riot, telling people to disperse, but it seemed like the vandalism, the damage, the looting just escalated later as we approached midnight, and now 1 in the morning. Maggie, go ahead and jump in here where you want to.
Well, I think, you know, we're talking about the damage, and that is in and of itself unprecedented. What's also unprecedented for me as someone who's been on the ground during recent protests that have become, you know, volatile in Portland, is just to not be able to see police officers anywhere. I mean, normally the protests are kept to a couple of blocks and you know very well where the law enforcement presence is, and it's often kind of, not to put this in a ominous way, but closing in to keep people contained. And to have seen Richard's shot and to see Catherine's shot, and obviously these locations aren't secret. We're on live TV saying this is happening at 6th and Yamhill, and Richard's saying, I don't see police anywhere, to the point that I need to move because I don't feel safe. I've never seen that, and I've never experienced that for a prolonged period of time in a protest in Portland. So, and then to see Sky 8 just do its kind of swivel move. For those who don't know, we have a pilot up there and a photographer who man that camera, and they're looking and they're seeing police lights in multiple parts of the city. They're seeing fires in multiple parts of the city. And now we're looking at police in riot gear. I don't know, Laurel, if you can see which location this is, or if we know which crew this is coming from.
I do know that the police have now shown up at the location of the Chase Bank fire, Yamhill and 6th, telling people to disperse. So police have arrived at that scene. Maggie, hold on. We're going to have Richard jump in here. Richard, can you tell us the situation there now?
Yeah, this is the same corner where the Chase fire started. Shortly after that fire started, tear gas came flying in. The speaker came to get out. Police put a real quick jump on it there. It honestly seems like they're going from hot spot to hot spot. See, now the crowd is completely dispersed, and they've gone to the south, and we're hearing crashing in the distance, but everybody else seems to be gone. The whole area is completely cleared out. But where did those hundreds and hundreds of people go? I'm assuming we're going to find out in a couple of minutes. We'll try to follow the sound of the crashing. But yeah, it literally seems like they're going from place to place.
Yeah, that may explain why you weren't able to see them there at that moment, as they were putting out another hot spot, as you call it, somewhere else, as these people linger downtown, some just watching, others continuing to cause destruction. Have you seen any fire trucks arrive for that fire at the Chase Bank, if you're still with us, Richard?
Yeah, I have. The fire truck is there. Apparently the group, here comes another one right here. Here comes another one. But the group has already moved all the way across the street to Wells Fargo. They're now vandalizing the Wells Fargo bank. They're literally just moving from spot to spot at this point, and the police seem to just be chasing them from my vantage point.
Well, I know that they will have a lot to discuss after this evening, and I don't know what the police tactics are when you have so many different splinter groups continuing to spread out throughout the city from one location to the next. So you say where you are now, most of the people have left.
大家好啊！剛才記者嘅旁述，所講到嘅嘢咧，香港市民應該用喺心中嘅。記者就話，通常嚟講咧，喺美國，警察發生任何事之後咧，你好快會見到佢哋咧喺街上㗎啦。但係呢次遊行同埋示威當中，警察有段時間係真空嘅，喺街上你係揾唔到佢哋。再加上咧，就示威者咧喺唔同嘅地方咧。作出嘅挑釁啊，或者作出一啲不適當嘅行為，佢哋只好由一個地方就去第二個地方。當呢個地方震平息咗之後，又要去到另一個地方去震平。呢個工作就好似貓捉老鼠嘅遊戲咁樣，不斷咁樣發生。而警方暫時係消耗緊好大量嘅資源。但係都係無法咧可以控制到場面嘅。暫時咧喺美國嘅直播咧仲唔係好多，所以咧我哋嘅畫面咧就唔可以俾得太多資訊詞。至於我哋能夠直播到幾時咧，暫時我都未清楚，要睇下資訊上啦嚇，我哋能夠攞到幾多畫面。但係翻轉頭就係話呢次嘅騷亂同埋呢個。暴動或者示威，就係來自一股叫做種族歧視嘅情形之下發生嘅。咁好多新嚟嘅網友呢， 都應該想知道啊，點解美國會今日進行呢個咁大嘅遊行同埋示威嘅？就喺星期一呢，因為有位黑人先生 Justiceforfloyd 呢，就因為使用呢個偽鈔被警察捉到，而捉佢用呢個偽鈔呢，只不過一張20蚊嘅美金。咁 Floyd 呢係一個黑人嚟嘅，咁就喺呢個疫情之中呢，就係失業咗。咁警察到場將佢拘捕之後，就反手上鎖手銬，但係唔知喺咩嘅情形之下呢，就將佢壓喺地上。咁其他在場嘅人呢，就將整個過程錄低。喺過程當中呢，就唔係一個警察用呢個膝頭咧壓住佢，而係有3-4個警察咧同一時間用同一個動作咧，將呢個黑人壓住嘅。咁呢個 Justiceforfloyd 先生咧，就喺途中咧當中咧，就一路嗌話佢唞唔到氣，佢唞唔到氣。唔知係警察冇理唔佢啊，是佢或者警察唔相信佢唞唔到氣。咁最後咧佢昏迷，咁啊送院，就不幸咧就離世。咁有連程度咧就係好多人認為咧呢次咧警察係過分用咗武力，同埋針對咧因為呢個係一個黑人，所以用嘅武力咧先會咁過分嘅。咁呢個咧屬於一個種族歧視。所以而家好多黑人出嚟呢，就係想討回一個公道，令死者呢係有個公道嘅。但係呢個示威遊行當中呢，唔係淨係全部係黑人出嚟，亦有好多白人呢都出咗嚟呢，係參與呢個遊行同埋示威嘅。最主要一點呢，就係好多觀眾應該睇到呢，就係畫面上所發生嘅事情。喺香港嚟講已經發生咗1年啦，好多畫面啊、場面啊，我哋已經見怪不怪㗎啦。喺呢度我都係想鄭重呢提示一樣嘢，就係希望各位觀眾呢留心睇下，就係同樣一個暴動、同樣一個遊行或者示威，喺唔同嘅地方個警察又點樣處理呢？記者又點樣處理呢？佢哋所做嘅嘢就係咪跟住佢哋所謂嘅職業守則去做呢？咁呢一點就希望大家去慢慢留意啦。再希望呢，就係可以嘅話，就將而家呢個直播盡快轉俾你嘅朋友睇下，等佢哋能夠喺第一時間睇到或者即時睇到而家美國呢個遊行示威嘅場面，同我哋香港所發生咗1年嘅事啊嚇，有咩相同嘅地方啊？咁啊，希望大家慢慢留意。
It sounds like you haven't seen any arrests. Not to say there haven't been any, but we haven't witnessed any. Catherine, are you still there? Okay, we think Catherine's phone might have died. We'll check with her in just a moment. Talking to my producer right now. Oh, great. Let's talk to Nikenge Harmon Johnson, who is the CEO of the Urban League of Portland, who was at a vigil earlier to honor George Floyd. And Kenge, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
係，對唔住，仲有一點，希望大家在留言嘅時候保持乾淨啊！我唔希望呢個台係變成人嘅發氣工具、發泄工具。所有不文嘅留言我都會取消。
Outraged about yet another black life taken. This morning we talked about Breonna Taylor, and we talked about Ahmaud Arbery, and we talked about Breonna Taylor, and we called the names of so many others, black Americans who have been killed at the hands of state violence and of racist murderers in this country. And to see the community come out this morning and this evening at demonstrations to say their names was meaningful. Now I'm up at 1 o'clock in the morning with you, Lowell, watching on Twitter and watching your coverage on television, and I see the unrest that's happening on our streets. What I want to say now is what I've said to some local politicians, which is it's a time for them to show restraint. Leadership means listening. It means seeking to understand and taking actions to help heal. I really hope that our local elected leaders will pay attention to the fact that people are hurting. They are angry, and they are sick and tired of being sick and tired. I know I am. And I also really hope that folks will be, that elected people will be careful about their language. What I have seen tonight is damage. I have seen people, breaking windows and things like that. We should not be talking about that as violence. Those are things. Those are buildings. Those are property. And they matter. But they don't matter like lives do. And what people are out in the streets saying is that they want something to be different. They want their neighbors and friends and families. They want themselves to feel safe in this country and in this city. And even though George Floyd was killed in Minneapolis, it could have just as easily been here, and it has been here before. So I hope that local leaders will use their rhetoric to talk about justice, to talk about what they're going to do differently so that people don't have to take to the streets in this fashion anymore.
Nkenge, let me ask you, do you think what you're seeing, because that, not what we heard from the mayor a little while ago, do you think what you're seeing right now has to do with that anger about what happened to George Floyd? Is that what this is all about, or has it changed into something else right now?
It has to do with anger of what happened to what has happened to George Floyd. It has to do with anger about how it happened to Breonna Taylor. It has to do with what happened to Michael Fesser. It has to do with the way that law enforcement treats Black people in this country, in this city, in our state. This is not something that's at a distance from us. It's something that we experience right here in our own community all of the time. And, we know the quote, and unrest and rioting, this is the language of the unheard. It is clear to me that more needs to be done to create justice in our community. More needs to be done to make law enforcement resemble the values of our community. The people who are in the streets tonight seem to be saying the same thing.
So you would, what would be the discussion that you have with the mayor tomorrow? He said he did hear from you tonight. What did you say to him tonight?
I did reach out to the mayor. I wanted to offer him words of support and encouragement and ask him to show restraint and to tell his Portland Police Bureau to show restraint. I asked that they not overreact and certainly not consider doing some of the things that are happening in other cities because it will only make it worse. And to know that he has the chance to say what he says and does, makes a difference right now. I mean, I'm watching your coverage and I'm seeing this vehicle coming down the street with, loaded with cops and riot gear. Images like that, actions like that, are just as likely to create violence as they are, more likely to create violence than they are to de-escalate it. We know that because Portland police have a history of escalating, not de-escalating. And that's what we need right now.
How would they de-escalate this at this point? What would you suggest when we see looting and that sort of thing, when they've asked people to disperse? What should be their tactics?
Here's the beauty of this law. Law enforcement is a science, and this is not a secret. They don't need amateurs like me talking about how to do this because professionals know how. And if the Portland Police Bureau does not have people trained to de-escalate situations like this, they simply need to get there, because it's not a first for us to see unrest in our streets. This is not some sort of, oh my goodness, we're so surprised that this could happen once in a lifetime occurrence. Something's been studied by social scientists and something that's been studied by law enforcement professionals. How do you engage with people when they are feeling this way? For that matter, let's take a step back to this morning. I was thinking I would have loved to have seen local law enforcement leaders out there in the plaza with us. Maybe they're wearing their civvies, maybe they're wearing their dress blues, but to say, hey, we're here because we too believe that George Floyd should be alive today. We're here because we are heartbroken that Breonna Taylor was murdered in her own home through no fault of her own. It would have been great to hear them stand up to say, yeah, not only do we think that people shouldn't be looting and breaking windows, and we hope people will stay home, but we also think that the cops who arrested Michael Fesser on Trump charges were dead wrong and something should be done about that. So when they show up at times like this and want to sort of be the hard hand of the law, and at other times when they are in the wrong, are silent about it, it makes it really hard for them to de-escalate. But still it's possible. And I believe that we have professionals in the Portland Police Bureau who know how to do it. I hope that those are the folks who are taking the lead tonight.
We were mentioning earlier that we hadn't really seen any arrests. Do you think that the police have shown some restraint so far?
I do. And so thank you for asking me that question, because I actually would like to sort of commend what I've seen so far, and I want to be careful about that because I have not seen everything from tonight. And I frankly, I know that there may be other information revealed to us tomorrow, but so far, it seems as though Portland police are acting with restraint, and I appreciate that.
You were mentioning Michael Fesser, and some people may not know a lot about that case. We did mention it during our newscast earlier that there was a review that came out from the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office that was looking into it independently with a lot of questions about how that case was handled with Michael Fesser, who was unjustly arrested by the West Lynn Police Department and won a case against them. Did you want to comment on that?
Only to say that it involved multiple law enforcement agencies and steps at which justice could have been created, but wasn't. The West Lynn police were involved and got the Portland police involved. The Portland police then got the Multnomah County DA involved, and they went after this man not once, but twice, and harmed him in ways that cannot be cured by the financial settlement that he received. And those cops and those prosecutors are still on the job. They're still doing exactly what they were doing 2 years ago, and what has changed. And we only know about it not because local officials told us, but because Michael Fesser was able to find a trial lawyer to take his case who litigated our way to the truth. That's a shame. It should never happen, but it certainly leads me and other locals to believe that if this happened to Michael Fesser, what else is happening under the cloak of justice and the dark of night that they're not telling us about? And if they're really going to be able to hold themselves and our community to the standard that we all want to have of justice and of peace and of equity, those law enforcement agencies themselves have to turn their pockets inside out. They have to say what's true. They have to clean up their own houses. They have to do better and live up to their oath, live up to their duty to build justice, not just to try to mete it out to others.
So the mayor comes back tomorrow, holds a press conference in the morning in the light of day when we can see what's happened here. What message would you like for him to share with the community tomorrow? What advice will you give him?
My advice to Mayor Wheeler will be to take a breath. And I know that's hard. I know that there are lobbyists and business community members who are probably breathing down his throat tonight, which is the reason I wanted to reach out to him so that he could have another message in his ear. I know that folks are going to be saying, this is awful, look at us on the news, and you've really got to do something and throw the hammer at them, Mr. Mayor. I hope that he has the sense of self to say, no, we won't be throwing the book at folks. We're not tossing the hammer as hard as we can. We're going to listen. We're going to think. We're going to learn and be smart about this. And if there are things, folks that will be prosecuted, I hope that it's done in a way that makes sense for justice, not in a way that simply makes sense for commercial interest. Much frankly, in the way that we've seen our homeless being treated when businesses react to having people sleeping on their street in front of their businesses, our streets are sometimes swept of homeless people. I hope that the response from our leaders is different this time, not thinking about what business is telling you only. While they matter, they don't matter most in this instance. Listen to what the people in those streets are telling you, because nobody wants to be out in the streets at 1 o'clock in the morning screaming for justice and fighting for the lives of their friends and their neighbors. They'd much rather be at home, quite frankly.
I know that you have great hopes in the new district attorney. I interviewed him yesterday for Straight Talk, but we talked about him on election night, Mike Schmidt, who's a district attorney-elect who promised reform in the district attorney's office. Any thoughts about that tonight?
I am delighted that Mike Schmidt won the election, and based upon the things that he has said about justice, what led him to become an attorney in the first place, and the platform that he built as a candidate, I'm excited. I also know that one man doesn't make up the whole bureau, and it takes time to make changes. I look forward to Mike having support from all corners, both internally and externally, to really help our prosecutorial office in Multnomah County become something that we can really be a shining light for folks in the state, on the West Coast, and even in the nation when it comes to real progressive public safety policies.
Well, Nkenge, I want to thank you for calling in and offering your perspective on what we're watching and adding your voice here. It was really good to hear from you tonight, so we appreciate it. Any final thought you'd like to share?
I want to just give encouragement to our mayor. Ted, I know this is not easy. I am with you, and I hope that you will be with us and that you are able to do a gut check and stand up to the winds that are blowing. And I know folks are pushing you, but we need you now, and I know you can do it. To the folks who are speaking out and speaking up, please be safe. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your neighbors. I also want to say to African Americans in the community, listen, it's okay if you want to stay home. It's okay to turn off the TV. It's okay not to listen and to hear this right now because it hurts and it is traumatic and you don't have to engage in it. It's a chance to let our allies and people of goodwill to step up and do the work right now.
Well,
That's it, Laurel.
I, again, really appreciate your perspective. And Nkenge Harmon-Johnson, the CEO of the Urban League of Portland, thank you very much. Have a good night, Nkenge, or a good morning now. Approaching 1:20 in the morning, and we'll be back right after this.
Who is your community? Your family? Your friends? Coworkers? It turns out it's way bigger than most of us realized. Yes, it's those closest to us, but it's also people we've never met. Working together, even when it means staying apart. And seeing our collective strength today proves we'll get to a better tomorrow. That's the power of community.
This has been a tough time. It's been challenging for so many. And at Beaverton Toyota, we knew we had a responsibility to our customers and to our employees to adjust and to improve. We took our philosophy that we call CLEAR and made it better and safer. With CLEAR, you always worked with just one person, but now we've put you in even more control. And we work to make remote shopping and buying easier than ever. Now is the time to experience CLEAR at Beaverton Toyota.
With zero interest and zero payments for 90 days, you have zero excuses to not have your new Hyundai by Memorial Day. Get 0% APR for up to 84 months on the 2020 Tucson and make no payments for 90 days. See your Pacific Northwest Hyundai dealer.
You say the customers make their own rules. Let's talk data. Only Xfinity Mobile lets you switch up your wireless data whenever. I accept. 5G. Everybody's talking about it. How do I get it?
Everyone gets 5G with our new data options at no extra cost.
That's good. Next item, corner offices for everyone. You just have to make more corners in this building. Chad?
Your wireless, your rules. Only with Xfinity Mobile. Now that's simple, easy, awesome. Switch and save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill. Plus, get $200 off a new Samsung Galaxy S20 Ultra.
Ever felt like this? If you've called your health insurance plan recently, we're guessing you have. Maybe their automated phone tree sent you to billing, then to provider information, and back to billing, when all you needed was to ask a simple question. We're Pacific Source Health Plans, and we answer our calls with real people, not automated phone trees, which makes a really big difference. Human service, just another way we put members first.
Welcome back to our breaking news here on KGW, coming up, closing in on 1:30 in the morning on your Saturday, May 30th. We've been watching this since 11 o'clock tonight on the air, but this, some of this violence, well, not violence, and Nkenge Harmon-Johnson told me not to call it violence. It's really not violence, but destruction of some of our businesses. She says those things can be fixed. And she had a really different perspective that she brought us just a few minutes ago. But let's check in with Richard Gordon, who's been watching what's happening on the ground. Richard, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm now at the Chase Bank that we saw get lit on fire moments ago. As you can see, the fire went inside, fire department just sprayed it, put the fire out and just moved on to the next one. There is foam everywhere. There is glass everywhere. It is, I mean, this is a mess. I can't even imagine how much this is gonna just take to fix. I was talking to some people earlier and they said, what is going on? Like, never seen anything like this in Portland, ever. Yeah, there's glass everywhere. They really got in there and smashed it up pretty good. Like I said, most sidewalks have glass on them in downtown Portland now, unfortunately. In fact, they took one of the rental scooters and used it to get through here. And this is some pretty thick glass. Oh yeah, they got almost every single window in here, and there's foam and fire damage on the inside. And I don't know if you can see it there. There's what's left of a hammer. Apparently a tool of the trade tonight. Like I said, the crunch of glass is everywhere you walk in downtown Portland right now. And there's even some spray foam in the street. I don't know if that was just carryover from the fire, but yeah, this is This is pretty bad, folks.
Are the people that you're seeing there now some of the vandals, or are they mostly people just looking at what's happening now? Just taking pictures, it looks like.
They're mostly people just looking what's going on. In fact, I had some nice, I had some people come up and offer us some stuff for our eyes. The tear gas is just everywhere downtown. Every time you turn around a corner and the wind blows, you get a new blast of tear gas from a couple streets over. But yeah, like I said earlier, it's literally a 50-50 mix of people breaking stuff and people taking pictures of it.
Can you tell us again,
I don't know
Richard,
what that says, but
what street you're on, and maybe tell us some of the businesses that we're looking at?
This is the Chase Bank on the corner of 6th and Yamhill. There's Pioneer Square right there. Right across the street is the Wells Fargo that they burned up. There's some more police activity coming to the west of us. That's probably on about 7th or 8th Street. We're trying to stay a little safe distance. Here we go. We got another fire truck on the move to another fire. It seems like that's all they're doing now, hot spot to hot spot.
Is there another fire that you know of?
All you can tell now is there's just the smell of smoke and tear gas everywhere you walk, pretty much. That's all, and glass. I'm not seeing any fires. Most of the activity seems to be up the street on about 7th or 8th. But like I said, we're trying to stay a little bit further back for a while, let the police do their thing, and try to stay a little safe distance from everybody.
Is it safe to go to the Wells Fargo Bank, or is there still a lot of activity over there?
The authorities asked us to move on from there.
I see.
And so we know they're having a tough night tonight, so we went ahead and moved right on.
Good idea to listen to what they have to say. Okay, thank you, Richard. Is Maggie still with us?
Hi, Laurel, I'm here.
Hi, Maggie. Do you want to add anything here?
Well, just listening to, Nikenge, I heard your interview with her, and it was really striking, especially because there was a vigil earlier this evening, and then there was, they called it a eulogy for Black America, hosted by the NAACP Portland chapter, and Nikenge was there speaking on behalf of the Urban League. And, it was really emotional and striking today how much earlier in the day at that eulogy they addressed the anger. And they urged people to keep speaking out and to keep basically expressing their anger. And this is video of that event. We had a lot of this in our evening shows tonight. You can see it was a huge crowd that came out to Terry Shrunk Plaza, downtown Portland. And they talked about George Floyd, and they talked about Ahmaud Arbery, and they talked about Breonna Taylor. And, there were just multiple reiterations of I can't breathe and chanting their names over and over. And so to have Nikenge come on and basically tell, Portland that the anger is real and remind people that the anger and the pain behind this protest is real. I thought it was, a really powerful voice to add to the coverage tonight in light of what we heard earlier today, because obviously it's a different backdrop, but the message that she delivered remained largely the same.
It was a very different perspective from what we heard just minutes before that from Mayor Wheeler, who appeared to be, pretty upset and angry, and did say that, in his opinion, what we are seeing tonight doesn't have to do with the anger over George Floyd's death, but Nkenge said it has everything to do with it and every other Black person who's died in police custody. And she thinks this really does reveal and demonstrate deep hurt and pain among community members. And she's urging the mayor to use restraint and to be careful in his language, and urging police to use restraint. So two different perspectives. It'll be interesting to hear his press conference tomorrow and hear what he and community leaders have to say.
Yeah, I mean, her reaction to what he had to say was kind of what I would have predicted, but honestly didn't want to predict on live TV. It was based on what I heard her say earlier in the day. They, leaders at that eulogy, at that gathering earlier, basically sort of told everybody that the pain is real and the anger is real, and, people are going to express themselves. And I know that Nkenge, in her role, works closely with city leaders, including the mayor. And as you had said, they've been in touch already tonight. But to hear what he had to say and hear the anger that he was sort of addressing the situation with, and knowing what she had said earlier and what leaders with her had said earlier, those two did seem to be a bit at odds. And then she kind of came on TV and confirmed that here tonight. It does look like we have protesters and police kind of converging there once again. And I think Richard Gordon put it perfectly earlier. There are just hotspots throughout the city right now. There's kind of little flare-ups that are happening, whether they're literal flare-ups with fires breaking out inside banks, or just moments where police kind of show up and swarm when they've gotten word that something is sort of brewing. So you can see our Sky 8 pilot and photographer are just really trying to follow the activity throughout downtown, but it's broken off into so many different splinter groups, and this is so palpable and so volatile that every time it changes, it creates sort of a new metaphorical and in some cases literal fire for them to put out. So we're just kind of watching them, as Richard said, sort of chase those groups throughout the city.
And we were talking, and Kenge prefaced that we haven't been able to see everything from our viewpoint, but that we haven't seen any arrests, some of the arrests that we've seen in previous protests. And she said she is encouraged by what she's seen so far with restraint, that the police have exercised restraint. They have used tear gas and flashbangs and urged people to leave and disperse, or they be forced to leave, but we haven't witnessed any forcible confrontation between police and any of the people downtown. And she said she was encouraged by at least what we've been able to see so far. We'll get reports tomorrow on actually what happened. And she continued to urge restraint. And at this point, it'd be difficult to know exactly how the police would handle all these different hotspots, which they seem to be going from one place to the next. I mean, just these small groups of people. Catherine Cook is still, Maggie, stand by. Catherine Cook is still with us. Catherine, where are you and what are you seeing?
Yeah, hi. Laurel, you can see looting happening at the Starbucks and the Galleria Target building. It's really amazing to see this. Let me widen the shot here.
So this is live. We're watching this live.
大家好，暫時最新消息。喺好多嘅城市呢，暫時呢個遊行示威嘅行為呢，就開始減少咗啦。但係喺呢個明尼阿波利斯市呢，就個示威行動呢，仲係好激烈嘅。最不幸呢，就係有好多人呢變成咗暴徒，開始大肆搶掠商店。呢個行為喺每個地方都係唔應該有嘅。呢次嘅直播就可以俾大家睇到。無論你喺邊個城市生活，我相信你都唔想會有以下嘅情形喺你自己生活嘅城市發生嘅。同埋有一樣嘢就係，好多謝大家嘅留言，但係希望大家保持冷靜去留言，希望能夠養成一個大家真係討論問題嘅地方，而唔係大家互相嘴罵嘅地方。所以我都講咗啦，如果有不雅嘅留言，我係會將佢取消嘅。不過我相信聽呢個節目嘅人都大多數係有理性嘅人。多謝大家。咁至於再點樣發展落去呢？我再留意其他多幾個信息，然之後再同大家分享啦。
Their businesses are destroyed, and we're hanging on by a thread to begin with, and now this. But certainly, again, there's so many layers of emotion here, so much underlying pain, that it's hard to suggest that one group or person's pain trumps the other. But
it sounds like we lost Catherine, but I thought that was well said. What she was pointing out is that there is so much pain all the way around for business leaders who see their businesses destroyed, businesses and employees who've been just hanging on, a lot of the employees out of work, hoping to go back to work as the city was hoping to reopen. I don't know what this means for that. And also the pain that Nkenge Harmon Johnson pointed out of the African American community and those who are deeply troubled by what we've seen happening to Black America over months, years, centuries, with confrontations between police. Let's check in with Richard Gordon. Where are you now, Richard?
I am still on, I'm on 6th and Morrison right now. There is a Rite Aid in the distance that's being looted at the moment. There's stuff going up on 7th Avenue up there too. I'm hearing lots of flashbangs just pretty much all around Pioneer Square. It sounds like a combat zone at times. Glass breaking, tear gas grenades going off, police flying by. It seems to be the center of the hub of activity for the moment, and then it moves to another area. But yeah, like I said, just moments ago, there was probably 30, 40 people just pulling stuff full hand out of the, looks like it's a Rite Aid right here on 6th off of Morrison. Oh, sorry, trying to keep my balance with the camera and the microphone at the same time.
That's okay, you're doing a great job.
But yeah, it's, there's, like I said, the police just move from one area to the other, and the crowd just shifts as well with them. So I don't see this ending anytime soon.
Richard, we'll check back with you in a few minutes, and maybe you'll change locations and safely as you can. Tell us what's happening down there, but do keep your safe distance. Maggie Vespa joins us again. Maggie.
Will do.
We're looking now once again at video from earlier tonight of that dumpster fire, that people just threw things into the dumpster and the fire continued to grow. Last we looked, it was still smoldering. Maggie, you want to add anything?
Just looking at that image, it was really striking how many times Sky 8 came back to that, and how many times then we would go to Richard and he would say, I'm not seeing police anywhere, I'm not seeing law enforcement anywhere, and it just kind of goes to show how difficult it has been for first responders to get to these locations where things have kind of spun out of control. And in a situation like that, you have to theorize that, firefighters can't get to that right away, either because roads are blocked and they can't get through crowds, or because they've got multiple fires to deal with and attack. And, amid the pandemic, you have to also wonder what restrictions they're operating under as well. All of our first responders are operating under restrictions to try and stay safe as much as they can. So watching that burn, and just as we saw it burn for as long as it did, and to be honest with you, Laurel, I'm not even sure if it is still burning. I know this is video from earlier, but we haven't really gotten an update on that specific location as to whether that fire is out, correct?
Right, we haven't.
Yeah, so it's just an ongoing chaos, and Richard said, and I've quoted him already, that I think it was perfectly put, that there were just flare-ups and hotspots throughout the city, literally and metaphorically. And then we've seen this video of police advancing on protesters in their riot gear, and you can just see that formation, that line, as tear gas canisters are launched and flashbangs are used. Those are their non-lethal tactics. Those are the tactics that Portland police have made use of in protests that have turned violent on our streets in the past. I've been on the streets when those tactics have been used. They are really jarring and they're frightening, but they're meant to frighten and to make people move. We did hear from, as we pointed out earlier, the mayor, who is the police commissioner, saying that he wanted to pursue, I think you asked me if he wanted to pursue aggressive prosecution of those who were, looting and vandalizing, and his answer was damn right. And then we heard from Nkenge Harmon Johnson with the Urban League, who kind of urged the mayor to use caution and to be cognizant of the pain. But she did say that she had not seen any tactics by police that basically concerned her. And I did want to point out, because this was a topic today that was all over social media feeds, which was the treatment of journalists by police in these volatile situations. And our crews have been in close contact tonight with police and with first responders. And from what I've seen, our crews have been respected by law enforcement and have been asked to move, told to move when necessary, but have been allowed to do their jobs. And I will say, as someone who's covered many protests in Portland, that's always been the case in my experience, that we have been allowed to do our jobs by law enforcement, and it feels crazy to phrase it that way, but given what we've seen with a CNN crew being arrested
各位網友，
in Minneapolis this morning,
暫時咧我收到嘅數據啊同埋畫面咧係唔足夠㗎啦，有好多畫面咧大家都應該睇過好多㗎啦。暫時咧我會將直播暫時中斷，然之後再揾啲新嘅畫面。希望大家繼續留意啦。如果係認為滿意嘅，請記得點讚、留言同埋訂閱我哋嘅頻道。多謝大家嚇。
Well, Maggie, we certainly appreciate your insight.